Hey, sorry team, I've been busy. Just got back on the mic. I do have a one-on-one, but how about FSLY? I told you, FSLY gonna keep going. Gonna keep going. I was trying to show the Voltron key off. I know. All right, heading to my one-on-one. I'll be back because I do have after-hours commentary with Steve coming up in just a bit anyway.
out of the gate. I'm gonna pull up AMAT's higher time frame chart just below it to give us some higher time frame levels. Gotta look to the right, remember, guys. We're gonna pull up an hourly there. It just swept the previous highs from overnight there. So cleared out liquidity there. Now we want to see if it can hold the previous morning high so far. Um, Hourly chart down here, we can see we got down the blue zone here, trading on down and pushing hard up, sweeping this liquidity. Now we're playing footsies with push up, looking strong to me. Watch for sellers at 350. If we can breach above that, then I think we might have a little bit of room. So far, we are up 5%. Test of 50, which we just got, that is putting us at, oh, yeah, we got the test of 50. That is a 6.5% move. If we can break above that, measured move from this after hours push would be roughly quite substantial. Quite substantial. Roughly, maybe we look to 375 ish. So I'm going to get some numbers for you here. Hey, there's my man. How you doing, Josh? Oh, living the dream as much as you can on a rough day in the markets. It's not been a fun one, but we do have AMAT rocking and rolling here, pushing up on through that 350 handle with conviction so far. If it retests that and holds, I'm thinking 370 or 380, but I need to go level hunting on this. How you feeling about our batch of earnings here today? Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah, coin for sure. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So, for coin, what would you kind of say? How would you frame that in terms of market implications? Is that going to be like a good kind of bellwether for the retail investor, or for the crypto market, or for the consumer as a whole? How would you kind of look at that? Yeah. Yeah. Mm, yeah. I'm with you, and oh, okay. So or I'm sorry, ANET is going to come out in any minute. So I'm going to keep my eyes peeled for those results. I'm also trying to find some expected moves for some of these names here. Um, but I think ANET is going to be interesting here because, again, we're just trying to put in any floor on software, right? We're just trying to, just like investors are like, give me a sign, give me anything, God, please. And so far, first move up here, I'm going to look for numbers. If you can keep an eye on that chart real quick, and let's see what we can find. Oh my God, I have so many windows. Whoops. Window malfunction. There we go. Okay, so ANET, I'm still not seeing it on mine, but by the way, if we didn't mention the AMAT numbers there, we have a reported. What is that? Shoot, I'm sorry. This window's too small. I will get you numbers in just a second, guys. Josh, can you tell I'm a little flustered today? It's been a lot of position managing. Coin pushing on down. Those numbers just came out. We'll get those for you momentarily. Look for buyers to step in. I mean, this has some room down. We were talking about the 130 handle, but I was saying maybe that 125. So somewhere in that zone, I'll mark this out. That's where I would be curious to see if we can hold the line, but definitely not a good first move there. ANET red to flat here, so a little shake and bake, a little rock'em sock'em action here as the Bulls and the Bears duke it out, trying to figure out who will end up on top here. But widespread out the window. I'm going to start hunting for some actual numbers here. If you can man the ship here for just one second. Nice. Not too shabby. Meanwhile, just some smaller names that have reported, probably not massive implications on the market, but worth noting. Pins getting taken to the doghouse, down from the 1870 handle, trading currently at 16, not showing any signs of relief yet. So stay away, in my opinion. High time frame, that one's kind of a mess too. So, it's this is again, we're seeing the wheat being separated from the chaff. A lot of money being taken out of anything that doesn't seem really important to the bullish narrative going forward. Like we need foundries, we need chips. Can't mess with AMAT. Hands off AMAT for now is what the market is saying. Software pins, whatever the heck Pinterest even is, I don't know if we need it. So coin getting a little shake and bake, a wick up here. I'm wondering if algos digested those first numbers and started realizing, hey, maybe this actually could be along. So take a look what's happening. We're trying to break the base that we had formed in the cash session after that big washout we had from the 150 handle this morning. Still in the shake and bake. I'm not looking to long. I'm not looking to short. Yeah, still just eating its way down there. So it's hard with these ones, when there's a lot of overhead pressure, like a name like Coin, even good earnings can kind of get bopped here, and it's tough. ANET looking a little bit stronger here on the hourly, starting to get a push up to this 140, finding price acceptance into that level. So we're going to keep an eye on that. The big level for breakout for me is the price we saw a few days ago at 147. And they're taking the air out of coin there again a little bit. We'll see if they can make a new low and continue down to our zone or not. All right. Toast. Yeah, that's funny. Mhm. Annette, good friend Annette. And she is a keeper. Yeah, just as always, so much thanks to all of our support staff. You guys are what makes this such a smooth operation compared to a lot of other prop firms that in my experience that I've dealt with. So it's really nice having people always on your team there. Meanwhile, Spy or I'm sorry, Coin just looking anemic here, looking like it is going to puke pretty darn soon here. ANET very strong, and by the way, Rivian reporting as well. Seems like they had a double beat here. I'll pull exact numbers in just a moment, but pretty good results so far, sweeping the high from a few days ago. And this is a daily chart which might be ready to make a turnaround because they got beat bad after pushing really nicely earlier this year for us. So yeah, up over 11%. And after hours, it looks like, okay, I got numbers here for top line performance. We have revenue 1.29 billion versus a 1.26 billion estimate. Q4 production was looking like just under 11,000 vehicles. Q4 deliveries just under 10,000 vehicles. That's from the Illinois factory. So in terms of profitability, looking like adjusted EPS is sitting at minus $0.54 versus minus 0.68 estimate. Outlook, we're looking for 62K to 67K deliveries. That's versus the 64K estimate. Adjusted EBITDA is looking like minus 2.1 billion to minus 1.8 billion estimate. So, oh, I'm sorry, the range was 2.1 to 1.8, and the estimate was 1.8. So not bad there. CapEx 2 billion versus 1.92 billion estimate. So beats across the board. They're getting rewarded on the high time frame chart here on the daily. We could be putting in a higher low back into previous bases with this high volume. And just remember, when you have this kind of volume by multipolar volume node, big blob up here, big blob down here. If we find traction at the bottom blob, we can shoot up to that top. So keep an eye on that. I'm getting interested. I'm getting the Rivian bug again. You ever trade this one? Oh, it's a fun one, dude. It loves just strong trends within a much larger range, and then just puking once it hits the target. Like, oh, mhm. Yeah, Yeah. Yeah. Oh, so good. Yeah. Oh God. Buy, sell, buy, sell. I've got an amazing opportunity for you. You will not want to miss out. He bought. Oh man, that's a great movie. That's such a slept on trading movie. Like everybody's always it's always okay, is the best trading movie The Big Short or is it Margin Call? It's Margin Call, by the way. But a strong contender that nobody talks about is Boiler Room. And that's if you haven't seen that one, check that out. And one more for you. I don't know if you've seen this one, Josh, but Barbarians at the Gate. That's an oldie. That one's a lot of fun. It's almost like you watch old movies from like the 70s and 80s, and they almost feel like maybe I'm showing my I don't know if it's my youth or my age, but I don't know. It's like whimsical almost. It's like from a from a lighter time almost. So I don't know. It was good vibes. I liked that one. That was fun. And there's one missing. What's the one with Michael Douglas? Is that just literally called Wall Street? That one's great too. Yeah, yeah. It's always fun. Yeah, Oliver Stone. I'm starting to think maybe he isn't the biggest fan of capitalism on the rewatches, but but still, it's really it's great. I think it's such a testament that somebody like that could make a movie about capitalism and still have it be such an entertaining and enjoying just whirlwind there. Sorry, I forgot this is earnings season. What else? Am I missing one? Did we talk about Toast? I think that one might have jumped my brain there. So this one is in an ugly, ugly downtrend here as well, just with the rest of the sector. This thing, I think, Josh, would it be fair to say this thing is toast? Yeah, tossed is good too. They tossed it all right. So it is trading down at the 24, 23. Oh man. And it just seems like it wants to keep dropping. I'll pull up a monthly for the bulls, see if we can find some resting support somewhere for the bulls. This one, I remember when this was the darling of the not semis, software space for a couple weeks there, a couple months there. Now we are way back into the top of this base. So we had this long-term stage one base, as we'd call it. So a stage one base, when it breaks, this area right here, let me zoom in, sorry. The consolidation at the top neckline of the W, this consolidation right here, we call this a sign of strength, the SOS in Wyckoff accumulation schematics. And so essentially, this is where you would be loading the boat on a name like this. Then it rips, it rips. So this is accumulation, stage one. Then we have the ripping. That is, acceleration or, expansion is the right term. Expansion, that's stage two. Then you have distribution, stage three, when it's also in consolidation, just like down here, but instead of accumulation, institutions are distributing up here. They are getting rid of inventory. And now we got to see, well, were they selling because it's trash or were they selling because it was too expensive for what it was? And that's where we kind of find it down in this zone, in this golden pocket, in this retrace. So all hope not lost for the long-term investors. Oh, speaking of all hope not lost, look at coin taking a U-turn, coming back from the dead. You love to see that on earnings. That's got to be a little little injection of hope for the coin bulls. I wonder what it is reacting to. So I'm going to pull back to a 4-hour chart and see if we can find that note. Oh, well, it's not too. I thought we were way further down already. It's just it's playing footsies with this previous low. It looks like. Oh, yeah, yeah. Boot heels, the little wicked witches just out from the house. There. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The ones where you're like, well, that was a choice. Yeah. I love that for you. One of those. AMAT. I love this for you, AMAT. Just holding above the 350. That's really constructive. You just love to see a name pump on earnings and then just hold. So the volume came in, the buyers came in, and they're not selling. They're saying, why would I sell? Why would I sell for a 5% move if we just got the numbers I need to think we're going 10, 20, 30%? always something to consider there. They're buying that coin dip. Yes, sir, they are, Talk. Talk. Oh, sorry, Talk's got some good banter going on in here, sticking with the riches and in race. Yeah, are you in race in the riches? I'm not in race. I wish I was. Oh, wait, you're seeing the whole gang in our comments? I'm not seeing them. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm not ignoring you, I swear. Why aren't you coming through? They all blocked me. That's probably what happened. That's what usually happens. Wow, yeah, I taught great call on race as usual, dude. You're just crushing it. I should pay a little closer attention, but man, it's just when you're giving me 10 bangers every time we talk, some fall through the cracks. This race is one of them. So really nice look here. I'm gonna get full screen so we can take a better gander at what we're seeing. So it was looking rough there. We were trying to figure out if Lambos are dead or Ferraris are dead. But I don't think rich people are hurting too bad. When the economy starts hurting the rich people, maybe something will happen about it. So until then, I guess we just long race on every dip. The amazing race. Um, so yeah, didn't get back to the 300 handle. Didn't even transact the 325 before just absolutely rip roaring. Was this earnings? It could have been earnings. That's my job. I should know. Has their orders out for the year? Okay, okay. And they're in Josh's second job set. Yeah, Josh is like, I'm not talking any mess about race because when I'm done trading, I know what I'm doing. You're trying to get that F1 gig. Mhm. Ooh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Totally, totally. Mhm. Those are wild. Oh yeah, definitely, man. Sorry to interrupt our racing podcast with some boring stock news, but we do have ANET just cooking that 150 level mentioned a little bit ago, and that is a beautiful, beautiful break there. If we can get over that 153, so I mean, this has got to be. Let's see how IGF feel or IGF, IGV, yeah, IGV. How do they feel about this? Oh, look, they got a little pep in their step, trying their best to hold this low. We'll see. We'll see. They got some work cut out for them. I gotta admit, I'm not convinced the bottom is in. I remain quite skeptical. That being said, I do like the coin. I do like the coin action. Josh, how willing are you to get involved with a name that's been beat this bad? Do you need a real? Do you need a bigger base? Do you need do you just need your level to transact and you see that short term scalp? Do you just stay away until it's giving you the right signs? How do you approach a chart that looks this mangled? That's a good one. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, we're all the same. Oh, of course I did, brother. Exactly. Yeah, I love that, and that's really what it's about. I always say in my server, I say that. I'm looking for something that sparks joy. So I'll be going through, 50 charts, just like, how the deal is. It's almost not autopilot, but it's like a Zen ritual for us at this point where it's like, it when you see it. And you're just like, it's like kind of like we're in the gold mining days and we got our pans out. We just got a bunch of dirt and we're just sifting. We're just hanging out sifting. And then we see, ooh, shiny. I like that. Let's look at that. That goes in the keeper pile. Then you build a nice pile of shiny rocks, and then you got some nice stuff to look at when the market's like this. Some stuff that's holding up and showing you that, hey, it's not all that bad. There's always a bull market somewhere. I think some wise philosopher said that once on CNBC. So just look for the pockets of strength, and we are seeing some. I mean, commodities a little bit sketchy in the past couple of days, but you know what? Big picture, I think that the structure's still there. I think that there's going to be that rotation, and we're seeing that rotation in the market as a whole. But I think we're just going to continue to see more of that, and it's not going to be easy to trade. I will say, I think that this is a good time to like. I've been saying it's lock in time, right? Like focus on the best of the best. Don't get caught up in things that aren't working just because you want them to work. Like me, I wanted space to work so bad. I like rockets. I'm kind of a 5-year-old Josh. I like rocket ships. I like cool flying stuff. I like race cars. Um, sometimes you get a little bit too married to a theme, and yeah, ASTS, it just was not acting right, and I didn't listen, and I held a little bit. So I did the Steve Cohen. Steve Cohen, great trader. Don't hate me, GameStop apes. His whole thing is, hey, if a trade's working, I add. If a trade's not working, but I understand what's going on, then I'm getting a better price. I add. If a trade's not working, but I don't understand what's going on, well, then I have to size down. I can't completely bail on my thesis unless it's completely changed, but then I know what's going on, right? Then I'm like, oh, it's bad. I can't be in this. If it's market's moving against me and I don't understand it, I size down. I protect myself. And then when I start being in tune with the market, I put that risk back on. But it's that ebb and flow, the give and take. And you gotta bob and weave with the market, or it'll just rip you. So for example, ASTS here, I was playing for this flag to break out, this big range that we were in like this. And I kept seeing, oh man, we're like undercutting and they're offering it under the 100 level. But that was kind of where I thought the support was. And so I was buying these dips and I was trimming, but not selling completely on these rips. And so like this didn't scare me too bad when we pumped here and then dropped. I sold some at the previous high, 124, and then I bought some. I don't know, probably I think here, yeah, around 107 or so. And I'm thinking I'm trading around a range and I'm being responsible, but I'm kind of just ignoring what I'm seeing, which is that we just tried to consolidate at the top of this range, tried to break out and got smashed. So like that was kind of for me, like it was a little bit of an ego thing where it's like, I want this to work. I like it. I've been trading it well the past couple of days. I want to keep the ball rolling. And so then I got stuck holding the bag in here and I had to say, hey, well, I don't really get it, but the stock's going against me, so I have to size down. And then luckily that kept me out of the really brutal drawdown that we're kind of currently seeing with the offering after hours there yesterday. So that's kind of what I think was happening. The market was signaling participants, probably had hints or reasons to believe that there was something in the pipeline, some kind of offering, some reason to be scared, and they were distributing. And I felt like uneasy about it, and I should have listened to that, So I love that you're talking about, find one that's screaming to you because, a lot of them are just noisy, but it's not the right kind of noise that we're looking for, I guess. So I don't know. Always something to look for in these postmortems. Always something we can do better. This one was a little. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Uh, you know, um, oh, T-Mobile is. Did T-Mobile have earnings? It's just T, right? It is just T. Man, this one's screaming. I mentioned this one in Discord. What was it? 2 weeks ago? How's it doing? I actually haven't checked because it's in the boring port. Oh, baby. Yeah. Yeah, we like that. So I basically, why I was liking this one, I was seeing risk off names kind of catching bids. This one wasn't yet, but it was trading back into this gap. I could be cool and say I bottom ticked in the gap. No, I didn't. I waited till the end of the week and I said, "Oh, I was flipping through stuff on the Friday and going, "Oh man, this is breaking this range. This is a little double bottom range break, and oh, look where it filled. This seems to me that the path of least resistance is back on upwards and out in the high time frame." Oh, TMUS is T-Mobile. What am I looking at? What is T? What did I AT&T? Okay. I was like, did I just buy like some dog food store and it's for whatever reason it's the thesis is working even though I have no idea what I own. That's so funny. Okay. TMUS, thank you. These are boring. These are boomer stocks. Let's be real. Just because they're not moving like it right now doesn't mean that I should be expected to know this. But this is a beautiful chart. Look at this. This is wild. Where's my downtrend line? I'm losing my mind. There we go. This chart's got me feeling some type of way. I mean, that's a big old downtrend line. We call this a doom loop line. It's just in a doom loop until it can break over this thing, and then boom. Looks like a long-term bottom to me. So, what are the implications for a market that is potentially distributing, having big aggressive sell candles at the top of the current range, which has been ranging at for months, by the way. So you have that in the indices. And then you have charts like this. I'll give you another one. Charts like this in risk off sectors like consumer staples. This is Kraft Heinz here. You want to long some catch up with me, Josh? Hold hands and long some catch up. This looks really good. It's a romantic date. I just see like this looks like it's trying to carve out the bottom and push on through. And I'm seeing this in a lot of these names. What's Campbell's? I forget. CGI. I don't trade these. Where's my boring fundamental value traders? Promo, where are you? we have a couple value traders who just crush it, but I swear they're like 25 years old, but I just imagine them as like 70-year-olds just like in their retirement buying catch-up companies. Like, nope. They're just smarter than me. They're just making consistent money on easy trades. Another one, shout out ChemLife in my server too. Living up to his name, longing the chemical company Dow Industrials and just absolutely crushing it. He got in somewhere around 24. I followed a little later around 26, and that's just been screaming up to 34. So sometimes boring names can have very unboring moves. Always look. That's why I always look for these like sectoral scans, like where's money flowing to from what sector to what sector? Where's the kind of I'm trying to skate ahead of the puck essentially. Sometimes it works. Sometimes I kind of infer and overlay my own feelings on the data I'm seeing, and then I end up longing something like space into a momentum bloodletting here. So learning experience for sure. Wingstop's getting hit, not my wing. No, I don't know. I don't know on this, but yeah. Oh man. Yeah. No, absolutely. It reminds me of I remember when the tariffs hit and I saw a post that was like, I want 100% tariffs on everything. So my life is so hard that I have to lock in to levels that I've never seen before. And like that's like kind of it's like kind of a smaller version with inflation. Like I've been locking in the kitchen and cooking things I've never tried before. And that's been fun. So still silver linings, I guess, of dining out getting a lot more expensive for sure. Trying to cut back a little there myself. Um, so Wing, what is going on? It's wing and dinging on down here. I don't know. This is rough. Yeah. Swing. All right. Yeah. And what is that? Is that a Wayne's World? We just it's a Wayne's World themed. Yeah, I'm totally. I bet Mike would be super cool with it, but Lauren over there at SNL probably would have something to say. Business is business. Josh, it's funny you're talking about all some of the greats there. I was thinking, I was having a conversation recently. We're talking about like stand up and improv, and she's an improv girl. I know, right? But I was just thinking like, I was like, man, I don't really like improv that much. Not like into SNL. Then I was thinking, actually, I used to love watching like reruns of old SNL, like the Farleys, the Sandlers. I mean, there were so many amazing stars, and I don't know. Maybe I'm old. Maybe I'm old, and they're just as amazing nowadays. But it just doesn't do it for me anymore. What? How do you feel? Are you an improv guy? You like the sketches, or you more stand up? Oh, yeah. Mhm. Yeah, that was a slept on era. For me, that was high school. Like Jason Sudeikis, Kristen Wiig. Like I thought those were bangers, but I had high school brain, so who's to say? Oh, Tina Fey. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and Amy Poehler, both crushing it. Yeah, yeah. Mhm. Was that David Spade and Sandler? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just yeah, yeah. Right, and it's so interesting seeing how the day-to-day lives of people, like the kind of workflow and stuff, I feel like it's very had a big influence on the types of media people are gravitating to. And now we see a lot of the most influential people, they're podcasters, they're streamers. That's basically us, Josh, I mean, so it's interesting to see that kind of trajectory. I wonder what the implications will be there. Meanwhile, coin finally pushing on up through these pre-market highs, so finally got something to talk about here. I mean, I love just yapping with you, but man, w- Mhm. Yeah, 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 absolutely. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep an eye on this pivot level here because it was really cleanly defined here. The pop up and then this multiple wick consolidation here, and just this kind of ascending triangle look. I like this look. That's a very strong base. I like this so much more than if like this mid wick was pushed up and this wick was pushed up, and we'd have like an ascending, like a rising wedge type look. So I really like this flat pivot, and that keeps it in play for tomorrow. Often they will bring it back down. They can run it pre-market. Maybe market sells off again in the morning, and it comes back down to this pivot and gives us that nice little look there. So you mentioned ANET still cooking. Let her cook. She's trying to go for a new high. And yeah, I mentioned 153, I believe, in the 30s handle. 153.30-ish is going to be the level that is going to sweep. Probably there will be some sellers there, potential to squeeze straight through, but more likely some sell pressure there and consolidation around that 53-ish zone. Maybe overshoots to 155, but kind of what I'm looking for there. I'll pull back to the daily, give you guys a little perspective. So see, there's the spread. We can't see the daily candle because this is it's after hours a move, but you can see that spread bouncing around and it is negotiating those top wicks there. And to me, that looks like the seller, the passive seller that's trying to keep a cap on this thing right under this wick zone. Looks like he's getting cooked to me. And then my eye goes, okay, well, where's the next level to cook? Obviously, big one is going to be that wick at all-time highs. Usually there's going to be some intermediary level in between these two where that'll kind of catch and reject a little. So I see this imbalance here and where we start to really just fall off the face of the earth. So this is another area of interest, this little area at 155 to call it 157.50. So keep an eye on there. I think ANET's moving up on out of this kind of complex base, but a long base here. Long multi-month base should be good for a move up. That being said, I should pull back to the monthly. It's been a while since I really looked at this one. Yeah. You know that song Magnets, How Do They Work? You seen that meme? Oh, okay, well, I don't know. It's some guy in clown makeup rapping about magnets, and it's kind of the best thing I've ever seen. So definitely check that out. I think it's Insane Clown Posse. Throwback there for they were around when I was in high school. Anyways, I don't understand magnets outside of the market, but in the market, Josh, I think you nailed it there. They're just it's just like gravitational pull, and it's like what is making coin gravitate up like this? Well, we had this acting as a magnet. I'll zoom in for y'all. We had this blob, this white blob of volume down here acting as the magnet, pinning us here while we were consolidating. Then what happened? We said, all right, we're done. We're done consolidating. We're done battling these bears. These bears are wrong. And it's time to go up. There's more of us than you. We win. You lose. You get nothing. And now we're ramping. So what are they drawing to? Probably this magnet up here. So I want to see what it does at that 150 handle. And doesn't that make sense? If you bought the dip, you don't have to be a super technical guy. You can say, hey, I like the company. It's down. Earnings seem fine. I'm buying the dip. Where am I going to sell? Wow, it's working already. Well, let's see. Say I bought here. 8%. Oh, man. Let's check it on out on a 1 minute. Let's get in there. Woof. Oh, beautiful ramp there. And see, we are just subway surfing it up, these moving averages. If you have a really strong trend like this is what you want to see. Big surge up. Break the range. There will be sellers. Always sellers. We come back down. We find buyers off of this aggressively rising 9 moving average. It's aggressive, though. There's going to be volatility. So it runs too hot. It's going to run a little bit too cold here in terms of the with the new fair value that we're currently negotiating here. So came back to the next kind of point of interest, this 21, and on any time frame, this 21 moving average is going to be such a great kind of trend barometer. Okay, we did find a seller here. Where do we find it? Off the 155 handle that we were talking about. The 155, and more importantly, the 153. I think it's the zone over there where the sellers kind of got involved. So in my book, this looks like a 1, 2, 3 push up, and it probably needs to cool off. Doesn't mean it's going to revert the whole thing, maybe, but it looks strong. I would just like to see some sideways action here as we digest and these moving averages curl up on the higher time frames, just like they are on the lower time frames here. But hey, if it can hold the 9, then it's still game on. So we're going to definitely keep watching that bad boy there in the bottom middle. We have coin ripping and rolling in the top middle. AMAT's just resting. It'll move when it wants to, but that looks like a beautiful pennant here. Incredibly tight. Hard to fade the semis. I was saying, hey, maybe that's SMH looking a little double toppy. I don't care about being right. Josh, I'm wrong so often anyway. What's one more time? I want to make some money. That's what I'm here to do. So I'm totally fine having a thesis, having it be invalidated, like amazing earnings on AMAT here and looking for continuation. That's not telling me double top. That's telling me we're in a range. We're probably going higher. Not time to short. Yeah, they are. They did report. I didn't think to mention them because we only had so many spaces, but Thank you for reminding me. They did slip my mind when I was going through here. So the 25 handle just got plowed through there. Um, I will look for numbers in just a moment, but let's see where we're headed on a daily chart. This is just ugly, and this is one of those charts that every once in a while it starts looking really good, and then it just breaks that look. It just says, actually, psych, just kidding. Like double bottom, nice push, and then it's like, well, what are we doing here? Consolidating upwards without making a new high, without even testing this high, and it ended up being that head and shoulders and that it ended up playing out. So now this is spooky because we have the potential kind of actual full play out of the head and shoulders, where let's go to a monthly, where you're seeing something that I really don't like to see on a chart that I'm bullish on, and that is the breakdown of an amazing looking pattern. Because when patterns break, those reverse moves can be so explosive and violent. So, Josh, I am a cup and handle holic. That's like my favorite pattern for swing trades. So I was for months and months expecting this to eventually be a big complex cup and handle and break out way higher. You know, everybody and their mother is taking parlays left and right. I figured it's a pretty good place to be. Chart looks good, seems like a good industry. But you know what? Seems like that was mostly spin and narrative, and the chart is now showing me that I can't have that view anymore. Maybe DraftKings is a much longer term play, and it needs to make a higher low, maybe in 2026, 2027, before working its way on upwards and out of this big base. So gotta stick and move with the market. It seems like the market's not liking DraftKings there. Yeah. Uh, oh man, where are the numbers? Still not seeing them, but I'm a little bit. There they are. Okay. All right. So it looks like they met revenue estimate, beat EBITDA estimate by 27%, missed EPS by 41 cents, and I'm sorry, they missed the 41-cent estimate by 5 cents. For the reason being tax headwinds. The guide is what's killing them here, though. There was a there. Let's see, yeah, they missed on the annual revenue guide and annual EBITDA guidance. Revenue guide was a miss by 8.3%, and that EBITDA was a miss by 18.5%. So market is not happy. I'm going to read. This is somebody that is a pretty good follow. Stock market nerd. A little bit of his opinion here. Basically, trying to provide more context. He is saying that it's not a. You know what, Josh? I'm my dyslexia is getting ahead of me. I will get back to you on the summary of this in just a second. How are you feeling on DraftKings overall? You think there's any money in this business, or is it just a big yeah, 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 yeah? And it's interesting because DraftKings was always pitched as a disruptor, right? They were a disruptor. Well, who's getting disrupted now? Polymarket and Kalshi are coming in and taking their lunch. And so I think the thesis was that apparently state level volume, like the sportsbook volumes, were looking pretty resilient and strong amid that new, up and coming prediction market competition. But we saw just such increase in prevalence of that, where I mean, you saw Robinhood and Webull. I updated my Webull app, and all of a sudden they're trying to get me to bet on sports. Like I don't even think it's legal in in my state yet. I don't even know how it is, but I guess they have some. It's kind of like Uber, where it's like shoot first, ask questions later. We have a good legal team. We'll figure that out down the road. Um, Regardless, I mean, when Uber did that, it disrupted a lot of other industries because it is disruptive technology. If this betting market stuff, I think it's probably terrible for. I don't know. It makes me feel like a conservative. It's like terrible for the moral fabric of our country. I don't know. It's probably not the best thing, but regardless, I think we should be able to do it. And competition probably a good thing as long as regulation is in line. Yeah. Well, that's the craziest thing. So many people were doing this in these like you know, Cayman Islands registered offshore casinos where it's like they're definitely not paying taxes on that. So I wonder if, I mean, I think very likely the holdouts will eventually capitulate, like California, and it will be legal everywhere. I just don't know if we'll be placing those bets on DraftKings, to be honest. And sorry about the banging here, guys. They're working on the roof there, so I'll try to mute in between talking. Well, it worked out for a while. They were on their lunch break, I'm pretty sure, and it sounds like they just came back. So, luckily, we're almost wrapped up here. I will do my best to minimize that on my side, though. So yeah, DraftKings, I can't get involved. It feels like so the sharp change was about a month ago, apparently. Warning signs out of New York showed volume growth was starting to turn negative, and the slowdown was pretty aggressive. So it kind of caught the street off guard, it seems, and this earnings report is kind of locking that in. It seems like so for this guy, stock market nerd on Twitter, I've been following him for I don't know maybe 6 months. Pretty good stuff, and I guess he was a bull. I've heard him talking about it a few times, I think. But for him, disappointing deal breaker. And for him, he says it meant more risks to forward estimates and their cheap multiple likely not actually being as cheap as we thought. So that makes sense. And this is the game we're playing with earnings, and it's something that I'm still learning as well how these narratives get massaged and kind of played with going into earnings, into these binary prints, and how it's just it's interesting to see how the money will move and how you can, looking back in the postmortem and the analysis, kind of see these little tips of the hand, so to speak, that they kind of give us in these consolidations going into a print. When we're like, is it bullish? Is it bearish? Well, often, it can be really good for your studying to wait for it to play out and then go back and just take a look. No need to take the gamble, but good to get the information on what it looks like when a stock is setting up to trick people and look bullish and go bearish, or vice versa. So yeah, a lot of fake outs for earnings, a lot of flip points, pivot points, and stuff that are in play. Thank you. I'm a genius. What was the level you like there? 170? Yeah. Mm, yeah, making me hungry. I like it. So I'm also watching this the 50-month moving average, which is a 200-week moving average. That one's sitting neat and tidy right at 180, 182-ish right now. So that's an area where maybe we could undercut that, get into your sandwich zone, then whip back up, and you could buy that reclaim, or you could just blind buy it here because hey, it's Amazon. If you want to gamble, I sometimes do that on high quality companies where if it tanks another 5%, I just go, well, I'm annoyed, but I'm just gonna ride this out because sometime in the next year I'll be able to sell this for higher, and I'm not sizing too big, so it's not going to make or break me. So yeah, sizing always key. I'm with you on Amazon. I think that it's also just not a good mover compared to the other mega caps, which haven't really been the best movers compared to a lot of other shining areas of the market, leading areas. So I mean, I was kind of drawing this zone out while you were talking. I didn't actually hear your exact level. I knew it was somewhere in this zone. I just figured, hey, I bet if I draw this out, it'll be his zone and it'll also be the 50 fib. It's just like exactly in the middle there. It's just again, it's not, oh, Steve some genius. It's literally just like you see this so many times, and even this dummy starts picking up. You can teach an old dog a new trick every once in a while, and these 50% pullbacks Michael mentioned, that's where we caught at SPY before, eventually continuing to drift on down into the end. But there was a couple hours where we held that level admirably, and it shows that these levels are you should have them on your charts. These magical fibs, baby. I think I'm starting to be known as like a fib trader, which I've never really considered myself, but I mean, I do use them very frequently. So I'll take that. I'll take the crown there. Oh, the curse! I'm so sorry, Josh. I'm ruining the flow here. I'm just hearing him hammering right over my head. Sorry. Could you repeat the question? Oh man, oh man. So yeah, no, all really good stuff there. I had something to say. I totally totally forgot it. Forgive me there. Coin though, it's just looking so constructive. We got the little wick back look into that pivot, into that zone, into that sandwich. Oh, what I was gonna say is you were talking about how not a coincidence how these zones line up, these areas of influence line up, and I'll take it a little bit further. I got my fundamental trader bros in my server. And you know what? It's crazy how often we arrive at the same valuation. And I'm not reading a single fundamental report, and they're not looking at any of the indicators I'm looking at to arrive there. So it's just I think that it's kind of in this complex machine of a market. It's kind of like in the same way that price will magnet to a level, will gravitate to a level. I feel like markets gravitate towards coherence, towards like an agreement between the bulls and the bears. And when you're seeing so many different systems lining up like that, that's coherence in the market of different types of traders all coming together and saying, yeah, well, you look at the mountain from this side, I look at it from this side, but we're both seeing the mountain. We're both thinking it's going up. So it's just it's fascinating how it works. Um, that's all I got. It's fascinating. Yeah. Yeah. Gee. Yeah. Absolutely. Mhm. Mhm. Wow. Beautiful. No, I love it. I love it. So we're basically using the market as like an aggregation of educated professionals, because that's who's primarily trading these educated professionals. Trading something they know about. Um, so we are aggregating like that, and I kind of call it, it's like the Colgate guarantee. I'm looking for that 4 out of 5 dentists agree. Like that kind of thing. Where if we have that consensus, then there's a lot more to go on, and it's just confluence in general. So always stack the odds in your favor. Something like that. Yeah, some Star Wars type stuff. I love it. Very cool. Yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly. I love it. I'm here for it. I still rock my PlayStation handle too. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I've had a good time. Always do with you. Always do with everybody who comes on. We got a good crew here. So thank you guys. Any closing words here, Josh? Weird. Yeah. Oh, I'm with you, brother. Yeah, no big sports here. I think we got some rain due, so I'm planning on catching up on some reading and doing some stretching. I've been having too much desk time here, so I'm gonna take care of myself for once, and then we're gonna hit it hard Tuesday. It's gonna be good. We're gonna make some money. Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Left turn. Left turn. What's next? Another left turn. Whoa. Ooh, yeah. Oh man. Man. I would totally be the guy who's like, "This seems silly. This seems dumb," and I'd get there and I'd be so pumped. So, yeah, yeah, mhm, yeah. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Take care now. We are off. Great stream as usual. All right. I don't know what to do with my hands. I gotta rewatch it. Endlessly quotable. All right, man. I'm burning the candle at both ends here, so I'm gonna go get some rest. But thank you for being my rock, so I can be a little spacey. Sounds good. Take care, man.
PABM. Big spread. HXHX. 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 Ciao. JDZG. 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 HXHX. Ruby. HXHX. HXHX. RIBN. Brothers. Watch the spread. Brothers. Big spread. AMAT. Watch the spread. AMAT. Watch the spread. AMAT. Big spread. HXHX. AMAT. Big spread. MGRT. Big spread. MGRT. JDZG. HXHX. Ciao. Flux. RIBN. RIBN. JDZG. CRSR. MGRT. Flux. MGRT. JDZG. JDZG. CRWV. Flux. AMAT. Watch the spread. AMAT. Watch the spread. HXHX. JDZG. Flux. JDZG. JDZG. HXHX. JDZG. HXHX. MGRT. Watch the spread. MGRT. Watch the spread. MGRT. Big spread. ONMD. MGRT. Big spread. ONMD. JDZG. HXHX. ONMD. Rhyme. Rhyme. HXHX. JDZG. CRWV. Watch the spread. Rhyme. MGRT. Big spread. Rhyme. HXHX. JDZG. BMNR. NVCR. Big spread. JDZG. 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 Rhyme. JDZG. HXHX. JDZG. 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 Card. Watch the spread. HXHX. Rhyme. MGRT. Big spread. MGRT. Big spread. MGRT. Big spread. MGRT. Mu. Big spread. Rhyme. HXHX. ABNB. Watch the spread. Rhyme. ABNB. Watch the spread. ABNB. Big spread. Chow. Chow. Rhyme. Rhyme. NVCR. RIBN. JDZG. HXHX. Rhyme. JDZG. 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 Chow. HXHX. HXHX. Chow. HXHX. Chow. CRSR. AMAT. MGRT. Big spread. RIBN. ONMD. Flux. ONMD. Flux. Flux. Card. Big spread. RIBN. JDZG. 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 Rhyme. RIBN. Rhyme. RIBN. JDZG. RIBN. Ciao. JDZG. POAS. Big spread. POAS. DBGI. Big spread. DBGI. Rhyme. POAS. Frog. Big spread. Frog. Big spread. Frog. Big spread. JDZG. Flux. Rhyme. HXHX. MGRT. Big spread. Ciao. RIBN. CRSR. CRSR. MGRT. ABNB. Watch the spread. MGRT. JDZG. JDZG. RIBN. MGRT. CRSR. RIBN. HXHX. HXHX. ABNB. Watch the spread. Ciao. MGRT. Watch the spread. OCG. ANET. Watch the spread. JZXN. CRM. Big spread. JDZG. DBGI. JZXN. MGRT. MGRT. Flux. MGRT. Feed. CRSR. JDZG. JZXN. CRSR. RIBN. Wrap. Big spread. Wrap. Watch the spread. Wrap. Watch the spread. BMNR. Roku. Big spread. Chow. RIBN. Roku. MGRT. Watch the spread. HXHX. CRSR. JDZG. HXHX. CRSR. Chow. JDZG. JDZG. RIBN. MGRT. AMAT. Watch the spread. CRSR. ABNB. Watch the spread. MGRT. Big spread. FSLY. BRLS. ABNB. Watch the spread. FSLY. CRSR. HXHX. JDZG. CRSR. CRSR. JDZG. BRLS. Feed. Rhyme. Ruby. Big spread. CRSR. Rhyme. CRSR. PACB. Rhyme. 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 RIBN. Flux. RIBN. MGRT. AMAT. Big spread. MGRT. Big spread. MGRT. RIBN. NVCR. RIBN. Flux. Rhyme. Flux. HXHX. CNVS. MGRT. Rhyme. MGRT. Chow. HXHX. HXHX. JDZG. MGRT. Big spread. Chow. HXHX. MGRT. Watch the spread. MGRT. Big spread. CVRX. Watch the spread. Brothers. LYB. Watch the spread. MGRT. Big spread. Rhyme. Chow. MGRT. Big spread. Souls. Watch the spread. Roku. Watch the spread. JDZG. MGRT. Big spread. CRSR. MGRT. Big spread. CNVS. IRDM. Watch the spread. Chow. JDZG. MGRT. Big spread. BMNR. MGRT. Big spread. ANET. Big spread. HXHX. JDZG. JDZG. MGRT. JDZG. Horus. MGRT. FSLY. RZLT. TEAD. HXHX. JDZG. ANET. Watch the spread. JDZG. BNAI. JDZG. Ciao. JDZG. MGRT. Big spread. BMNR. ABNB. Watch the spread. ABNB. Big spread. FSLY. JDZG. BMNR. BMNR. PCOR. BNAI. BNAI. HXHX. BMNR. HXHX. PCOR. Watch the spread. MGRT. Big spread. LRCX. Watch the spread. BOXL. BOXL. Agio. JDZG. HLP. HXHX. JDZG. JDZG. What? HLP. Flux. ABNB. Watch the spread. AMAT. HXHX. Rhyme. JDZG. MGRT. Big spread. MGRT. Big spread. Ciao. Rhyme. Rhyme. LRCX. Watch the spread. LRCX. Watch the spread. JDZG. HXHX. JDZG. JDZG. BNAI. ABNB. Watch the spread. FSLY. Rhyme. JDZG. Rhyme. JDZG. JDZG. CRSR. MGRT. Big spread. JDZG. JZXN. SAGT. Mu. Big spread. RIBN. FSLY. JDZG. JDZG. BMNR. MGRT. CRSR. JDZG. JDZG. Flux. ABNB. Watch the spread. FSLY. CRWV. Watch the spread. JDZG. MGRT. HXHX. JDZG. POAS. JDZG. 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 MGRT. Big spread. JDZG. JDZG. Chow. MGRT. JDZG. FSLY. TNON. CRWV. Watch the spread. FSLY. ABNB. Big spread. FSLY. SPHR. Watch the spread. NBIS. CRSR. CRSR. RIBN. MGRT. Big spread. SPHR. Big spread. OSCR. CRSR. CRSR. AMAT. Big spread. Mu. Big spread. VVPR. JDZG. CRM. Watch the spread. MBOT. JDZG. FSLY. JZXN. JDZG. FWDI. IMUX. Ciao. NVO. MGRT. Big spread. Crocs. Watch the spread. ANET. Rhyme. CRSR. HXHX. CRSR. Oris. JDZG. HXHX. JDZG. JDZG. HXHX. CRSR. JDZG. 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 LGCL. Big spread. LGCL. JDZG. 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 NVCR. HXHX. RIBN. CRSR. And and AMAT. Watch the spread. HXHX. ABNB. Watch the spread. ISSC. Watch the spread. CRSR. NVCR. Chow. JDZG. Boris. JDZG. 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 HXHX. CRSR. IRDM. Big spread. NAM. RIBN. CRSR. JDZG. Chow. Chow. CRSR. CNVS. Rhyme. Chow. Chow. RIBN. Chow. AMAT. Big spread. Chow. Chow. AMAT. Watch the spread.
Talking about the halt down strategy. So when you see these big gaps up from halts up, your very first red candle down that we halt down, 9 times out of 10, you're going to get a massive halt down on top of it, or gap down. So say we fly halt down at, let's just call it 2150. We'll probably gap down to like 1750. No lie. Like it'll just be a mass. And then it'll probably run into another halt down. And then you are in the green and loving life. But yeah, it's like I'm right there with these, not really gapping up a lot. It runs into another halt up. That will end, in my opinion, soon. This is a huge move, like you saw yesterday with Kicks and KXIN. It had a top and then it had a bloodbath. And so I've gotten so far literally almost.
I love hearing that from you. The objectivity. Like I'm just going to take the short, when this thing, you work both sides of it. I love it.
So I'm ready to get out of this long because it is starting to. It's already like worrying me. Oh, here we go. We're live. We are live. We are live here, team. And I just sold 25 more shares at $29.17. I am up $287 on 25 shares. Is this bonkers? I don't know, but I think it is. Let's go. Wow, this is absolutely
congrats.
Real.
Oh. Work. I closed mine, by the way. But I am going to revisit it when it starts going down. I'm getting that money back.
Yeah. There's going to be some yesterday. Oh, come on, Joshua. I thought it was SLGB. Oh, I didn't. Oh, it's SLG. I didn't put the B in. Let me put the B in the green and loving life.
MGRT.
Oh, but I think it is
spread
in the green and loving life. But yeah, it's like I'm right there with these, not really gapping up a lot. It runs into another halt up. That will end, in my opinion, soon. This is a huge move, like you saw yesterday with Kicks and KXIN. It had a top and then it had a bloodbath. And so I've gotten so far literally.
I love hearing that from you. The objectivity.
JDZG.
Like I'm just going to take the short. When this
MGRT.
thing, you work both sides.
Watch
of it.
the spread.
So it's like I'm ready to get out of this long because it is starting to it's already like worrying me. Oh, here we go. We're live. We are live. We are live here, team. And I just sold 25 more shares at $29.17. I am up $287 on 25 shares. Is this bonkers? I don't know, but I think it is. In the green and loving life. But yeah, it's like I'm right there with these, not really gapping up a lot.
JDZJ.
It runs into another halt up. That will end, in my opinion, soon. This is a huge move, like you saw yesterday with Kicks and KXIN. It had a top, and then it had a bloodbath. And so I have gotten so far, literally.
I love hearing that from you. The objectivity. Like, I'm just going to take the short. When this thing, you work both sides of it. I love it.
So it's like I'm ready to get out of this long because it is starting to it's already like worrying me. Oh, here we go. We're live. We are live. We are live here, team. And I just sold 25 more shares at $29.17. I am up $287 on 25 shares. Is this bonkers? I don't know, but I think it is. Let's go. Wow, this is absolutely
congrats.
Real.
Work. I'd close mine, by the way. But I am going to revisit it when it starts going down. I'm getting that money back.
Yeah, there's going to be some blood on this, but like Tack said, or if it was smoked tuna, this has that BNAI potential
LRCX.
Where this could, and that's
Big
why
spread.
I'm going to start saving shares now. Now I'm up so much that I'm in 25 shares, but I'm going to go over here to 5 shares and scale out 5 times with 5 shares. And hope to hold 5 of those shares if we do see somehow 35 to 50 break. And yeah, no, I'm not re-entering this trade. Anyone out there listening at this point, if you're looking to trade this, you better be waiting for the short, like myself. Even when we start crazy going down. And you know what? I would be 2 for 2 right now. I'm so worried about this. I just canceled my feed orders. Did anyone take the feed trade? I had orders at 345. Where's reset? Where's my chat at? No, I'll have to show you. I'll show you my field or canceled orders. I had orders right through here to get filled. Let me show you the sandwich area team that I had orders all day long to get filled. I'm working TCGL, so I don't care about it. I'll show you where I got filled yesterday on SLGB.
JDZJ.
So right here, old resistance right here, team, right there at 345 becomes new support at 340. This play went from $2 up to $4.50.
CRSR.
Let me freaking show you SLGB yesterday, team, and you are going to freak the F out. Look at SLGB yesterday. Let me zoom out here so you can see this play yesterday. Oh, come on, Joshua. I thought it was SLGB. Oh, I didn't know it's SLGB. I didn't put the B in. Let me put the B in. SLGB. Why? SLGB. There we go. Why is this not coming in?
BNAI is selling off under the previous close, by the way. I'm going to revisit BNAI. I like it on the bottom trend.
All right, let me just show you this. Now look at SLGB yesterday. Bro, Kevin, check it out. Old resistance at 340. New support at 340. Goes flying up. This play is going from 2 to 4. Just like feed today. I called this out on my live stream. Literally, I said, watch feed do the same exact thing SLGB did yesterday. I got filled there at 340 for the pop up to 390. And I said, hey, I like the bounce play below the VWAP. I like old resistance, new support at 340. And we took the bounce play there. And now look today on FE or FEED here, the same move from 2 to 4 plus. And then you got to zoom in to see it a little bit better today. Old resistance,
CRSR.
new support right here. And then it's almost the same time as yesterday. About 30 minutes later, we come down, bounce at the same 340 mark.
CGTL.
Kevin, how repetitional are stocks? Look at the It's the same thing. Day in, day out. This is the same exact ticker essentially from yesterday with SLGB doing the same thing, but it's different letters. It's feed today.
Right.
This is, and it's going to almost back up to that same 390 support shelf that we saw yesterday. I can't even.
Pattern recognition. And SLGB the last 3 days had a morning spike. So it's, recognizing that too. I mean, how often are we having a morning spike day by day on this
MGRT.
particular ticker?
Watch the
and
spread.
then a very similar pattern on feed. Yeah, good work.
Brother, what a freaking day. Dun, 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 dun. Man,
It's going to be a sweet, dude, TCGL.
HXHX.
It's going to be a really sweet day when this thing, when the blood comes in here, man. I'm going to be hitting it on the short side again. I'm going to revisit it. GCTS at $1.57 right now.
HXHX.
All eyes are TCGL. It's top of the leaderboard. Feed is hanging out in there.
MGRT.
3.7s.
Big spread.
Texas Sega changed my life. I was playing Nintendo and Atari and Super Nintendo before I had my Sega. But yeah, I love some Sega. Yes. I mean, are you kidding me? I played so much Sonic. Dun, 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 dun. And even like yesterday, me and Avery were talking about like just songs. I think I just said thongs on excellent songs that get stuck in your head. And man, yeah, it's one of those things where I love those old school, late '80s, early '90s. I don't know if there's a certain game or console that changed my life, but those were the days. Arcades too. How arcades were so cool back in the day. All the noises, that you'd walk in and hear or whatever. Oh yeah, those are the good old days. Good old days. Yep. And then real quickly, trade the pool. I want to talk about this before we forget. It goes all the way up.
ABMB.
Get ready. Earnings
Watch the
challenge. February all through February. If there's a trading day in February, there's a challenge going on with Trade the Pool. Live earnings coverage, challenges, awesome rewards. Be sure to register. There's the link. Go register. Get ready for February. It's going to be fun today, this afternoon.
ASAN.
Of course, as always, you'll have my man. Money Mitch. We got Money Steve. We'll call him that. He needs to come up with a cool nickname. Steve the Achieve, I think, is one of the TB Holdings came up with yesterday. Steve the Achieve. But again, join this afternoon for Power Hour. That'll lead right into after hour earnings with my man right here beside me, Kevin Avery, or of course maybe above me is right now. I think he was beside me earlier, but he's above me now. He'll be going live with my man Steve the Achieve this afternoon. So get ready for that. Will be some fun. TCGL though, brother. I can't remember the last time I was part of a 10-point mover, but I can't
remember the last time a ticker went up straight up multiple
FSLY.
hundreds of percent with not even
ANET.
one sell order.
Big spread.
I haven't even seen a sell order on this.
Oh gosh, yeah. And so this may come live we're going to a 10-minute halt, or 10 minutes. So it'll be 15 after 44 seconds. 15 after 44 seconds.
But of course, there's no there's no news here. Who needs news?
RIBN.
It's not like we're collaborating with any companies here, like collaborating with Microsoft and just selling off. It's just no. We don't need news. Fundamentals. GCT has good work, Crow.
CRSR.
Good work, Crow, on that.
Good job.
GCTS going up there. Now flip short.
ANET.
BNAI, I
Big
still
spread.
like that chart, dude. Guys, the multi-day
RIBN.
chart. That I do have a small short on right now. I'll lean into it if we start seeing continual profit taking.
Carlo's loving the TCGL talk. I mean, it's good.
HXHX.
It's so funny. You're frozen, Josh. You're frozen.
Rhyme.
Carlo, I'm glad you're having fun with this. I mean, I'm having fun with it. I'm good and green, so thankfully I'm having fun with it too. Maybe you have to apply the risk. You got to apply the risk here. When we get anomalies like this, you just got to know your risk. Set it. I did that. We did that with Feed, did that with TCGL, and then TIRX was a beauty. So proper risk management will say whenever you get your winners, let them run, and your losers, make sure they're very defined. Like the losers have to be very defined, the winners not so much, because clearly right now this is a perfect example with Josh. This is like
CRSR.
you took your profits, but you're letting pieces run that are just keep running irrationally, because sometimes you get these, like this could QMMM and just go to $500, and so,
what I'm going to say I'll probably still at this because I have 25 left. As soon as this goes live, and if it does look like it's going to race into another halt,
POAS.
I'm immediately going to sell sell 5 at a time as we run into new halts. If we start ever looking like we're going into a halt down, what I'll probably do is just sell boom, 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 sell 4, so I'm down to 5 shares, because this still could bounce off a 20s area somewheres, and we could halt down once at some point and then go. I've seen that before because we're up so high now. We may get one halt sell-off candle and then immediately fly into more halts up. So just be aware of that too as well for shorters at this point. To me, the good shorts when it comes back under that last pure, I would say resistance here in that 2250 area or even back under 20. So just be careful trying to short this top anytime soon, because this is getting to that crazy parabolic state, in my opinion. Crazy.
Carlo, are you trading this?
Yeah, right.
Careful over there. I mean, I'm just looking at your chart, Josh. I mean, this is straight up. This is
JZXN.
absolutely just straight
JDZG.
Yeah, this is Yeah, this is
Euphoria,
awesome.
madness,
JDZG.
euphoria. I mean, this just cracks me up. Again, it's not cracking you up if you're not managing risk well. So just make sure you know your risk levels. Let's see, 11:15:46 is the open, 11:15:46, and 29:32 is what I'm showing, which has been slightly inaccurate. Which sometimes if they're
MGRT.
AMEX,
Watch the
Amex,
spread.
they're not very accurate with those halt resume prices. I'm not
Yeah,
sure if this.
anymore. When it gets this kind of crazy,
PRHI.
I've seen them just not be that accurate once we get these really weird parabolic movers out of nowhere. Yep, hard to trade those blow so fast. So stop. You need to go down and set a couple of stops. Triggers the first one good, but not exactly. Yeah, Larry, for sure. And yeah, early good job, Smoke Tuna on the call out there. Good job on the call out, my man.
I didn't mean long, Carlo. I meant short. Come on, the dark side.
CNVS.
TCGL. Yeah, this is going to provide a good opportunity once we start seeing, because normally what happens when you get overextended like this, and we should open up
JDCG.
here in 15 seconds or so, when everyone profit takes, it's a bloodbath. Typically, everybody takes
My
profits.
internet went out there for a minute. Sorry, my internet went out there, and I don't know what's going on, but man, the last day or two, the internet's been wacky, wiki weird with the whole. I don't know if it's weather, it has to deal with the weather and the ice and the snow and the sleet stuff. But yeah, so I just lost internet, so that scared the you know what out of me, because I was like, oh no, hold on here, I'm still in 25 shares here, and then you can see
you're in from 18, right?
Yeah, oh, I know I'm good. Yeah, but it doesn't show. That's why I was like, where did? Because usually it'll show my exits here as well, but when you reset or restart your TTP, they go away, unfortunately. But you can still see my entry price.
Big spread.
I did like seeing my. It is cool to see your exits there on the way up. You know, when you see them where you're scaling out at, and it shows it. I love that.
Oh yeah, your chart looks beautiful. GCTS straight up, guys, straight up. Still GCTS semiconductor 177 right now. Crow, you were trading this very well. Are you still scaling out, or you took all profits? It looks like it's approaching some levels. Looking
CNVS.
left. Let me know if TCGL opens up. I'm just doing a little analysis on this. Yeah, GCTS. It looks like we got some levels looking left on the daily chart. 1.8 looks key. They announced an agreement with the leading satellite communication provider to accelerate global 5G connectivity. Was the news this morning? GCTS semiconductor.
Okay.
OXLC.
But yeah, again a bit extended off of the trend it's been on. Getting close to that 2 area though. And 1.8 looks like a level to be mindful of. Volume just ramped into the 2 millions though, right there. GCTS.
Ciao.
Yeah, usually we'd already talk about the call-in show. That's still coming up, obviously, in about 40 minutes or 45 minutes. How
Watch the spread.
Do you trade earnings reports? That's kind of a good question there from Kevin, since we're getting into that. I was like, that's a great idea. How do you trade them? Do you trade them? Have you traded them in the past? You can give us stories of your earnings reports trades, and if you do still currently trade them, what's your approach? What's your edge? How do you trade them? What are you looking for? Earnings season. What a day to start off earnings yesterday on the show. I mean, Meta setting the bar. You know, Meta and IBM. You know, Meta with the $100 reversal goes down all the way to 637, reverses all the way back up to 637 or 737 plus. So over $100, move yesterday overall from the range from Meta and the earnings. So some big shoes to fill coming up from the rest of these tickers.
Random volume on RPGL. It's like a 50-cent ticker, but just be mindful of that power company. RPGL.
0546, by the way, 0546 is the halt up time. So if we resume here, that would be 2046 for TCGL. And I definitely want to go live here at a 15-minute halt. I don't want to go too much longer than that, because I could definitely see some selling big time. Yeah. Which is fine. I've gotten my move. I've gotten my move on her, but I'm just letting everyone know out there what to anticipate for TCGO 0546.
So being the halt expert that you are, if the longer the halt, what does that typically result in, you think? Like if
it gets past 15 minutes, that 10, some people say 10, that's here and there. You get to 15 plus. Like if we go to a 20-minute halt here, I guarantee you this turns red. It will 100% turn red and go straight. I say 100%, very high likelihood. When they go to 30 plus minutes or more, that's where things get super scary, and this play can maybe see a massive gain. And you'd be like, what? How's it gapping down? I've seen it before where they're halted for a long period of time, 30 plus minutes, and they actually gap down. So we could see that. That's usually where we're actually already halting down. But yeah, if 5 minutes is fine, 10 minutes is fine. It's that 15 plus where it starts to. I get a little worried and a little sketched. Like,
FSLY.
okay, we need to start to go live here soon. If you are long, now, of course, I'm already at multiple points, 10 plus points, 12 points, whatever. So I'm good to go. I'm at most of my majority of my shares. But say you are trading a halt and that ever comes into play, and you are in a play. If you get past 15 minutes, you definitely, your palms may get sweating, and there could be a good reason why. And so you could definitely start seeing some reversal on it after that.
I'm salivating over here. I mean,
big spread.
No, I'll take 2 L's before I blacklist something, but I'm not really going to scale you for it at this point. I'm looking for what Josh is saying. Once we start getting that profit taken coming in, I'm salivating. My palms are getting sweaty. Knees are heavy. We should. So 30 seconds. 30 seconds. We'll see if we open up here. 29.32 is what I'm showing. Hasn't necessarily been accurate. Could be like what Josh is saying. We could see our first gap down. Let's see what we get, traders.
Let's see what we get.
Mamo.
Down here. OBS going there. Get my live stream on this audio here. Forgot to turn it on for him.
Paula, it depends on the strategy. Let's see if we open up. I'll explain in just a second.
JDZG.
I think I heard your parrot in the background.
That was
saying, take profit. Take profit. Take profit.
That's my dog. She's probably yelling at the dogs.
Sony.
We're halted longer.
What's weird is, come on. I figured right here, like, this is not good. That's why I'm glad I got out majority of my share size right here, because now this is where I go, man, come on. And we have seen this from time to time. There are instances where we get random resumption time. So that's why you can see where my mouse is at. It is on the sell button. So if this just randomly comes live, which happens, it's probably 3% of tickers I've seen throughout the hundreds and hundreds of plays that have halted up. 3% to 5%, you'll just be like, oh, it's live now. And it'll be like 11-minute 47 resumption, or it'll be a 18-minute 22-second resumption, just kind of like out of nowhere, right?
Yeah, so we got to keep eyes on it. Oh, Paul, you were asking. So, yeah, Larry had a good point there, referencing laddering the stops, like a few different stops. That's a great approach.
HXHX.
Very wise to do that. Because how often do you get top ticked? I mean, there was like weeks straight where I just kept getting top ticked, utilizing like single exits. But if you ladder them, let's say you have 500 shares and you do just like 100 here, 100 here, 100 here, you just break it up into 5 different pieces, then it's allowing some variance, some variability, it just flexibility on that trade. You're still maintaining proper risk management. You're just saying, I don't need to, it's just applying range. I don't need to stop at this exact penny everything. Just let's stop in this range. Because sometimes we've seen in this market how choppy it's been, and that's why I've been doing the slow scale approach anyways on a lot of the setups, which has been working out just fine.
Rhyme.
But yeah, now, man, okay, yeah, now what is this? 20 minutes? 11, 25, 46.
Thank you there, Ryan. Josh has a beautiful singing voice. He's a mix between Fergie and Jesus. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm telling you, one day we're going to get that stock trading album going. You'll be featured on a song for sure, okay? You're going to be featured on a song. You're going to be, I don't know, we'll figure out what it is, but you're going to be featuring KA47. That'll be your rap name. KA47. K74. AK47 and KA74 present to you the stock trading mix album you've been waiting for.
That's our next live event, Orlando.
Ciao.
Yeah.
Hey, scream at me if that opens up. I'm gonna review a couple tickers.
Yeah, go ahead and show you. You can show your screen if you want to. Yeah, I'm stuck on. I'm glued to this. So if you want to go and show some other stuff, go ahead.
Rhyme.
I am glued to Mr. TCGL. I said, give it to me, baby. I can't leave you.
Yeah. GCTS still at highs right now. This thing's consolidating nicely, getting bought up on dips. 1.8, it's holding up. Looks like, 2 could be a gravitational pull. Let's monitor the 2 area GCTS where a lot of traders are right now. And you can tell the volume. Look at the volume like ramping on that.
HXHX.
Volume ramping on GCTS. So just be mindful of that. Let's see what feed's doing. Feed is likely to hold. It's got so many shorts underwater, in my opinion. that even like any weakness that it looked like it had some decent weakness cracking under levels, and it's just
SMFG.
getting bought back up. I think shorts are underwater there.
BMLR.
This was a decent looking short play similar to TIRX this morning. The hangover setups, what I've been trading for a while, and so I know a lot of shorts like those setups similar to this
SMFG.
TIRX I was in, which
HXHX.
just halt, which had the halt down, and it's at 11 cents right now. Has had no buying on it. So that's one thing that invalidates that hangover trade. I will
SKM.
say is just
Big
volume.
spread.
If an influx of volume comes in, it's done. Like that's the strategy's not in effect anymore. It's null and void. All right, TCGL.
SKM.
Let's see.
Watch the
that
spread.
one's about to come back our way.
And what I'm going to do with TCGL is I've now moved it to 10 shares. I got still in 25 shares, 1768 entry. I'm going to scale out 10, 10, and I'm going to leave that 5 like I talked about. So as soon as this goes live, I'm going to take 10. I don't care where this opens up at. As soon as this goes live, I'm taking 10. We'll see if it goes down, then I'll take another 10. If it goes into a halt down, that's fine. I'm still going to leave 5 just in case something crazy happens, later today, because I'm in such a good position at that 1760 mark.
HURA.
I say such a good. It'd be great to be at like 10 or 11 or 12.
SMFG.
Holy moly. Yeah. You would see me going bonkers over here.
I know. It's so nice when you're in a position you can just set. I mean, obviously this is going to be probably going from halt to halt. So even setting a stop is kind of tricky, probably because if you set a stop, even break even, it could just open up points below that. I don't know. How would you set a stop, or are you just going to monitor the rest of these shares?
Just monitor
because of the nature. Yeah, just the nature of the trade. It's too tough. Man,
Yep. And they're going past 20-minute halt now. So now we're going to that 25-minute halt. And again, just your eyes on it. I'm just glued to this. This could open at any time now. This then, again, like I talked about at this point, most likely 100%, whether we gap down or not, it's going to see red out of the gate here. I don't see how it wouldn't. Being halted this long, it's going to scare a lot of long traders, even traders like myself that are in a good position. It doesn't matter. We know we've seen this halt this long. We've traded this before. That's probably why the reason we're in where we're in right now, because I've traded this for a while. Most traders, if they got in at 1760, if anyone got in where I got in, most probably still aren't in. They already got out.
Spread.
But the ones that have traded this long enough know this is probably going to see a sell-off really heavily once we open up here, because traders across the board, especially those that are newer trading this, they're going to immediately, when they see red, they immediately will just jump on and sell too as well. Oh, it's going down. That like I did when I was a newer trader and first started. Red means what? It's going down. So you immediately just take your shares. Even if I was long on a great play like FEWE, FWED.
That's headed up right now. Yeah.
Great play, though. Great play. GCTS, a little bit of red right there coming back on down. Feed. Beautiful bounce play at 340. Wish I wouldn't have canceled my orders. Of course, here just so concentrated on TCGL. And of course, streaming live at the same time, helping you guys out. But that was money. I had, of course, I just re-alerted what I had over earlier in this stream, and of course on my own live stream that I have, because I actually did move my orders down to the 340 area, and then TCGL got involved with it. It's like, okay, I'm just going to cancel feed and then really concentrate on this crate. This play because it's halting. I need my full attention here.
JDZG.
Feed, God, beautiful play here, absolutely gorgeous. This is the best chart of the day in my opinion for longs and shorts. You got some not short so far. You got some good shorts up top, but the best long play, we can definitely say that. GTCS, to me, the second best long play of the day.
JDZG.
But they're both pretty much A1, AB. Those are the two plays I'd be looking at.
JDZG.
If you're looking for long.
Yeah, so I hate I hate tunneling one ticker. You guys just realized, Josh and I, that with TCGL, this opportunity does not come around often. I mean, this 10 to 30 in the time frame, like the 10 to 30 within a few minutes within those halts. I mean, there's a huge opportunity here. So that's why we're laser focused on this play, TCGL. BNAI is working. I put a small position in the background, BNAI, if you guys like that setup. I mean, that one's kind of bleeding out too. It's right on trend from the multi-day trend. And if it cracks under that, it's likely just going to continue to bleed lower. This TCGL this thing might be halted into the call-in show. But yeah, traders, let us know.
Yeah, I'm sitting here just like in the call-in show, and I'm not even talking. I'm just sitting here just waiting for it to go like, sorry, guys, y'all just talk it up. I'm waiting for this to go live over here. Good to go, though, now.
WDC.
It does suck that it's been halted for so long, but it is what it is, and you just take that with part of the, the trading. Get this, obviously, like you're saying, there's 1 minute time frame to 20-minute time, or 50-minute, 100-minute. It doesn't matter, hour time for whatever. It's all green on the way up. There's like no red. There's no red here. It is straight green. When we moved from the 875 area and moved up through 10. I mean, monster move right here. Absolutely monster. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream today. Giving you a little bit of, I know, one ticker, but boy, this is fun when you, like you said, you get one ticker.
One ticker madness.
Yeah.
One ticker madness with
MGRT.
Josh and Kevin.
Big spread.
Hey, if I had, like I said, I could have this. I wish I had BNAI every single day and it'd sprinkle in some TCG. I was like, as in BNAI last Friday, right? BNAI last Friday, great chart throughout the day. Then the after hours explosion, man. If I could have that every day, well, of course every day, then I'd get, you'd get used to it.
I see what you're seeing with Crow DCX. Yeah, going sideways. A pop over through VWAP through highs 4.5s definitely could get some attention there. So DCX, yeah, it's in that price range, has that float. A lot of those gurus look for. So
I've got a forever line in on the SPY at 84.50. Low of days 84.83. So nice. I don't keep too many lines. I call them forever lines. Your horizontal support resistance lines. You kind of go back to those pivot points, almost right down to it on the dot, and now bouncing off of that. Of course, now back up in the 688s. But nice move there. I love just kind of going back through. Oh wow, I just now realized that actually bounced at one of my forever lines pretty much. So nice, good move there. Big crack today on the SPY and sell off. Bloody as we were talking about earlier across the board. And boy, just so you know, we're heading into that 30-minute halt here for TCGL. So TCGL now past the 25-minute halt, moving into a 30-minute halt here. I wish I would have sold maybe more shares there at 29. I don't know where this is going to open up now. I have no idea where this is going to open up at for sure.
JDZG.
Well, we talked about it earlier, what could happen. And I said, hey, we moved to that 30-minute halt. And I don't really see too many plays that are halted up this high, halted up more than 30 minutes, unless it's pending news or we go into a T12. Which say at least I've locked up most shares. It doesn't ruin my account, being that it's not a lot that I'll have sitting out there, but yeah, here we go.
T12s are not T12s are not fun unless you're short.
JDZG.
I have been, so this trader I know, he took a heavy short on a ticker that went T12, and JDZG. Any day it opens, he's going to be up like 50K. He was that heavy on it. But the thing is, it's like JDZG. You're stuck without that capital for months. I mean, those T12s go for months. So I was doing a little digging. TCGL October 15th did an offering, 2.55 million shares at $4 a share. At $4 a share. That was back in October. Can you imagine this company just like coming out of a meeting right now? And they're like, hey, you're the market capitalization of your company. You're like, you guys right now are worth like whatever.
Yeah.
3x. You're worth 3x. We're like, wait, we're worth
I can't imagine.
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Do we have another offer we can put out?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man.
Yeah, because this is out of nowhere. I mean, this is absolutely out. The companies that they see
NBIS
be just like, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Resumption time, we get it. Again, just we don't know when this is going live. They don't have an actual resumption time on it. So TCGL halted up at 0546. 0546. So that would put a 30-minute resumption at 3546. So let's see what we get here. Like you said, this could stay halted all the way into the call-in show. Nuts so, bro. And it has, I would say, you have your other small cap movers, but you can tell there's a lot of a small movement, but it kind of when you have these, it sucks a lot of the life out of the other tickers that are out there. But GCTS, if I can talk, and feed two nice, decent spikes. So while this play's halted, that helps. Why you have a play halted for so long, traders start to move back over, and that's why again I think this play is going to have a sell-off because this has been halted forever. Yeah. So traders start moving away if they haven't traded it. Right. They're all looking at it, they're like, okay, whatever. And so they start moving back over to feed. They move over to DCX. They move over to GCTS. They move over to different tickers instead of just sitting here waiting for TCGL to come live again. We've
traded small caps for long enough to know that it just feels like traders are waiting for TCGL. Like a lot of the other plays are not necessarily getting the volume they need right now in small cap land.
All right, everyone start chanting, please go live. Please go. I'm like, just go live. I want this play to continue. It's just fun when it goes live. This halt is just like the dead time. It's just like just love seeing it spike, and then it halts up, and then you're waiting for it to go live again. And I just love seeing the movement. These halts kill me. I'm like, come on, go! I want to see a move already. Do something. I think I would ask. I bet I'm the only person here in chat, or however people that are watching NTCGL. I might be the only person actively trading this.
Yeah, we're like the one ticker show this morning that Mr. Josh is riding the wave. No, there's great opportunity. I mean, but the thing is, this is going to provide a huge opportunity, even for those that are not in it. But trade at your own risk. So yeah, speaking of which, I know you were just talking about chanting. Do you have any like superstitions or anything? So before you ever get to your desk, is there anything Josh has to do before you start trading? If you don't do it, you may not have the best trading day.
Nope. There's not one thing, my man.
You're like, I got to shower, I got to brush my teeth, I got to eat breakfast, I got to.
No, I did have that for the Broncos playoff run. So so what I do was before the Broncos would play, and I'd wear the same thing. So before the Broncos game, I'd go shower. I had the shampoo that literally, dude, is almost out. I've had this shampoo. It's like really nice shampoo.
You just keep filling it with water.
Yeah, no, I couldn't do that. I couldn't ruin it. So
Okay.
All the droplets would come down, and I would only shampoo my hair with that shampoo on game day. And then I had a certain like shirt, or of course I had my certain underwear I had to wear, with certain shorts with the certain top, or the whichever way it was, if it was a home game or if it was a road game. So yeah, for the Broncos, yeah, I did. For the Broncos, I did for sure, but not for trading. Yeah, I just jump in and break. Because I get to those morning alerts, and I think that's a lot of the reason why anymore I don't have a lot of time to think about that, because I get in and I got to get straight to what's hot and what's not. I got to start getting my levels out to traders, and so I think that's a lot of the reason why I don't have but do you have one? Do you have a little routine you got to do every day?
Oh,
HURA.
Not as far as like, okay, if I don't do this, trading's not going to go well. But yeah, I got to shower in the mornings. That's the thing I got to do to get the day going. I'm a morning shower.
Big spread.
Yeah, depends on how, because I usually work out at night. I did shower this morning, but it depends on how heavy I work out and how much I sweat. So if I don't sweat too bad, then I'll usually I'm fine. I'm not that stinky. I'll shower in the morning. And then if there are some day, obviously, if you just, you get pretty sweaty, it's like, I'm not going to go to bed like this. And so, yeah, I will shower. I don't wake up and shower those mornings. I don't double do it. I'm a little prissy boy. I don't want to dry out my beautiful skin over here. So I don't want to double duty on the, I mean, I guess I could just wake up and shower and not put chemicals and soaps on my body, so to speak. But I just have so much energy, but I like the shower. I will say that is a nice thing. Like this morning, when you get that and it wakes you up and then it gets you going and rolling. Yeah, I do like some showers in the morning for sure. That's definitely a good thing. I like it. You go cold or you go hot? Because I got some people that take cold showers to get them up and going in the morning. Really get them up.
I'm sure that would get you going. Yeah, like caffeine does. I don't know. I need to try it, because the ice baths are just real popular. Anybody in chat on the ice baths? Give us some insight into what we need. Maybe that needs to be the morning routine.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I did those when I was in football, and I remember back in two-a-days and back in the day, and I'll never forget how sore I was, because we did two-a-days. It would be practice and then weights a lot of the time on both those days, and my body just wasn't used to that. Back in high school days, and I'll never forget doing the eye, hey, and I tried the eye, and it definitely works. I mean, definitely, it's you have to get used to it for sure. You can't just
hyper aware. You're hyper alert.
HXHX.
But it helps. It helps replenish your body. For sure. A lot of time when you're bruised up, especially from football and stuff, it definitely helps. I can see why football players, and I can see other sports athletes too. But I've seen it for a while in football. But the beating they take, it definitely helps that body. I always tell Avery's the worst at it. Like she'll get hit by the dog. Something will happen, and there's going to be a bruise there. She'll run into something, and she's like,
watch the spread.
I'm like, go get some. She won't put ice on it, and sure enough, next day there's a shine or bruise. Big old bruise. I'm all about, like, the other day, bro, this is hilarious. So the other day, I just
watch the spread.
So the other day this is about 2 weeks ago. We're in the kitchen.
Watch the spread.
I forgot what I knocked off. I think it was a water bottle. I think that was on the counter. So I knocked the water bottle off and I tried to catch it. Well, I couldn't catch it in the time, and it hit the floor. And by the time it hit the floor, the water went everywhere. And then I'm trying to catch it so fast, I then slip on it. It's like a Final Destination moment.
Watch
bro.
The spread.
Bottle falls off, water goes everywhere, and at the same time, my foot hits it, and I slip, and I go flying. And I slide into the stand that our turtle tank is the stand that the turtle tank is on. And I mean, it stops me. And I mean, I hit it with my shin. Oh, and I'm like, I put ice on it. Iced it for a good hour. Bro, the next day, no bruise at all. You know, Avery wouldn't have, you know, put ice on it, and the next day it would have just been like and throbbing and hurting. But I showed her the next day. I'm like, see, look what ice does, because it was fun. I was down there on the ground. I started laughing too, because she was like, "What just happened?" She kind of came walking in her like Shrek essentially stumble. I was like, oh, I just slid it up. So that was pretty funny, and I just started laughing. I was like, I can't believe that just happened. Like, what are the odds that I knocked the bottle off? Try to catch it, I don't. The water hits the ground. I slipped so hard that it's funny. I'm just down on the ground laughing, holding my shin like, oh, that hurt. But I put ice on it. I was like, see what ice can do? And there you go. Just even that example right there. Where, yeah, I mean, I'm like, I nailed that thing. And I still have a huge scratch. I mean, it looks like a scar on my shin about that long. I mean, we're talking like 4 inches long, but no bruise formed. I'm like, see, the power of ice. So, yeah, those ice baths definitely, besides, getting you more alert and aware. My gosh, if you ever, your body's hurt, you run a 5K or 10K, and you're just like, oh, my God, my body's so sore. I should have prepared more. I didn't stretch yesterday. Yeah, take you an ice bath, my man. It'll help you out.
JDZG.
There we go. Let's see. King Lion says, I'll take a shower regularly, but the last 2 to 5 minutes I'll put in on all full cold, and it's good for your body. Oh, it is. Yeah, it is good for your body too when you go from hot to cold, cold to hot, when you get that, right? That's huge for your body.
Feed parabolic. Feed going parabolic through the hives.
Oh, no. Hey, woo! It's all right, though. I to know that I had orders at $3.40 and I canceled them, and now we're hitting $1.40 bounce play from it. Hey, I'm getting 12 points here out of TCGL, so I can't complain too much. But, man, I love it. That's what I'm saying.
AMAT.
These longs.
Big spread.
Yeah, traders, big upper wick there. Let's see if it holds. 4.2 is the level you want to see hold now on the long side. I like the 4.2 from here, but 5's approaching. But this is something that's going to take volume off of TCGL as well. So
FSLY.
We got to be mindful of that for whenever TCGL opens. How, dude?
Yeah, it's at 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
Don't go into the call-in show, TCGL. We've been sitting here for an hour with you. TCGL, yeah, we're going to be very alert to this price action out of this halt in TCGL.
Giving me canceled orders does not count. Right. It counts in my book, brother. I called it out well ahead of time, and it bounced perfectly there. So I love it. It counts in my head. It counts in my head for sure. I didn't take the trade, but if I would have left the orders in, I'm trading TCGL. Are you trading TCGL? Are you trading a play that's halting up and parabolic and up $12? Yada yada yada. There's a reason why my attention wants to go over to TCGL and cancel my order. So the fact that I can go back to, and I tell traders this all the time, maybe you just hypothetical trade it. You're like, hey, I like this. The fact that you go back through and it actually worked out, it's a win in my book every day of the week when I see that. You know, I didn't take the trade, but that was my trade idea, or I've canceled orders there. Money. Just lets me know I know what I'm doing. You know, knows that like yesterday, SLGB bounced with the same spot, right? I called it out well ahead of time, an hour before it ever happened. That just builds the confidence up in my book. No, did it count? No, but to me, it does. You know, because that's what traders don't do. They have that. What do traders most do? Smoke tunas. Kevin, anyone else in chat? What do they do? Oh man, and then they go in and chase that spike right there, and then they lose, and then they're like, this is great. They saw me, and
we need sound effects. Record that sound effect. I need that. Yeah, right. Every time I miss a trade. Yeah. I'll just have the Josh SFX going, looping in the background.
Yeah. That's it though. You know, I did that at first and I was like, that's not going to be an effective way to trade, because it just ruins it does ruin your, all of the things I talk about, your discipline, your patience, your confidence, your mental awareness, and boy, oh boy, I would do that so much. I'd see that happen, and I was like, yeah, I like it there, but no, I don't know. Yeah, I knew there. I just canceled my order, so I'm worried about this thing play. But you'd go back through, and you'd get so mad, and it would be so frustrated, and then you would chase, and you lose, and you get even more frustrated. And that just set off usually a chain of events for bad trades for X amount of days until somehow you can find yourself to talk to yourself, essentially, because it's so mental, and you don't talk to any, like, that's why I do these one-on-ones. You don't have someone like me to talk to or stream live like Kevin and myself or whatever. You're just out there all alone. To really know when to talk to, you can't, because what you usually wouldn't bring that up even on a live stream or someone chat like, hey, I just lost. Let me, I'm frustrated. Let's talk about it.
KXIN taking off. Sorry, KXIN getting
JDZ.
No, it's not. Is it getting JDZ? Huh? Oh my God.
JDZG. Yeah. Just flipping through everything, guys. KXIN trying to halt up again. This is insane. Insanity. I can't. So TCGL,
FSLY.
dude, if I miss this,
Shell.
I'm going to be so mad because I've been waiting for it for so long.
Hey,
TCGL.
patience. Well, watch it come in the money or the call-in show. I'm going to keep watching it, but I know, yeah, I could see that happening where we're done with the money show and it's now halted down multiple times and at like 12:50, and you're like, no, I knew it was going to happen. I should have, but that's
JDZG.
we could do the call-in show. Call in and talk about
JDZG.
TCGL. We'll switch it up today. That's it. Just call in and that's all we're going to look at.
I think the email
man.
and everything's already been sent out on the earnings.
Watch the spread.
T-Web missed it. That's all good, brother. It's all good. Because my order in on TCG on feed was at I wouldn't have got fully filled. It probably would have been like 750 shares, something like that, but still would have been good. I had a little over 1,000 shares there to get filled, but it's all good, bro. We're gonna get one tomorrow. I'm glad I got TCGL. If TCGL wouldn't have come around, I just would have stayed on feed. So that's where I'm like, again, I just go back and forth between what do I want to trade. I don't like streaming live and being at being in twice or two tickers at the same time, especially when one of them is like a TCGL. It's different when you have like a bouncy
MGRT.
Or slow and steady Eddie type of play. I can manage two at the same time, but when you have a TCGL type of play, just completely hone in on it.
Well, think about XHLD this morning.
SKM.
I mean, that was the leading
Big
play,
spread.
and that thing's been fading pretty much all morning. XHLD. A great fader. But again, pattern recognition, like Josh was talking about with his SGBD, one of those
JDZG.
tickers that was yesterday that just had 3 morning spikes right out of the gate. Take a look at this. XHLD with the leading gapper fade. And then
JDZG.
yesterday was PHG. It
JDZG.
was PH something. PHG maybe. It was SLGB, the one you were referencing.
PHGE actually saw a spike in pre-market today,
JDZG.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was the leading gapper on Monday, and just fade. She's been fading. Got a little spike this morning.
Opening bell. Yeah, it was opening bell. Yeah, there it is. There it is. I was like, when was that? Yeah.
TCGL, dude, this thing's gonna be dead out of this. I don't know. I like your analysis on it. I mean, after this long, and now feed has gotten all the hype. Volume's likely just gonna. I looked up TCGL. They have 8 employees, and they're based in Singapore.
Big spread.
So these 8 people are probably. I mean, if they've opened up their computer today, they're probably jumping for joy.
Yeah, this halt though. It's just weird how this happens. And then all of a sudden now you get this extremely long halt. My gosh, but yeah, it is. What it is.
Yeah, it could. SEC could certainly investigate this price action. It could go into a T12.
Hey, GCTS too. Crow's play is looking really good. So I'd say GCTS again and feed your top movers. Feed if you're looking for a bounce play, it's going to try to hold 420. I like the 380 area more. So if you're looking for a bounce play, 380. And to me, the safe area is still at 340. That's the best area in my opinion for the bounce play is at 340. But I do like 380 VWAPs there as well. So if you're looking for play feed, looking sexy, I like it. It's my favorite play of the day, at least for small caps. And again, GCTS not bad as well. 155 support, 185 resistance could come into a channel and start to channel up there like we saw earlier from feed. But I've got my eyes glued here to TCGL, waiting any moment now. And this is where that random resumption time to me kind of comes in, could come in at any point. Anytime now.
ABND.
Just sitting here waiting.
Watch the spread.
Waiting.
CRSR.
It's likely going to resume at a surprising price.
And time, I'm thinking too. I think at this time it might be one of those like, oh, it's live, kind of one of things.
Rhyme.
Just random, yeah, just a random open.
Well, the comments today, though, Team Smoke Tuna, Tack, T-Web, Mr. Will, you guys having a good day? Reese as well. Mostly my girlfriend worked at Icebox for a while, and they have a shower where they pump liquid nitrogen in. Max is like 2.5 minutes or so, but it's great for athletes to heal. Yeah, exactly. Cold War Chat does. Yeah, I've seen that so much for years for athletes, for sure. A lot of the athletes I follow, they do that a lot, guys and the girls. I follow a few girls that are in track, and that's what they're definitely, they love that ice bath. Or when, like, what's this? One of the traders said in chat too, it's the first 3 to 5 minutes are the worst. It's like every time I do a cold shower or even a really hot bath or shower, or cold, whatever. Yeah, you get it. Woo! It takes you about 3, maybe 2, 3, 4 minutes to get used to it. And then it's like getting into the ocean or a pool when it's cold.
Do you mainly do the cold showers consistently?
Oh, nah, honestly, not that often. It's like a back and forth. When I feel it, when I want it, I'll do it. Because that's what I do is I like I do it a lot in the summer. During the winter, I don't do it as much. I'll just step outside usually,
CRSR.
which I did the other day. I'm like, I'm hot. I want to go outside and cool off. You know, that's kind of the thing. But like in the summer when I work out so much and I get hot,
ANET.
or
Watch the spread.
you know, after I've mowed the lawn, or even if it's just like after I, you know, it's in the afternoon, it's just a hot day. It's not hard for me to do them, you know, at least in the summer, you know. So what I'll do is get it's really hot here, probably more so than you guys in Carolina, but it still gets, I know, spicy where you guys are at. But yeah, generally what I'll do is I'll start it at warm, and just right out of the gate, warmish, and then move it over to cool, right, and then move to cold, and then just get to like just blatant cold. So I don't start off with just like you know, I don't do that. I start it with like warmish, and okay, this is cool-ish. And then I slowly just keep moving the knob down to cold and colder and colder. And I do this over about a 2-minute period. And then about 3 minutes in, I'm just full on just it's, I say freezing, but it's cold. I mean, I've gotten used to it though. But yeah, that'll help you out too. So if you do it, don't just put it on. Don't do an ice bath. Don't put it, you know, start your way with that. Go to like get in the shower, put it on, like, oh, it's pretty cold. Then just slowly get used to it and turn it down, and then turn it down, and then turn it down.
I got a whole library of Josh SFX.
MGRT. Watch the spread.
Back in the day, I was definitely not as obviously as exuberant,
MGRT.
but the Adam Sandlers
Big
and
spread.
the Jim Carreys of the world I've been compared to, just for my favorite expressions and how all the different sounds and words I come up with. So yeah, because they're usually out of nowhere, like the one a little bit ago with the me crying or whatever I was doing with the bad trades. So those just come out of nowhere. Improvisation. Now, I talked about that actually early on my live stream. I was like, man, I wish my mom asked me forever ago.
Big spread.
I think, Mom, if you're listening, I'm pretty sure I remember this. When I was like 10, 11, 12 years old, because I was just an outgoing, you know, goofy child. I remember her asking if I wanted to take acting classes. I had no interest in it at the time. But now I look back, I'm like, God, I would have been so good, because I'm just so goofy and outgoing, and I improvise. Just stuff kind of comes out of my mouth out of nowhere, and you're like, what was that? I like to have fun. I like to be goofy. Like, and again, everyone, be yourself. Don't be scared or ashamed to be who you are. Be you. Do you. Do what makes you happy, as long as it's abiding the laws.
JDZG.
Oh, you got to really go hot then cold for the last 2 minutes. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I like that though too. Like what he just said, or even what King Lion is doing. You know, where you go hot and you can turn it to really cold, vice versa, or whatever.
JDZG.
GCTS approaching its highs, TCGL still halted, and then feed after that liquidity kind of move. It's struggling here, but four is a level to be mindful of. Yeah, did that liquidity move up through the highs, big upper wick, and now pulling back on in just a little bit. We're gonna Mr. Florida Joe's gonna run a poll in the background, guys, to see how you did today. There's certainly been, like, across the board, there's been good opportunity, whether you were trading large caps and on the short side, like some of the gold and silver plays that have been pulling on back. A lot of the market's been red today. So some good opportunities out there, good volatility. That's what we are as traders. We are hunters of that volatility, managers of risk. That's who we are. Managers
FSLY.
of risk, hunters of that volatility. The range is what we're looking for. Range is where the money's made.
ANET.
That's why Josh and I are
Big
so
spread.
laser focused on TCGL. The range is where the money is made.
FSLY.
And there's a ton of range on TCGL. There's a ton of range everywhere. But that's where the
FSLY.
opportunity lies. If a tiger's going sideways, there's no money to be made. So you need that action, whether it's up or
FSLY.
down. Florida Joe's going to run that poll. Let us know if you're green or red. The call-in show today is going to be on your strategy for trading news. Your strategy for trading news. There's the poll. Thank you, Mr. Joe. Are you green or red today? Let us know. Cast your vote.
There's your 4 bounce too, by the way, on feed. Feed was your 4 bounce if you're looking at a bounce play. Like I said, 4 is that nice area into 380, so 4 is starting to bounce a little bit. So feed still got the love. GCTS, again, like I talked about, that 180-ish or 185, I think that's going to start to channel up a little bit here. Nice little pop from Kixon. Still sitting back here,
watch
man.
the spread.
Jeez, feed didn't dip the loan up there.
MGRT.
Yeah, we're going
Big
to have
spread.
to. So we'll do the call-in show, your strategy for trading earnings, which is very relevant, of course, with this week. And TCGL is going to be in the background because when that opens, I'm going to have to monitor it very carefully. So just be mindful of that. TCGL, we gotta make sure present when that thing opens up. But yeah, we'll get that going here in a second.
Fine.
The call-in show.
Merlin wants to keep coming out, so we let Merlin out and you can put him back in a minute. Merlin, please. Go body.
Unbelievable.
Thank you, baby.
halted.
Gotta do
this.
some-
SKM.
I feel like I've got like
Big spread.
a hockey team over here. All right, you're out, you're in. Letting the dogs in and out of the office over here.
70% so far green. Good work today, guys.
NVO.
Really, really good work. Man. All right, yell at me if it opens up. I'm gonna grab a
Hollow.
water real quick before we start the call-in show.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm just sitting here waiting. Sitting here waiting. Good. Hey, good move here today, team. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the stream. I know we've really been stuck on TCGL. Feed has been amazing.
JDZG.
Feed has been amazing. If you took feed for the long, not that great of shorts today. Like I was saying earlier,
HXHX.
really only your shorts are up top here, right around that 450 area. You can see resistance from earlier, right around 450, 460. We just got another one. Other than that, not too great on the short side. More of a long play, breaking out continuously to start the day, forming a nice consolidation channel, cracking it, coming down. There's your other short potential, which was only about 25 cents or so, 30 cents for bouncing off this 340 area was feed. So that's about it. Feed was your main one. Sorry, I'm looking at feed on my side. I cannot not look at TCG on the live stream, but feed was good today. Here comes GCTS bouncing off that 160 area. So I think GCTS starts the channel around from 160, 150. Well, we'll call it 155 to 180, 185.
ANET. Big spread.
Yeah, brother, I'm telling you, I'll get a water here in a second too, but I'm going to have to do a quick water break. I'm going to run out of here and run, but I'll probably stumble over a dog. Get out of the way. I got to get water. I got to hurry.
CTRE
here.
Watch the spread.
Yeah, this is just unusual, guys, to have this thing. I mean, unusual to have it halted this long. So apologies in advance. TCGL has been the laser focus.
And if I wasn't in it, then we'd be looking elsewhere for sure. But I didn't think this would come. I thought we would maybe go to 20, like we talked about when that thing opened up. When I'm
FSLY.
in this thing, we open up all the way at 1975, 1985. Whatever. What did we open up? 1981.
FSLY.
And just raced straight into a halt up. I know we're going parabolic at that point. I was like, we got a huge gap up. I wasn't anticipating to gap up $1. Probably the biggest gap up of the day so far was the one I was in right here. Of course, I'm still in, but yeah, that usually leads to more movement up, and that's really all we've got here. Like we've said, it's just been green. Still showing M for volatility on TCGL. They haven't changed that. They haven't T12 it. They haven't moved it over to they're investigating this company.
NBIS.
So that's a good. Now again, it's only 25 shares that I'm in, but boy, I'd really like to lock up $250, $300 here. Halted up again. I don't think that really matters anymore, but it was 5 after in 46 seconds. So we've essentially been halted this whole hour, bro.
Ciao.
Is that not nuts? I've never been in a halt this long, and I'll say that. I have never in my life, and here I go in a live stream, I've never been in a halt this long. Never have I been in a halt this long.
Well, it's probably halted for suspicious activity right now. I mean, you seeing this move is so irregular. It's irregular moves create suspicious activity, which probably triggers suspicion and an investigation.
Come on, don't investigate this yet, SEC. Well, what about being out on Friday? What about SMS?
what about
HXHX?
Even though I was long on that one too. Oh,
yeah, Crow getting called on a trade and it got delisted.
JDZG.
I mean, God, that's the scary nature with halts. You never know. And imagine. Look, okay, so I see that like 20,000 shares went in or more to buy at 29, like 46, 29.17 right there. How much volume went through it? Yeah, like probably about 40,000 shares went into that. Can you imagine how scared those guys are? 40,000 shares of people that just bought at 29.17.
Yeah. Whew, yowzas. Yeah, I can't just have that. Oh, it's going to go up more now. Let's get in. Let's get in. Let's get in. Yeah, that high up. Wow. I think even Larry said it earlier. Just, yeah, because I'm in so low. It's just really hard to trade this at this point. Definitely so. But I can't imagine being in at 29, 28 area. Anyone that bought in on that last halt up, they right now have got to have the sweatiest palms and armpits, and they're probably throwing up over there. They are. Oh, man.
Oh,
scary.
Yeah, scary. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, QM. I forgot about the QMs. Forgot about that. QM. Yeah, I forgot about that too as well. Yeah. That is a good thing. I locked up 75 of the 100 shares, so that is definitely good profit taking. But yeah, it's one of those things. That's why, especially on these plays, you have to take profit. There is no holding hope for the moon. We see our plays like that go forever, and this is going to be the next this. This is going to be the next that. Just take most of your profit as it climbs up. Be lucky if you, like myself, somehow are still in small shares.
RMCF.
That way, if something like this does happen, you've already locked up profit. This won't be much against you. Or if it is your own capital, you won't have a lot that's stuck out there. You're like, okay, cool. It's only 25 shares. Blah 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 blah. It's not going to hurt you. That's why you lock up profit on these plays. Even like me on Friday with BNAI, I wasn't trying to hold that play for 50, 20, 30 points or anything like that. It's like a quick 3, 5, 7 points. Get in, get out.
JDZG.
Larry stopped out a feed twice. Yeah, it's become the overcrowd ticker. It's been a little choppy. I mean, you gotta So Larry, start sizing down and utilizing. I mean, those ladder stops you talked about, but maybe ladder entries too. That laddering stops and entries that provides a lot of.
Heading over to the call-in show. I forgot about that. I'm so stuck on.
I know. I sent you the link, and then
I got it. Yeah.
And then scream at me if TCGL opens up. Are you going to have like at least an eye on it? You're in it, so you'll probably have one eye on it. Okay.
Ciao.
Looking at other movers that are moving to my left, but to the right, yeah, I am. This is
HXHX.
I may not even move my mouse for in a minute once we get the call-in show going. But yeah, and I've got plenty to talk about too as well.
ELOG
on earnings, at least my journey with them, which is not too long, but it's enough to talk about. So yeah, if you guys call in, don't forget, Trade the Pool put it out there a second ago. Today, the call-in show. The question is, what is your strategy for trading earnings? What is your strategy? Or maybe your strategy is not to trade them. You sit back and eat popcorn and just watch. If you've ever traded them throughout the years, what is your strategy? Is it more of a swing term approach? Is it more of a kind of an in and out day trade where you're in for a certain move up and out the next day? That's kind of what I did.
ELOG.
What is it? What do you do? What do you like to trade? Is there certain earnings tickers and that you go after, or certain stocks you go after? Or is it you just wait for the chart to build like I do and say, I like this. These levels are hitting. I like the way this is moving. This is the stock I want to trade on earnings.
Crow, call in easy. Let's get it. Yeah, let's get it. I'm very interested as far as the earnings go. Now, personally, this is just real quick. Like I've always been mainly short euphoria by fear. So I'd like to just take advantage of the behavior. Human behavior in trading never really changes. But earnings I've traditionally avoided, Josh, because that's more reputability behind the company. I mean, it goes back to Warren Buffett's quotes, like tickers will trend towards their intrinsic value over time. So if earnings are good and I'm mainly taking advantage of human behavior and emotions, I'm going to tend to stick more in small cap land and more based on these euphoric moves, such that we're seeing right now with this ticker TCGL. TCGL was going bananas, euphoric, which can't last forever. And oftentimes these tickers will come back down to earth eventually. Not always, but high percentage of the time, and that's where there's edge found in that. So earnings I've typically avoided, mainly because I'm a short seller, and good earnings. We do see euphoric moves there, but we see a lot of investors coming into play, not just day traders looking for an intraday scalp. But I'm very curious for you, Josh, like with earnings plays, how do you handle those?
SKM.
What are you looking for? Let's say, is it real defined for you? Like, okay, we beat
JDZG.
earning expectations, and now
SKM.
This is a long look for a dip buy. Is it something like that? How do you go about it?
Usually when I trade them, typically if I traded them and it's only, I'm right there with you most of the time I sit them out. It's kind of popcorn material for me. Not really getting a feel for direction, but those would be two ways in my opinion. Yeah. Bounce plays is one forte or for one area I'd be looking for. So kind of like yesterday with Meta, the way Meta
ELOG
went really far down. I said, watch for move down around, sub 640. So somewhere in the 630s, we
SKM.
should see,
Watch the
Meta
spread.
stop out and finish its move. And it literally went to 637. So you could put orders
CRSR.
in the low 640s, high 630s, whatever through there to look for a dip buy. And I would be doing shares. If you haven't traded this before, I would not be doing options. Oh my gosh, though, unless it's a swing play for you, then you're usually in ahead of time, in the charting setup there, and you're already in green most likely for the position, not just, hey, I'm about to trade this with options. Let's see what happens.
ELOG.
And then there's the other way to trade this, in my opinion. It's finding the edge or the trend. And like I know I've talked about this before.
ELOG.
Back in 23 into 24, it was 4 straight earnings reports that I noticed. It happened with the October-November earnings reports of 2023 that I've noticed the first big set of Mag 7 and other tickers that if they were down and below the VWAP for the day, they would just continue to crack and go after. It didn't matter if the earnings reports were good, they would still just dump. Or if they were above the VWAP, and Tesla was one of the main ones that actually first traded in that earnings report session because it was one of the last ones. I'm like, man, guys, the trend is if it's up above the VWAP and it's bullish for the day, it's going to go up in after hours as the earnings comes out. I just watch. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened with Tesla. And I'll never forget, it was bad earnings too. And everyone's like, well, it's bad. Why is it going up? Oh, it's parabolic. What's going on here? It's terrible earnings. A lot of the time it doesn't matter. Like we even see with Meta yesterday. Meta last earnings report were good, but the play tanked. Meta tanked last time around. This time earnings reports were bad and it went up. I think it was good. I think both times they were good. I think both times they were good. Both times they were good. And last earnings report last year, it went down. And this time it went up. So it's really hard to say the direction a lot of the time and what do earnings really mean anything a lot of the time. I think a lot of it's already built into the chart. So point being, back to the dips, find an area on the chart, wait for it to come down to it and get filled. Or B, if you find the trend like I did, and then point being, I carry that over to the next earnings report. So the ones that came out like right now in January 2024, I said, okay, guys, let me wait for the first 2 or 3 that come out. If we're doing the same thing, we're up and away. It goes up in after hours. We're down, and we go down. I'm going to trade the next slew of them. So I'd kind of wait for the first like this week. I'd wait for the first guys to come through, and that trend was still there. And man, I traded SNCI, I traded NVDA, I traded Google, I know those are the 3 bigger ones. And Tesla at one, obviously the first one I did. I traded their earnings reports, bro. Google was when I was full tuned in. I literally did options and I did shares because I was so dead set on this is the trend. And sure enough, Google was up above the V, blah, blah, and it was the same setup and went flying from like 160 to 180, 188, 85 in after hours. And that was one of my bigger ones that I did that actually did options and shares. And so A, try to find the trend if you can, if there is a trend to find, and then B, just use technical analysis and find your levels on the chart and wait for those big jolty moves. Because you see yesterday, if you would have had orders in for Meta at the 630s, 640s, the thing ripped up $100 from there. So that was my journey with them. I'm leaving them alone now. I don't find the trend in them, and I'm not really big on let's trusting this level because, well, we can see how whipsawy those can be. They can go up and down in $50, $30, $20 in a hurry. So I like finding the trend. If the trend is there, then I look for that trend and I start to trade that trend. And so I had real good success over 3 earnings reports from 23 to 24. And then that trend ended. And when it ended, I had noticed it and I stopped trading it, And so it's one of those things that I think those would be advantages for yourself if you could find a trend to trade that. Because a lot of the time like we said, or I was just saying, earnings could be terrible when it goes up. Earnings could be great when it goes down.
Because I'm looking at Meta you mentioned yesterday. Now I'm seeing after hours it shoot down and then straight up. So unless these are misticks.
No, that's it. No, it's true. No, we watched it live yesterday. It was down. Everything was down at first. Microsoft, Tesla, everything was down to begin with. Even SPY went down a little bit, and then boom, red to green move. Tesla, or I should say Tesla, but Meta just went bam crazy all the way back up. And that's why we're like, oh yeah, we were just kind of in awe yesterday watching that make that huge move. And that just lets you know that show you the whipsaw action of where, it's down 20 points, 30 points, and then boom, goes for $100 ripper. So yeah, it's that can happen. That's the thing too about trading those earnings. There's a lot of risk involved there, in my opinion, for sure. And that's why I think most traders do sit them out.
Yeah, just increased volatility. So would you say with earnings, just
kind
of be right or right out with them? Don't just play the ad game or scale it. Just be on the right side of the volatility because you just have so much influx of volume and increased volatility on those names. Yeah. So pick your levels, like you're saying with
MGRT.
the dips. But yeah, there's very experienced earnings traders I know in chat.
OCG.
We'd love to hear from you. Let us know how you trade those.
ELOG. Big spread.
Because this week, I mean, we have tons of plays this week. We want to know how you're trading them, how you approach those plays, how you approach your entries, exits. So give us a call. Let us know. Now, one of the traders in chat, Josh, mentioned TCGL is being investigated. So I'm trying to find
JDZG.
that. If you have a link, let us know.
ELOG.
It's in the background, one of the tickers we've been monitoring. But
well, that's fine. Hey, that's fine. Hey, listen, that's why I lock up 75 of the 100 shares. You know, that's why you do that. You take care of yourself 100%.
MGRT.
If you don't take care of yourself in your own trade, then that's exactly what can happen to you for sure. So
you're gonna
out of it.
Look, I'm doing some trader analysis on it right now, and a lot of names are saying, I mean, you're going to owe your broker money. Like, let's say you bought this thing up here at 30, and I mean, of course, all you can lose when you're going long on something is pretty much your account size. But okay, so let's flip that. Let's say you go short. This thing just indefinitely goes higher and higher and higher. It keeps opening up. Like, that's the danger in halts when you open up many points higher. Is sometimes, and I've heard this story from many, where you get to a point where you may even owe your broker money because it opens up beyond your risk levels on the trade on the short side. So this has been
Big
halted
spread.
for a long time, guys. It's probably going to be investigated.
Oh, let's not say that. Come on, it's going to open up 40 points higher. Got to give myself some high hope. Love it though. You know, it's one of those things where this is where you have to understand the stock trades, you know, how these things move, what you have to be aware of, certain things to be aware of, etc.
Liquidation play that trapped shorts. Yeah. Well, there was 16.5%. Just reviewing some trader analysis on it. There were 16.5% short. You just can't be on the short side. You can't just be passive. You know, you got to you can't be passive with your trades because you're going to get hunted. That's what we saw with GME. We see that oftentimes when anyone's heavy on the short side, it gets overcrowded. Yeah, Paula, T12 is not good. Could be halted for months. And Sony. I did stop out right at the top. So
it would suck now. I'm gonna have to keep TCG on my watch list every day because of that. When can I get out of my 25 shares? Just let me know. I appreciate it. Yeah, my watch list today. It's crazy how the former runners today. I mean, there's nothing. It's you have GCTS and feed are your main two movers. That I see up today for the most part. Everything other former runner stuff this morning just not up. CatX not bad. That's another one too over from my Discord. They had CatX alerted that was a really good alert here. CatX slow and steady, Eddie. Slow and steady, Eddie. Tack and chat said, not calling. Why are you not calling in, Tack? You can't be like, I'm not calling in, but I trade him. Oh, come on. Why can't you call in? You can't be doing this like that. What a tease. That's like saying, hey, I've got a good way to trade stocks, but I'm not going to tell you how to do it.
Sign up for my course.
Sign up for my course. $9.99.
Yeah, exactly. $9.99. Yeah, as far as the earnings go, I mean, I'm excited to hear from people like you, Tack, because I personally I've just mainly avoided them.
Big spread.
So I'm excited to hear about an edge. An edge as far as they go. Now, some traders will. I think one of you was saying in chat the news gets vexed in ahead of time on these earnings. Like oftentimes you'll see that. So the earnings drops with good news,
MGRT,
but the ticker
watch the spread
sells off. And then you have people scratching their head.
JDZG.
You have people scratching their head like, what is going on here? Well, what does the saying go? What is the old adage? The quote say? It says, buy the rumor, sell the news.
JDZG.
So buy the rumor, sell the news. That's why, I've seen so many.
Oh, we're live and look at this gap up. Look at this gap up. Oh my God, we're at 53, baby. Oh my God. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Oh.
JDZG.
Oh my God. What? Oh wow. What a barn burner, baby.
Come on, let's.
JDZG.
Oh man. Wow. How about that, brother?
JDZG.
Man, what a move, huh?
I'm speechless. I mean, you think I'm frozen? I'm speechless. I'm absolutely speechless. I feel like I'm gonna get fired. We've been tunneling TCGL so much this morning. I'm like, I can't take my eyes off of this. How do you take your eyes off of this thing? How do you take your eyes off of this thing?
Oh, this is the biggest. This is the biggest small cap play I've ever been a part of. I've never been in this big. I mean,
my God.
I can't even. I mean, I get the explosion out right there, but bro, I can't even. I'm like you. I can't even hardly talk right now. I've never seen anything like this before.
Let's just traders.
Rhyme.
And I know you guys are probably trading TCGL. That's why we're not not having many calls coming in right now. Let's take a moment of silence
OSCR
for the over ambitious shorts out there.
FSLY feed.
Okay.
JDZJ.
All right. There's our moment of silence. There are accounts getting absolutely wiped right now. Now, of course, they're depositing their money into Josh's
LRCX
account right now.
Big spread.
We have accounts getting absolutely wiped. And that is why we
ELOG.
teach in here, know your risk. I mean, what do you, Josh, this thing, oh God, if you short
UFG.
if you, 20 points, a 20-point gap. Like, honestly, I feel bad for the shorts,
JDZG.
you know, because it's almost like, how do you even manage? You can't manage that. You can't manage
PHOE.
it.
Watch the spread. MGRT. Watch the spread.
No.
MGRT.
No, do you guys?
Watch the spread.
I could be. I went off the call-in show. So.
MGRT. Watch the spread. MGRT. Watch the spread. MGRT. Watch the spread. MGRT.
We're good.
Watch the spread.
There we go. We good. Yep.
Now we're better.
MGRT.
TCGL.
Watch the spread.
How?
MGRT. Watch the spread.
So how are you processing this?
MGRT.
We were
Watch the spread.
We were frozen there for a second, guys. I mean, this had a 20-point gap up. Shorts are getting annihilated. Crow, congrats. Yeah, anybody long on this? Congrats.
MGRT.
I'm still itching for that short. That short's coming. I'm itching for it. So, can we not go back to an hour long haul? Oh, this thing's resuming at $47.
Is that what it's showing you on? Maybe a gap down, possibly.
Yeah. I'm seeing down towards
MGRT
47, 46.94 is the resume price.
MGRT.
Paul, I had an entry at 35 short. Glad you canceled. It depends if you're slow scaling this, because likely there's going to be a really good opportunity. I mean, that was the mass liquidation event right there. I mean, okay, we might be. Dude, this is awesome.
20-point gap up is nuts, and then you race from literally 49 to 54 like a blink of an eye. I mean, I thought with that gap up, it was instantaneously going to see some red. The fact that ran into another gap up. I mean, I know the guys are. I don't know if they're joking, but maybe some would have like next it's HKD. This could go QMs. I mean, at this point, traders just keep pushing it and pushing it. There, like you said, there is going to be a crazy, nasty sell-off at some point, 100%. But my point is, this could still continue to get some mumbo jumbo and continue to go here. We halted up at 13 after.
We might open if it's 5 minutes. If it's 5 minutes, we might be opening up here soon.
Yeah. Could be less than 10 seconds here. I doubt it, but I've got my hand on the trigger to get rid of 10 more shares. I'm only in 15 shares. But with 15 shares, I'm up 543. That's nuts. That just blows my mind. Okay, we're going into it to 10-minute here. But yeah, man, I feel like I'm almost living in a dream right now, man. This doesn't almost feel real. This is crazy how much this has moved. This is bonkers.
Pinch yourself.
Hold on. Ready? Oh, yeah.
I felt it. Oh, man.
My dreams are so deep and real. No lie, there will be times where I'm in a bad dream that I don't like, and I'm like, I will do the whole like, I'm like, get up, get out, and I will literally do that. It's my mom's like, how do you? I'm like, I don't know. It's just like I'll be in dreams that I don't like it, and I feel like I'm trying to like get through this like, get me out of this thing, you know.
Look like you're swimming. You swimming your way out of the dream.
But I feel like Jim Carrey.
You look like you're being born. Yeah.
Yes, you remember.
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping, we update U.S. ports as of May 4th, 2025. I'm your host.
Jim Carrey on Ace Ventura, the second one where he's trying to get out of the rhino.
Yeah.
Good. Special trade the poo soap. So when you're done, we always want to wash our hands after we take a poo. So there you go, team. If you don't have one, you need one, you have a bowel issue, possibly, hit us up. $19.99. We'll get that shipped out to you. Limited supplies only. Hemorrhoid's dream. Oh man. Hey, you ask and I will supply. Let's see here. He got set up. There you go. Yeah, good stuff. There we go. Oh, that is an electric drum set too. Yeah, right. He's got it set on, and that's so funny. Joe's laughing. I didn't know what that was, Joe. I see what that is a drum set. That is a drum set. Oh, click, go to 5, sell again, just get out of it.
Oh, I'm dead, dude. I'm dead over here. I mean, look, we all have a little twitch, right? From sitting here trading so much, hardly moving. You know, we gotta get that energy out somehow. Just play. We could have been playing the drums this whole time in these halls.
Oh, that's good stuff, though. No, it's good. I didn't know what that was until Joe brought that up. I'm like, that is a drum set. Those look like the little, because back in the day, I don't know where my dad got it from. Now I'm like tearing up crying. Back in the day, my dad had like, Joe, you probably remember these. It was like one piece. It almost was like a one-piece unit. It was one piece that was probably, around, about 3 feet by 3 feet. And it had different drums on it, that you could use. And I remember I loved it. I loved the little different drum sets, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, then I see them like, yeah, I had one of those as a kid. But it was all one piece where you like, and you could do like different sounds and had like different buttons on it. It wasn't like that, like a true where you sit down and mine was all on one in front of me. They had like a little one here, little one here, little one, like it had 4 up top and 4 down below, or 3 up top and 3 down below, something like that. And now that just as soon as you said like, oh, that is an electric drum set.
Cat X, yeah, I took a stab at Reclaim Highs, took it off, still holding that trend. Like, look how steep this trend is. It's tempting to try another short here, but it's just annihilating shorts. What did I say, 17%? So the only trade I have on right now is BNAI. I really like this setup off of BNAI. I really like this setup if it starts cracking this multi-day trend here today. It's up irrationally. It doesn't have a lot of volume on it, those are my sleeper picks. I like them a lot. So up a decent, this could be a huge trade. If this cracks and really starts heading towards that 50, we likely gravitate there. That's my favorite setup I'm in right now. Then monitoring Cat X and obviously the halt play, TCGO.
Yep, TCGO. T-Sysma. Just sitting back here waiting on her. Again, I think it's going to be a random resumption time. So we've been halted now for, as you can see here, well over an hour. Or no, not an hour yet. Not yet. Not an hour. I think the last one, like we talked about, was an hour and was 11:05 and 10:12. So an hour and about 8 minutes. Hour and 8 minutes there for the last one. We halted up at 05:46 and resumed at 13:21.
Big me to fit me. That's excellent. Look at that patience right there. More patience than me. I grabbed a little short in pre-market. Wasn't expecting to hit the top of that. Had a few orders out above 5 and just took it in pre-market. And that thing's just been bleeding off all day. I mean,
good job. Beautiful.
Excellent work.
Yeah. Buying Cat X for 1,000 shares, still have 200 shares. Yeah, exactly, Alyssa. Kind of like me with TCGO. Yeah, you just if you get in a good price, that's what I always say. Entry's a key. If you can get a good entry price, then the trade's going to be great. If you don't, then the trade's off and your stop losses and your targets get off a little bit. When you get that great entry price, scale out, and then you just let it run. Let it ride, see how far you get. Set stop loss into where you feel comfortable, like, hey, if it cracks this, I still want to make sure I take good profit in, but find an area that you feel like it can still bounce and continue up for you on the day. Of course, trading, I forgot my tail, threw it down. Like, where did my tail go? Man, I was just going bonkers later. I gotta go back and watch that one now. That was I love to see that true reaction from myself, getting that $20-$30 gap up right there. That was priceless, my friend. Priceless. All right, I need to get some water. I'm out of water. I've been out of water for a minute, but boy, I'm just.
You better be fast. Shoo, you better be fast.
Oh my God, I don't even want to leave the office here. I'm in I remember there was a South Park episode where they get so addicted to whatever game it is, and they become like gamers, and they're sitting there all day and they're peeing in bottles, and they're getting fat because mom's bringing them Hot Pockets, Doritos. I'll never get that episode. And they're in there for days, I want to say, and they're finally they realize how long they've been in their room playing, and they're like, what are we doing? That's what I feel like here. I'll be sitting here all day long. Avery, bring me some food.
But you're on your toilet trading station and playing the drums, getting that Avery Hot Pocket. CATX, yeah, let's that thing's up towards 6 now. I mean that's screaming like a halt either direction. It's getting to the point where that trend's too steep to sustain. So shorts are getting buried there. I think it was 13.5% on the short side.
Yeah, it's really when I just typed it out because I have people in my lobby still kind of listening. I have the audio turned on for my stream so they can hear what we're talking about. And okay. Someone asked about what time to trade. I pointed out I was just talking to a guy over my lobby about TCGL, and then I was like, I'm still in TCGL at 1768. It's just that was mind boggling. I'm typing that out, and I see a play all the way up at 50, not 53. Probably will be at 50 now when it opens up and goes another gap up. I've just in a play at the and then John's in at 14. I love it. Yeah, so John, just let it roll out. I still have 15 shares. I'm going to scale out those 15 shares 3 times, 5 apiece. Love it, man. So I got someone over in my lobby beating me. They're in at 14.
Nice. I'm so curious, what group started this run on this thing. It was just out of left field. But I mean, we saw that with KXIN yesterday. See it with TCGL today. So don't be comfortable and complacent in a short. I mean, that's pretty much the theme. Especially in a ticker that's doing nothing, going sideways, like these plays, and especially with low float plays. It's amazing to me that these would even have a high short interest on them, being that they're low float, they're going sideways. Like, yeah, okay, I can see you shorting into Euphoria, shorting into Pops, but sideways price action in a low float play, you're just begging to get squeezed out.
Yeah.
CADX finally looks like it's trying to. That trend was too steep to sustain. That's why we're seeing this action that we're seeing right now on it.
Right, yeah. Good moves, though, today, my man. Just seriously, great moves. Absolutely amazing today so far. So, yeah, hopefully you guys have profited. We've had some good fun here on the live stream. Absolutely money. I'm going to do this real quickly and just tell her. Hold on.
Okay. It's open. He didn't hear me. Josh, it just opened. $75. Oh my god, dude!
A little shit, you. Oh, you got me good. Oh, yeah, you got me good. Oh. Oh man, my heart raced. When you said 75, I was like, "What? No way, it's not." Oh god. Oh,
I gotta clip that. Oh man.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. Let's have fun with Josh today. Oh man, that was a good one. Get Emilio to join me here. What's up, Emmy? How we doing, brother?
You sprinted full force back in there.
Whew. Man, not my heart rate, dude. You got my heart rate. My heart hasn't been racing. My heart hasn't been racing this whole time. As soon as you said that, I was like, oh. I'm up however much too, which is so funny. And this whole time, my heart hasn't been pumping. And then you do that, and boy, I'm telling you. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one right there, my man.
All right, all right. I won't do that again. Get your water. Unless it's real, I promise I won't do it again.
Unless it's real, okay. He messed with me and said the play was live. It's halted up right now, and I'm still in it. And so here we go. Having some fun. All right. Anyway, I'll be back out soon. Okay. Love you. Come on, Merlin. Come on, Bubba. Oh.
He's lying. He is lying. He ain't gonna be out there in a couple minutes.
Oh man, that one got me, brother. That one got me right there, my man. That was good stuff. That one was good stuff right there. Hey, you got everybody in chat to laugh. Look at you. Got the laugh. Hey, that's the good thing. You got everybody to laugh today. All right. That is good stuff, bro.
It's gonna be like 6 p.m. in here. Katz is gonna be like, guys, you're only supposed to go to 1. We're sitting here still staring at TCGL, just staring at TCGL till in the after hours.
Yeah, we're doing the like the people that would stay clocked in for like 4 extra hours. I'm like, you were supposed to clock out like 3-4 hours ago. We're still in here like on the clock. Oh no, boss. You got lots to go, man. TCGL, brother. Oh, man. Good stuff. That was awesome. That was good right there. Yeah. Avery was like, what just happened? I was like, well, having fun with me out there. Anyone who is not here is missing. Oh, yeah, for sure. Won't get the comedy show. Yeah. 12 p.m. call-in show, 1 p.m. comedy show. Hey, it's all love this, though. Doing this, like you said, we could just sit here and talk about stocks all day long and then having the fun, and you build that relationship and camaraderie that we have. So we have that, we can feed off of one another, so to speak. It's good stuff, makes for good commentary, good material there, bro. And then doing shit like that.
Right, that was so funny. Dude, okay. So, all right. So the last halt, it halted up 11:05 and resumed 12:13. So what's the math on that? 1 hour and 8 minutes. Okay, if we go based off of that, 1 hour and 8 minutes, 121. 121 it should resume.
Okay. If it resumes at that price or that time,
I'll stay around till then, and then I mean, I'm going to be here. I got to go get something to eat. I want to review some earnings and whatnot, so I at least have something intelligent to say later on. So I can add.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. No. You step off. I'll stick around for a little bit longer if you want to step off, and I won't stick around too much longer until I'll tell Avery like, hey, because I'm getting hungry too. I'm like, I can't. I'm like, the one time when a guy has to be like, can you make me food? I usually not that guy. Like, make me food, honey. I'll be like, hey, babe, yeah, you're gonna have to make me lunch today because I can't leave the office. She's like, why? I feel like it's like Big Bang Theory or some kind of whatever show. I'm like, I just can't. Like, you're gonna have to bring me everything in here. Yeah, I'm gonna need a Gatorade bottle. Can you drink the rest of that Gatorade? I have to go to the bathroom, and I don't have the Trade the Pool setup going yet. It's $19.99. I'm thinking about ordering it from Trade the Pool. It's a good looking setup. I'll have and it's a 2-in-1, Avery. It's an electric drum set, but it's also a trading station in the bathroom. I mean, come on, what's better than that?
Dream setup.
Oh yeah, good stuff though. Yep. Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's getting close to that. Like, how long are you going to stick around? But yeah, we'll give it here a few more minutes there. And if you want to step away, I'll probably give it till 30 after. And then at 30 after, because I do have one-on-ones at 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. So I'm kind of booked up today. Yesterday, I was opened up my afternoon for you guys, or of course, for you guys, but do the Trade the Pool stuff, which I love doing this stuff. So today, super busy. So yeah, I need to take a little break and get relax for a little bit here. I just like, it's like, like literally it's gonna be like an hour after I get to this trade. It's gonna be like I ran a marathon. I'm like, oh, I'm getting sleepy now. Like, because it reminds me what's so funny. My dogs, they have like certain thing like vets. When my dogs go to the vet, it could be any of our dogs. It wears them out. Like when I get back from the vet, every one of our dogs are out. Like we go to the vet, whatever it might be. It could be something simple and routine. Bro, as soon as they get home, they're like, oh my God, that was so stressful. I'm like, that's how I feel like I'm going to be after I get out of this trade pool. I'm going to be like, oh God. Oh.
They're just around all the other animals and it stresses them out. Yeah. Then. Okay, look, if the theory was correct, we're going to open up here within a minute, just based on the last halt, the hour and 8-minute halt. We got the 5, 10, 15-minute volatility halts, and then the hour and 8-minute LUDP.
Yeah, and now we know, especially if this opens up in an hour and 8, those are the most super volatile because we just got a $30 gap. Yeah, that's what I thought again. I was like, we just got another 30.
Dude, we should play a game right now, guys. Let's guess the open price on this thing because it could really be anything. I mean, this thing could be it could open lower, could open higher. I'm curious, guys. Let's engage the. Actually, look, let's do that. Look, Carlo, in here, you approve? We could do like a 5K eval giveaway for whoever's the closest. Come on, Carlo. Because we didn't do the call-in show, so we didn't have the giveaway there. So we could do a 5K giveaway to whoever gets the closest to the resume price on TCGL. All right, you can only have one guess. You can only guess one time. And it can't be a repeat of somebody else's. All right. So cast your votes. YouTube chat, 5K giveaway, 5K account giveaway, TCGL. Guess the open price.
Open price. Yep. Cool. Do it. There you go. All right. Smoke Tuna already in at $46.94. What do you got, Reese? Come on, Fred. Come on, Joe. Will. Guess the price. Who's Alyssa? Kogu, T-Web. Come on, my followers out there. I know I see you, Kogu. I see you, T-Web. Let's get at it. Come on. Big meat.
I'm going to guess, but I'm going to give it away if I win it. Let me put a guess out here, though.
Oh, everyone's going low. I love Reese went higher.
I'm going 75. I have no clue. I mean, really, absolutely zero clue. This thing's going to open at. That's the fun of it. Absolutely the fun of it. That's why we were in such shock from the last one. 28 to 50?
Yeah, $20 gap up. It's going to be up higher, down low. I think it's going to be like like what we're seeing in chat. It's going to be up in the 70s, somewhere around 70, or it's going to be a nasty, pullback. Joe says 61. And Joe, you kind of had that thought process. The last one was 20. This one might be 10. And I kind of like that, Joe. I was thinking about doing a halfer there. I don't know what I want to go with here. You know what? I'm going to say the positivity here. And I'm going to say I'll do it. Same thing like you, Kevin. If I get it, I'll give it away. I'm gonna go. What do we got here? Everyone else out there guessing? Oh, okay. I like the Alyssa there. That 875 rule essentially. I'm gonna go. What do we got there? I'll go with my favorite number there. We'll go, well, including it, 67-23. So we'll go 67-23 for me. Again, out there, guys, if you're listening on YouTube right now, what will be the open price for TCGL? Whoever gets closest wins a 5K eval. Let's get it going.
And if you're on watching from X, jump on YouTube as quickly as you can, because this thing can open up at any second now. And throw down the price.
67-22. Price is Right. That's one of my favorites. I like, and back to earlier there, who was that said that? Will, yeah, I love Big Bang every day. My wife's got to put that on for like a little happy go. You know, she just wants to get in that good mood. So like lately, every day, whether our routine on Sunday or Saturday, we wake up and put it on MTV. Just boring. We watch Ridiculousness for a couple episodes, and at noon, Big Bang comes on and watch a couple episodes. And even like yesterday, what she does in the afternoon, I forgot what station that's on. But like yesterday, she'll just throw it on like when she's cooking or whatever. Yeah, she loves some Big Bang Theory. I like all it. Just you don't really have those shows anymore that were on CBS and NBC. Of course, everything's spread out between all the social media, but all the streaming platforms like Netflix or Hulu or whatever anymore, Amazon Prime. And that was kind of the end of golden era, in my opinion, golden era TV on network television. You know, you got to go to Parks and Rec, to 30 Rock. I could go through The Ringer, right? There's so many great shows there for so long on NBC, ABC, and CBS. And now there's really just not a lot out there, honestly. Game is good. Everyone wakes up. Yeah. Love it. There we go. Got some more Kogu. Trey there.
That's the biggest gap up. 89.43. All right.
Woo! I want it. Get it, Green Machine. I want it.
We're gonna have like the $1 Bob coming in here any moment.
Yeah. $1 Bob.
Hang on. So hey, we got to clarify. If you're over, do you lose? I was thinking.
You running this? Is it Price is Right rules or not? Is it Price is Right rules or not?
I didn't clarify that, so I'm going to say that you're not going to. If you're over, you can still be over, because I should have clarified that from the start. So if you're over, you're still good.
Just close.
Yep.
Yeah. Love it. Yeah. See, I'm watching. Yeah, Smoke Tuning. Yeah, Big Bang on. Yeah, MTV. Watching on MTV quite a bit. Everyday Sheldon. Everyday Shelby on the crew. Yeah. Good stuff. I mean, I like Seinfeld. I like Friends. You can just go back, look at Parks and Rec. It's a good group of cast that work together real well, you know. And a lot of times there are people that aren't like big name people. I know Seinfeld grew that, but I mean, come on, Julia Louis-Dreyfus, Richard, whatever his name was, Michael Richardson. You know, those weren't big name actors. You know, George Costanza, forgot what his name is in real life. I always call him George Costanza. You know, so it's the same thing with when Friends got together. They became big stars, but when they first got together, they weren't stars. I mean, you look at Big Bang Theory. I always call it the girl that was on MacGyver. What's that one girl that was on MacGyver? Sheldon's girlfriend, wife in the end. What's her name in real life? Malak. Anyway, that girl was on MacGyver back in the day. So I always jokingly say, hey, there's that girl there's that girl that was on MacGyver. As in giving her that's where she was big at, you know, in her career. She was really not that big of an actress. And then boom, gets Big Bang Theory. Next thing you know, these guys are making bukus amounts of money. The guy that was on, I think the biggest actor on that was the guy from Roseanne. You know, he was the son on Roseanne, you know, and grew up to be, you know, and of course, he was actually on going back to, I love this. Go back to Christmas Vacation. Everybody. Think about this. Julia Louis-Dreyfus, not really big on Seinfeld yet, was the neighbor. She's Margot. I don't know Margot. Go back to Christmas Vacation. Julia Louis-Dreyfus is on it. Elaine's on it, right? She plays Margot. And the son, right? The son, if you remember, is the guy that's on Big Bang Theory. So it's crazy to see, you know, those small, like back then, those guys that weren't anything. And then the daughter that was on, that's on Christmas Vacation, she became a really big, you know, actress throughout the years. And so, yeah, I love those where they're not big at first, and then they grow to become really big. Let's go. What's Johnny Galecki? So we got Johnny Galecki, right? And then we got Juliette Lewis. Juliette Lewis was Audrey. So, of course, Russ was Johnny Galecki. But then, the neighbor was Julia Louis-Dreyfus. She was Margot. Yeah, so you got these names that go on. And even like Big Bang, you know, these guys first get together. I love shows like that. And they then become really big. And it's just they have a great – they work together real well. And they all are funny, you know, in the end. You know, Elaine's funny at times. George is funny at times. You know, of course, you know, Crazy Kramer's always funny. Seinfeld's funny at times. Some people hate Seinfeld, but that's just things about shows. Like, I don't like that guy, but I really like him. He's hilarious. Or, oh, I hate that girl, but I think she's funny, And I think that's what makes those shows so good. Why is the floor wet? Yeah, why is the floor wet? I don't know, Margot. Oh, I love it. Of course, I've got Margot over here, my Great Dane. So, yeah, I love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it.
All right, sent that out to X too. So, the live stream for today. So, yeah, if you're over on X, jump over here. Guess the price. We're still halted. we're going to be here till this thing resumes. I mean, look, we can't end the stream and then just this thing open up. It ain't gonna happen. I'll fast. I'll fast today because I know if I go downstairs to grab a little drink or something to eat, Josh is gonna be screaming in my ear, "Open, open, open, open!" And it ain't gonna be.
It's at 100. I'm baking, God, Kevin, it's at 100. You running back in, get you. Oh man, but yeah, I love that smoked tuna dinner show. And yeah, Penny was on Charm. But yeah, everybody loves Raymond was a good one. King of Queens was a good one. There's so many good that run of the mill ABC, CBS, and NBC shows are just. At least Fox still has its staple of shows. Simpsons, Family Guy. Fox I feel is still living in 2000, which is awesome. I know they add some here and there, but they still got their. I think maybe even American Dad's still on. So you get that's still on Fox. But yeah, all the other stations you just don't even know anymore for the most part. Good stuff there. Good stuff. What a day. TCD opened the door. Here we go. I said 80. Okay, cool. So I got some people in my lobby saying 87. All right, cool. So Katie, I got Katie at a call AMAT. Yeah, call AMAT. Yeah, right. So we got 87 on my end. Let's see here. When I opened at 103. Exploded. Cool. I just had people talking to me in my lobby. Cool. I've been in something like this. Had 10K shares. Where's it already up? There we go. Love it. So KDM, love it. Katie, Halim, Johnny. So, John, if you want to guess too as well, I'll throw you into the mix over here. So we got KD saying 87 on my live stream. They're listening to me as well, of course, to us as well. Austin Trader 6875. Oh, South Park's, that Comedy Central and South Park. That's, of course, I think they're on Netflix or whatever now. Anyway, or Amazon Prime. Anyway, yeah, that's goated. That's one of my favorites of all time for sure. Love, and of course, I just brought them up earlier, like I said, when I forgot what the episode was, and they got into gaming real big, and they were in there. Who's ever room for hours. And I mean, they were like,
time out.
What happened?
1:30. This just came out. TCGL issues a statement regarding the recent trading activity. The 8 employees. All right, I'm reading this alongside you guys.
The 8 employees.
A technology company, Advanced Software Solutions provider, specialized. Okay, we don't need. We got it. The company does not comment on market speculation or fluctuation in its share price and continues to focus on executing its business strategy and creating long-term shareholder value. The company stated that it is not aware of any material non-public information that has not been publicly disclosed that would account for the recent trading activity. So they are clueless just as we are.
And like you said, I would love to know what they're doing in office right now, those 8 employees over in Singapore, which I'm not surprised, this being now a Chinese play, TCGL, this completely makes sense. So that's why I'm a little surprised that this maybe hasn't seen any kind of some sort of investigation, but it does show me why we're halted for so long on these plays. And probably what I'll do is when we go live here, I know I'm going to scale out 3 times 15 a piece. It's been halted for so long. I'm worried that maybe that does come in. Halted pending news, halted T12. So what I'm probably going to do now is that you can see, I'm going to go to 10, get out 10 of the 15. I was going to do 5, 5, and 5. No, get out 10 of this. I'll only have 5 shares left. Maybe it does continue to gap and halt up through the closing bell. And I'm still in 5 shares at 17. It's up at 80 or 100 or 200. Who knows? But I'll tell you this, as soon as this goes live, I will be taking 10 of the 15 shares. I mean, again, you're talking about up 543 on 15 shares. Well, I don't think I've ever been that far over $1 a share, except for the one time I traded QM's 10 shares and made about $650 or so. It's the 2 trades, and these have now happened, which is crazy. In about 5 months, so September was QM's, and now here we go with TCGO. Good moves today. Good moves today. Thank you all for joining as well. Got the guessing game going, so if you are sticking around, got Green Machine, Giovanni, of course, up guesses up top. Alba, Fred just guessed. Mr. Eric Marciano. How you doing, Eric? It's been a while, my man. Another one of my people that I've talked to throughout the years, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Eric. Trading Tyke. We got Saline. We got Smoked Tuna, myself, Charlie Wombat, Alyssa, Joe, Will, Blue.
Yeah, we got some guys jumping over from X since I reposted this. Guys, over on X, go to click on the video and go to the comments and post your guess if you want to have an opportunity for that 5K giveaway, the closest to it. So TCGL. Reese is saying 78% is held by those 8 people. 78% of the shares are held by the 8 people. Yeah, so I'm messaging some of the guys from in the streaming group as well. They're asking what's happening here. We just read it off at 1:30. They don't know. We don't know.
What's crazy, we were talking about this earlier with Money Mitch and how I said I would leave shares on in case I got an SPHL move, and then voila, we got it. I mean, that's just crazy that we were literally just talking about this with Mitch before he left, and then here we are. Mitch left 2.5 hours later. Yeah, Money Mitch sending the gifts in now. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, because you guys got me in on this. I came over, hadn't seen it yet. I liked its potential to squeeze and go to 20, maybe a little higher. And here we are, still halted up after another hour-long halt at 54. And I'm glad I took some there. So if regardless if we do gap down and that ends up being the end of the day, bro, I top ticked it and I sold 10 shares at 53.90, and I'm so freaking happy about that. What a day. I'm telling you, I'd say this is a day to live right here, my friends. Let's see.
Trading Tyke, this small cash accounts, not good for the health. Also, and did not jump in. Yeah, I mean, look, small accounts and then trading this kind of action, it's you got to be on your toes for sure, and you probably need to put a pacemaker in too, just because the heart you might go into cardiac arrest with a play like TCGL. But
here we go. This tidbit. What? I got in at 34 at 9:30 locally, 9:34.18. 9:34.18 locally. Locally right now it is 12:35. We're talking I've been in this trade for 3 hours now because of the halts.
Great patience.
Crazy. Yeah. Oh yeah. No. Hey, having all these dogs like this guy, he keeps walking around his big old head and he just wants my attention. He keeps it's just I kind of hate pushing. I kind of had to he's been doing this like an hour and a half, but it's just it's that some of that's what I say, get 14 dogs, you'll build some patience. It's just because you're always having to do something or you're used to something or deal with this or deal with that, or it's just a nonstop. You're doing something and got to build that patience other than just the stock market. If you don't have it in the stock market, you're going to have to learn to build it in your regular life, because I promise you're not going to build it from trading stocks. If you don't have patience, you're going to have to find a way to build it.
You got to find a way to build it. Yep. It's like the muscle. You got to build it. So in response to an inquiry from the New York Stock Exchange regarding the recent trading activity, so they were under investigation in a way, right? They were being inquired from the New York Stock Exchange. So the company stated it's not aware. I mean, this was just like pretty much they're repeating that in another statement that I'm taking a look at.
Yep, I'm seeing that on TOS now, right, too. Yeah, I have that up on the stream there so traders can look at it and read it. Yeah, so yeah. Oh, yeah. Which is good to know. So that means it will go live again. We just don't know when at this point. The company does not comment on market speculation or fluctuations in its price share and continues to focus on executing its business strategy and creating long-term shareholder value.
You just wait. You're one of these 8 employees. You lay down for a nap, you wake up, and your company is like 6x in that time period. 6x. You go from a $100 million company to a $600 million company.
All right, so I'm getting word that G and PX is spiking. Oh my gosh, G and PX. Boy, I pulled that up on the chart right there if you guys can. Not going to leave my TGCL trade, but boy, G and PX had a nice good rise, 220 to 311, and now back down to 220. Huge reversal right there.
Yeah, T-Web, if they wait for after hours, that's going to be that's going to be massive. I mean, yeah, if they wait for after hours for the open, man, it's like at this point, do you even take it's getting, when it gets close to the close, I mean, oftentimes you'll see them. It might be a LUDP 5-10 minutes, but if it's a few minutes away from the close, I've seen that very often. They just wait. They just wait for the close to
Yeah.
Yeah, smoked tuna. The issue is they can't sell this. You're right. Unless they file, right? They have to file. They have to file to make it aware to the shareholders that they're doing that. In which case, that's a process. This is getting ready for the offering from hell. I know.
Getting a lot of 60s in there now. So we got 69, 69, 68, 75, 62, 72, 60 there. We got 63, 75 from Giovanni, 68, 90 from Alba there in chat. You know, we got a lot of 60s. We got Sailing Girl in the 60s, myself in the 60s, Charlie into the 60s there. So we'll see what we get here.
Yeah, I think the highest is 89.43. It goes to GRN Machine. The lowest, who's the lowest? The lowest guess we have.
40.32 from Blueprints. Got Smoked Tuna at 46.94 and then Blueprints at 40.32.
40.32. I love just the odd random like numbers. Guys, apply those odd numbers to your orders and to your stops. Rather, that'll help, rather than just right on the whole dollar or half dollar. $69.69. King Leon trades. We got a lot in here for this, so we're sticking here for it. I mean, again, Josh and I will be here till.
There's debt mark coming in. Sterling. Yeah. Oh yeah. We're just sitting her out.
We might pass out here at the computers tonight and after hours if this thing hadn't opened yet.
Yeah. Oh man, this is so fun though. I love it. This is like the anticipation for the fun of what happens.
Well,
go ahead.
Everybody's looking up this ticker, so I just reposted it, and we already have 30 more people in here from that. So, guys, jump on the YouTube, put in your vote, because a 5K eval is on the line. You get a $5,000 eval if you're the closest. So jump on over. Sorry to interrupt. What were you saying?
Oh, you're good. No, I was going to say, if this gap's down, I'm immediately getting out. I had the 10 and 5 to go with, so I'll have to be real quick there, which I'll be able to do most likely. I should be that quick. But yeah, as soon as this goes live, I'm regardless selling 10. So my plan is, as soon as this goes live, my fingers on the trigger. Boom, I'm selling it. I'm immediately going to go over here and press 5, highlights, boom, I'm going to click 5 and get ready to sell. If this gap's down, that's my plan. Sell, click, go to 5, sell again, just get out of it. If we get any sort of side gap or move up, or obviously a gap up, I'm going to sell 10 regardless when we open. But if we get the move that I want, which is more positive move up, I'll sell the 10 wherever we open up at, and then hold the 5, and then see where we can go with the remaining 5 shares. May even scale out the remaining 5 shares 1 share apiece.
Is there a point in which you flip short heavy? Question.
Not on this ticker after all the halts, because now am I going to be stuck in a halt for an hour on the way down? Is this going to go into the closing bell halted down? So this is where I want to at this point, which is so funny. I have John over in my live stream was like, I just want to get out of my trade, and I feel it.
The thing is, like, go work a job for an hour. What's the minimum wage, or what would you get paid?
Right.
It's like, okay, now consider that. So maybe we can sit another hour, Josh. I mean, another hour. Because this thing, when it halts down, it's very likely gonna open way lower.
All right, we got Jason on my chat saying too. So we got a couple on my chat. We had one. Said 87. Katie says 87. And then I got Jason going 74.20. So we got a couple others there that I'll throw into the mix that are listening to us over on my live stream. And yeah, boy, this has been a fun one. You don't get these too often, but I tell you that when you do get them, you're going to stick on them and watch them like a movie. And one of the best movies you've ever seen, even though it's halted, we haven't seen anything in an hour. We're sitting here in anticipation of what the next move of the movie is going to be, which is crazy.
Yeah. RPGL just got a random spike too through high days. Just FYI for those that are looking at anything else out there. Feed FEED cracked under 4. 4 was an important level to monitor. I can't wait to go back and watch some of those clips, especially the one of you running in the room.
Yeah. Oh man, the two for sure for me is the gap up. From when we saw it gap up, and my natural reaction to that. And then the other one will be when you trick me. Oh man, I love it. I freaking love it. Yeah, it's good stuff though, man. This is good stuff. Got a couple on my Discord too. I got Wary saying 60. Got Herme saying 68.25. All right, I'll throw them in there. Well, whatever the closest is, we'll figure that out once it actually happens here. And you got all the time in the world. There's no cutoff time. The cutoff time is when we finally see this thing open up live, which we have no idea when that's going to be. Oh yeah, this is how memories are made. Yeah, I'll never forget this, Smoke Tuna, for sure. And I'll have to make a post on this. Hopefully you too trade the pool. Joe, anyone else out there that does all that in the background, Carlo, all you guys, come on. We got to snip this up to a trade. Watch Trade the Pool, Small Cap Analysts, Bank Freak Out, and whatever. And Go Bananas has, TGLC, go TCGL, whatever.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! I'm not gonna film this now. We gotta film something there. Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! What? 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 Oh my! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! This is the biggest move ever. I've got my biggest move ever. It's a 100-point mover. 100-point mover. I don't know what he says on Lion King, but wow. Oh, my heart is racing. I'll tell you what, I thought about not selling it because we may get another one, but you know what? I could not take it. That ends up being high of day there. Oh my God.
Hey, so who was the closest? I think it was Green at 89.43. I think Green won that. Because my closest was 87 on my lobby. 87 was my lobby with KD. We open at 1. I just sold it 104. Look at my time. I sold it. Look where I'm selling at. Is this a dream? Like, this feels like a dream to me. Oh my God. This is nuts though. This is fun right here.
GRN Machine. Go ahead and email me, callinshow@tradethepool.com. Give me your email for your Trade the Pool account so that way it can be credited to your account and we'll get the credits in there. Wow. Josh, dude, this stream is for the books, traders. Let's go. This is awesome.
Oh! Wow. We talk about this all the time about leaving runners on. I'm in 5 shares and up $486 on 5 shares. Like, oh God, this is great. This is the most shares per side. I've never made this. This is wow. This is not the most money in a trade, but for point wise, I've never been in 100 points. 17 to 140. That is I'm. Man, I gotta calm down now. I'm not kidding you. When I'm out of this trade fully, bro, I'm gonna be like worn out. I am going to be worn out. That's awesome though. KD. Yeah. KD's like, yeah, I want it higher. I love it. KD's like, yeah, I was all over stock.
Okay. All right, guys. This is waking up everything. We need to pay attention here because DCX, Crow pointed that one out earlier. DCX is breaking through some levels. This is about to wake up some plays in small caps. So just DCX, turn your, just take a look there. Up towards 4 9s right now, headed up towards 5. Honestly, guys, we need to see where the volume's going to go because this is about to wake up some plays. There's going to be some sympathy off of this.
Whew.
Yeah, Smoke Tuna's right. This is about to bring some traders to the screens. Yeah, yep. So some of these plays that were on watch earlier, be mindful of because I could see them taking off. DCX certainly one of them. Oh man, dude, I've had the funnest time in here, and yeah, I mean, Josh, that's what in the world? What kind of look at that chart? I mean, we've been pretty much jaw dropped to the floor this whole morning, going from halt to halt on TCGL. This has just been a TCGL day. I mean, this is madness. This is a massive liquidation event, and this company has just 10x'd for nothing. I mean, they literally reported we have nothing. There's no changes in company activity that would result in this. I mean, they're just as in shock as we are. I mean, they're probably going from halt to halt, saying, what the heck is going on here? TCGL. So
team, let's go though. Everyone, I love the love today though too. I've gotten some texts and emails or whatever, but got to real quickly. Sterling, I'm still in. So right here, I'm still in. Like I said, I had my goal to, so I'm still in 5 shares. 5 shares. Here's my entry and exits for the trades today, and here for TGCL in 100 shares at 1768. And you can 2090, 23.10, and then starting to get a little wacky here. I'm out at 29.17, and then 53.90. I thought was just parabolic, and now I'm out at 114.95. I mean, this is crazy. But yes, I'm still in 5 shares. This is why we talk about scaling out on the way up. This is absolutely bonkers. This is crazy. This is a definitely once in a lifetime. It does not come that often, team. This is one of those trades where I've had traders in the past. Well, imagine if you got in here and held all the way to there. I'm actually finally doing that. I've had so many mentors in the past that, imagine if you did this and you held to there. I'm actually doing that. I'm holding 100 points right here. So this just shows you the power of patience, discipline, and holding those trades. Appreciate it. Sterling, but Sterling, I'm still in the play. I smashed that 10-cent minimum, didn't I, Joe?
Yeah. DCX going through 5. We'll just keeping an eye there. Just keeping an eye.
Thank you, Smoke Tuna, too. Thank you, Smoke Tuna. And yes, Sterling, there you go. I mean, again, I put on the Discord. Anyone out there ever been part of a 100-point small cap move? Because, wow. Big moves. And yeah, you guys are all over it with that thought process of DCX getting that ramp on around. I know Money Mitch talked about it this morning because it had that look to it of squeeze potential. And then you get TCGL to do what it wants to do. You mentioned RPGL. Looking now, all of a sudden, these stocks that were up on the day, and now they're moving up even more. So we have RPGL, DCX, both popping on up here. Bro, look at the gap up. Is this just not nuts or what? I thought this gap up was nuts, going from 20 to 50. Going from 54 to 114, I mean, there again, you're just talking about a gap up of literally, $50? I mean, that's just $60. That's crazy. $60 gap up. Whew.
We're living in la land with some of these trades, guys.
Now, how long is this halt going to be? Because the last one, let's go to the resumption time, bro, so we can do some math here. Remember the one we talked about, 108, was that the first long one. This last one halted up at 12:13:37, came live at 12:43:56. So we know it's going to be most likely a random resumption time this time around. First one, an hour rate. The second one, an hour and a half. Literally on the dot because it went over. Because you think about that, it came live at 43:56. Well, it halted at 13:37. So it literally went, 19 seconds past an hour and a half halt and then resumed. So in my opinion, it's going to be another random resumption.
Whoa. Wow.
Hey, quick question. Let's see. Follow Josh for learning from the best. I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate it, Tuna. Yeah, I mean, I've been trading these for years. I mean, Kevin Avery talks about it. This is my go-to. This is my forte. This is what I love to trade. Not a lot of traders are going to get into trades like this. It's sketchy. It's scary. And I get that. It just comes back to the confidence and the edge you like to trade. I go back to even simple bounce plays where I'll put an order in to get filled at a bounce play. And I've had traders, aren't you scared it's going to knife through that? Blah, 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 blah. Well, no. And that just comes to simple bounce play. So I get the thought process of, hey, this is scary. I don't want to trade it. Well, don't trade it. Learn how to trade it. You don't always have to trade these, but these are these moves. That can be account setters, momentum setters for your own trading, the positivity that grows from this, the confidence that grows from this. So it's definitely huge for sure. And Reese, quick question, how to sell at $4.99 on DCX, but it did not feel, well, now it did, but is there something that I need to know? I don't, I will say this every once in a while, with any broker you're with, just watch a little bit of slippage in your entry. I very rarely have any bad entries or things to worry about when it comes to brokers or even here on TTP. So no, I just think sometimes you just get that slippage when you get the spread. So just pay attention to the spread. Right now I've got DCX's spread at 4 cents. I think when more volume moves into it, I bet it gets to 6 to 8, 10 cents possibly. And that's where sometimes, even if you have a limit order filled there, it may not get filled and there'll be a little slippage. Yeah, feed could squeeze. Tuna's all over it. Feed's up for the day. It's had a good move. It, to me, that multi-day mover, it's definitely on watch for more continuation. I'm happy, eyes glued, stuck here to my main man or main lady, whatever, TCGL. Bro, this is, you got to think about selling 10 shares. I sold 10 shares and made $9.71 on 10. That's just, That's crazy. That's absolute bonkers work right there. Thanks to the gap ups. Thank you TCGL. Thank you you Chinese play you. I appreciate you so much. All right, I'm gonna give it right here. Oh, look at the halt down DCX with the sell off, bro. Wow.
Oh, there's a halting down.
Yeah. Woo. That is nuts. Yes. Yeah, Reese. Yep. So pay attention to that because that'll happen to me sometimes, Reese, when I'm trying to do limit orders in pre-market. And I'm like, just fill me. And that spread is what's going to hurt you on that. And so usually what I'll typically do if I just want to get into the play, I'll just go to the bid side and say, I don't care, just fill me. I want in right now. You know, it depends if you're going long or short. Just go to the where I want to get in. If you have 20 cents worth of a move, 25 cents or more of a move that you anticipate, and that's your target, don't worry about the 2 to 3 or 4 cent spread. Just get filled and get your trade. Get a piece of the pie. Yeah, I'm
seeing the resume. I'm not complaining about
that. Yeah, and you were going short, weren't you, there, Reese? Because it's so great short. Good job there, bro. Good job.
All right, are we doing a whole nother hour long thing on?
We'll see if it goes live right here. Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh, we're live. We're live. I'm selling a share here. All right, we're still okay. I'm selling another share there. I'm still in 3 shares here. We're all over the place. All right, I'm out. I'm going to sell everything but 1 share. Everything but 1 share. Everything but 1 share. Everything but 1 share right there. I'll take it. Everything but 1 share. So I'm in 1 share, 1768. We're halted down. This could be the end of the journey. And what a move all the way to 136.32. Hey, any of you guys that traded today and banked today, you guys lock it up. Stay green. I'm about to call it a day for myself and finally get off the mic here as we went live for an extra hour today with you guys. I have one-on-ones coming up here a little over an hour from now. And in my live stream, which they have been listening to me, so they've gotten this commentary, which is good. So I feel like I still need to owe them a little bit of afternoon commentary and go over what Apple and earnings reports we could see this afternoon. And speaking of, come back for Power Hour. Steve will have you covered in a little over an hour from now, rolling through all the stocks and what's moved today and what he likes to trade. Right after that, we get into after hours and, of course, the earnings with Kevin Avery as well. So come back, join Kevin, join Steve in Power Hour and after hours for earnings. You had a show today. This is a stream among streams. This is a trade among trades right here. I am so happy, honored, into the discipline of all these years of working my butt off to actually here on a live stream be a part of the biggest point move I've ever been in my life. I've never sold or never bought and sold well over 100 points. Right now, I'm got in at 17. My highest exit is 124.96. Today was a banger. Hopefully you guys learned from it, had some fun watching us. Of course, Green Machine hit up Kevin Avery for that free 5K eval. Got a lot of people over here. And of course, when you have this type of move, this parabolic movement, you guys come a running and you love it. You love just to sit back with the popcorn and watch. Again, thank you all for coming today. Smash that like button. Get the hearts and the hundreds and all that coming out. When we again see you back here next Tuesday. I'll see you guys on Tuesday of next week for another round of commentary. Kevin, what you got? How you going to end it out before you come back later?
Oh, congrats. We have a lot of good clips as well from today. I mean, excellent clips. I got to go back and watch some of this. This has been the funnest stream. Congrats on GRN Machine. Go ahead and just create an account. Create an account with Trade the Pool and then email over the email that you use to create it.
And it's free too. It's free to, you don't have to create a free account. You don't have to put a card down, nothing down. You can go create a free account and boom, now you have an account with us. So go create a free account, literally just like Kevin's saying, very easy. It'll take you 2 minutes, literally.
Yeah, just create the account, email me, call in show at tradethepool.com, and then I'll get you those credits over to your account. Great work today, guys. Excellent work. It looked like 70% plus were green from the poll that we ran. So good discipline today. It was a very fun stream today. I'm gonna have to go back and watch some of that. Yeah. Just email me GRN Machine. We'll get you good to go. Scanners will be live for the next until we get to the end of the day action with Steve. So stick around, hang out, guys. Have some fun with TCGL. What a banger! What a banger of a day, Josh.
And thank you, Kevin, for the love. Everyone else in chat, and again, of course, Trade the Pool for having me here and being able to put this on the live stream and trade. Thank you for the love as well. It was an honor. This is great to be able to do this. Hopefully, this inspires and shows other traders the possibility of investing in day trading. If you put the discipline, you put the time in. I'm telling you, have the patience, right? Persevere and push yourself. If you have those 3 Ps, You will get through this journey. I promise you that. But as again, it's day in, day out. You got to track, you got to journal, you got to chart, you got to go do your homework. It starts off with study hall before the market opens. Then you hit the market opens, you're in school. Take a break from school, come back in after hours, do your study hall, do your library work, go over trades, go over charts. What looked good today? Why didn't I miss this trade? Why did I miss this trade? What trade? I didn't trade DCX. Well, go put lines in. Where could you have traded it? I didn't trade BATL. Well, go put lines in. Where could you have traded it? I didn't trade to look at CADX today. Well, go put lines in. Where could you have traded it? I promise you, the more you do that, and it's the hindsight's 2020. It's a painted picture, as I always call it, in after hours. Well, Bob Ross painted you a picture. Go back and look at the beautiful picture Bob Ross painted you. So that way, the more you're going back and putting those lines in, and after hours, hindsight's 2020, when Bob Ross is painting you a picture the next day, you're going to be more in tune to what Bob Ross is painting. He starts forming a tree. Like, that's going to be a tree. Watch. This is going to be about a 30-foot tree. Oh, there comes a river. Oh, that's going to be some mountains. You can see what the chart is forming because you went back the day before and you looked at all the Bob Ross paintings. That's going to prepare your mind and your head for the next day. So please make sure you're doing that. You're doing yourself a disservice if you're not tracking, journaling, back testing, and charting every single day in Power Hour after hours. And yes, real quickly, go back to Kevin Avery this afternoon. Got, of course, Steve at, for Power Hour call-in show was great today, although we didn't have a lot of callers, so I love doing this. But yeah, 2 o'clock or 3 p.m. Eastern for Steve, 4 for Steve and Kevin for earnings. And don't forget, next month, sign up now, get registered. We have competition coming up all next month long. So it's going to be fun. Like Kevin said earlier, so much fun and so many good things coming here for TTP this year.
All right, traders. We're going to head out for now. Grab some lunch. Take care, guys. Trade safe. Embrace the risk. Accept the results. We will see you guys next time. All right. Skin off.
into part 3 of charting here with AK-47. Got the 3-part series, finishing it up right now. AK-47 over at Prime Trading Investments and Tradecaster.com. Let's get into it. Now, this kind of got 2 parts to this one as well. Like part 2 had 2 parts. Part 3 will have 2 parts. What to be looking for in pre-market into the opening bell, and how to chart that, what to be looking for, but also how to chart the day itself. So let's go into a play that was amazing today for a lot of traders, which was ARM. And so what I see in ARM overall, and typically what you're looking for in ARM, or any, since in ARM, but any play that may make a really good move at the opening bell, is generally is going in an area that it hasn't been in for a while. And so in ARM, what I saw in pre-market, of course, you know me, if you watched the last lesson, part 2, you know I'm in a 15-day, 15-minute time frame. What I'm looking for is some profitability zone. You know, every play is going to have a different area of profitability zone and what's good. You know, a play like SMCI, you want $5, $10, $15. You know, a play like SPY, you want at least 50 cents, if not $1 plus. ARM, give me about $2 or so, a profitability zone. So if I crack an area, so to speak, I'll have at least $2 to run until I have my first area of profit taking, so to speak. And that's awesome. And so I saw here under 172, essentially, under 172, we had room down to 170, if not down to 169. And I knew under 169, we might even have room down to 167-ish area, maybe even 166. And so those were in my morning alerts this morning for the move down. Why? Because we're in an area we've never been in before, and there's a big profitability zone underneath this mark. Sorry, making sure I'm recording. Underneath this mark, under 172 to at least 170, if not 169. And look here, just in a 1-minute time frame, look what we did here right at the opening bell today. I mean, look at this move. Right through 172, my area that I want to crack, essentially, all the way on down. I mean, there was nothing but red. You didn't have to worry about a thing here. So that's what I'm generally looking for at the opening bell. 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Find an area we haven't been through in a while. You know, a good move this morning as well was AMD. AMD had this downtrend break. Boom, boom. A lot of touches, right? Getting back above that toward the opening bell. And then you're just working your way up through old resistance areas. You know, pop up over yesterday's opening high of 158. You'll see 159. Monday's high. Over Monday's high, you'll see a move up into Friday's high, which is also a reversal area on Thursday. Over that, then you'll see a move up to 162. You know, over 162, you have a lot. You look at this room to run. What's going to hold it down? In my opinion, nothing until 164. And you can go back in the past year and see 164 bounce on that Wednesday and Thursday, and then on that Wednesday and Thursday. And then if you actually go into today, look how it actually failed at 164 to start off with, just underneath it. Could have gotten your first decent short. Where I get the, hey, AK, where's this going to reverse that? Well, it's all come to charting, and that's where you can find those areas. And then again, on the way up, look where we have the next area. Over that, probably going to go to that high of day. And then I said in chat, probably going to 166. And sure enough, that ended up being pretty much the high of day. You know, at that point, we've run $10. But that's what you're looking for. An area we haven't been in for a while, and it can generally run really well. Right here underneath it, if we would have went under 153.30, look at this. We haven't been underneath that in forever. So that today, if we would have come down, that was also a good short op. If you would have cracked it, because you go back to the 4-hour 180 day, we haven't been underneath that for a while. If we crack it, look, you're probably going to the bottom part of that channel of like 150-ish or so, 151. And then if you crack 150, look, you're dumping all the way down to that lower shaft. You know, you're really dumping at that point. Meta was one here recently that I traded here and loved it a couple of different times over the past month. Why? Because it's been in an area that it hasn't been in for a while. Here's one of the main days right here, over this 482.50 mark. I'll never forget this. Beautiful breakout that day and went flying. Why? Let's go down on the 15-day, 15-minute time frame. And you can see back over here, or do I have to go back further? Do I have to go back further? No, it was right here. It was this day. It was a 482, yeah. So I'll go back further in the days, though, so you can kind of see the setup I was looking for. And you can see when we scroll back that day that we squeezed, we haven't been over that 482, really 480 mark. And so when we get over the for a while, I mean, for weeks, we couldn't get over that 482.50 mark. And so I knew that morning of, look at this, that morning of, when we get over it, and you could see finally over that 480 mark and then over 482.50 as we were that morning, look how we even that morning form a bull flag in pre-market. Look at that right there. So we get above 482.50, that kind of area that I was looking to get over, and we're holding it essentially. Kind of going underneath it a little bit. But you get my point. You're over it, and then you're bull flagging. Was yelling at everyone watch for a squeeze. Within the first few minutes, right at the opening bell, 485 up to 490, right? Boom! $5 just like that. That's what you're looking for. Find an area that you haven't been over or under in quite a while, and you'll get a good move out of it. The day this cracked 500 was another one. This is one of the most, another recent one with Meta that I traded. Right here. Was that this? Yeah, that was this Monday, this week on Meta. We haven't been under 500 for really last week plus. And the only time we have, where do we crack to? 598.75 to 598.50. So, okay, we'll at least get there. But we could go a little bit lower. So if we crack that, then I know I'm guaranteed a little bit further movement down. And sure enough, another decent move at the opening bell. Not amazing. We're just now getting back to opening bell movements. But that's what you're looking for. If you're looking to trade at the opening bell, and SMCI has actually had a good move here recently as well, you want to be in an area that we haven't been in quite a while, right? And so that helps you out. When you're in an area that you haven't been in a while, like this day that we exploded, when we finally got back over 825, so to speak, because we haven't been over it in a little week plus this nice channel. So then I'm looking for a squeeze out of that channel or a downtrend break like we see right there, or AMD. The longer those consolidation areas get built up, the better the move usually at the opening bell. So pay attention for those. Areas we haven't been in for a while, whether it's up or down, you usually can get more movement and better profitability zone. Now to part 2 of this lesson. Part 1 was right there. Essentially, what to be looking for at the opening bell. And I know a lot of you will go quickly back to the SPY. The SPY had a great move. Look at this right here recently, just so you can see here. Just recently, we're finally above an all-time highs in this channel of 536, 35, whatever resistance, 36, 35, right through there. We get above it, and look at that squeeze. That lets you know, hello, it's a great day to trade it. We can go back a little bit further when we finally broke out of this 25 area. This day, oh no, we got to go further back. My bad. We got to go further back when we finally broke out of this area again, right here. So I've got to go, let's just go to the 4 hour. Let's just go to the 4 hour. Let's go to this right here. And so when the SPY finally broke out of this right here, what I talked about in my last lesson, part 2, when we finally got above this for the first time. So this was all-time highs, right? And then when we finally got above it, look at that day right there. Gorgeous squeeze of a day. That's what you're looking for. Those days are the guarantee. Now, you're going to get them every single day? No, but every day. That's why I start with SPY, then go to Apple, and AMD, and then ARM, and all the way through those morning voice alerts until I see, and maybe it takes all the way to Tesla, and usually it's before that, though, I'll find my favorite play. Like, oh, this is it. Like today with ARM. When I found this, and we're in an area A we've never been in before at all-time highs, up, and away. Do you see how we can get good movement? Do you see how big ARM has moved for the day compared to even plays that are, yeah, they're running with the SPY and they're dumping. But look at that. We're talking 174 to 156. Even NVDA that just finally had its price split is only 140 down to 130. It's a big move. Why? Because we're at all-time highs. But you get my point. I guarantee you Apple and ARM haven't moved that much because we're not at all-time highs. See? We're close to it, I guess, with Apple. We're close to it. I'll give it that. Right? Now, AMD, I know, moved a little bit bigger today, for sure, because it had that big squeeze. But I wasn't anticipating AMD to go from 156 to 166, 167. You know, I wasn't anticipating that, to be sure. I will say that. But now back to these plays like ARM, when you're up, and away. I just letting you know you can anticipate bigger moves. When you're up at all-time highs, your areas you haven't been in. Now for charting intraday, what to be looking for. Go to a 3-minute time frame. Start putting your levels in. And what you'd be doing right out of the gate, like say right now, if you came in or any time of the day, doesn't matter if it's earlier in the morning, wherever you come in at, start putting lines in. Find your trend lines. So immediately I see a downtrend line from the start of the day. There's your downtrend and downtrend break. I do see a micro trend line right here and a decent trend line crack, although it's not very long. I do see a support sandwichy shelf area right here that did work out again in the end for another short. Remember, that was my short I just talked about under 172. Look how that ended up being another good short. I do see somewhat of a channel being built up right here in a consolidation area, right? So, but you could also turn that into not only a consolidation area, but in the end, I actually would have just marked that as a trend line, right? So I'd say, okay, you know what? I do see a channel of support, fell, and then resistance. But I also saw the initial area to get in there, which was the trend line to VWAP to 90 MA crack. And so I'm going through there putting lines in and putting lines in. There's even another one where you can see where my crosshairs are at, right? And this is what you need to do. This is where you need to come in every single day, whether it's at the end of the day, and it's at the end of the day and you haven't charted this play yet to get more reps in. Find your downtrend. Find your downtrends. Find your, your overall general areas. Like right now, we're in this downtrend and we could be possibly breaking it here in power or into power hour as we move forward into power hour. And then you can even see how the old downtrend almost became support, almost on the dot. That's crazy to see. And so that's all I'm doing is going in and putting lines in. Don't do too many lines because you're going to overdo it. I'd probably maybe even put another line right there-ish in. Old resistance support area. But this would be it. Mostly has just became resistance today, but extend that to the left. You can see what I'm looking at. But those are your lines, and that's what I'd be trading. And I'll go through here and I'll do this to multiple plays here so you can see what I'm looking at. Go back over to AMD, another good mover for the day. We'll break it down. AMD, multiple moves for the day. First had this initial trend crack right here. Of course, it's overextended. That's not going to hold forever. So there's your trend crack. There's your trend crack. Here comes another trend line crack right here, right? So there we go. There's another trend line crack right there. This was just that's been in edit properties. When's that been in since? Yeah, that's been in since January, so I won't adjust it. But say for the day, you could probably put a line at 160, 665 for your resistance area. That would have been your resistance. Let's see here. I would have put a support channel right here. Channel of support, little shelf. Now, it did originally break it, and that's what's going to happen from time to time. You've got this great consolidation, cracks out of it, and even in the 3-minute time frame, and then regains it. Well, the one thing you can point, like, what did I do wrong there, AK? Well, one of the main things was the shelf really wasn't that long. It was decent. It was getting there. And the main thing is, you're still just super bullish. You don't know when exactly, honestly, that overall pullback is going to happen. Now, unless it just generally comes within market and everything pulls back together, that's one thing. But you get what I'm saying, where this can happen and it pops up. But it's kind of an anomaly, because you could say the same thing, and I love this, it equals itself out. You could have said the same thing to the top side. So say if you would have come in and put a resistance area, at least to begin with, to the top part of that channel, ignore my red line that I've had in, and then it comes above it, does the candlestick confirmation above it, and then immediately fakes you out and comes right back on down. A lot like that faked you out. Generally speaking, it won't do it more than once. So it'll fake you out once, but the second time around, it's done. So same thing for the top side. If it would have went back up and confirmed above again, it most likely just would have went up that time for sure. And so, again, in the end, where am I putting more and more lines in? We got to come over here. Now, it's not always at high of day. Sometimes it is. This one makes a little bit of sense. And we had a micro downtrend break. Didn't last for long. Came right back above it. Rode that downtrend for a little bit. Now, you had a good downtrend line in. Then it was just about readjusting the downtrend, honestly, on this play to right here. Now, that's the thing. When you see this readjustment, that's kind of an indication that you probably aren't going to get the best long out of this play. Now, I know we're getting it right now, but that just comes with the market. You can see here, it's kind of a weird day to do this. You saw this huge sell-off. Tomorrow's quad witching day in the stock market. You'll get this weird, wonky, crazy sell-off, and then now we're regaining this sell-off. So on a normal day, we probably just would have been range-bound, and there wouldn't be this crazy, weird movement, like even back to AMD. You probably just would have stayed above or around the VWAP and then moved back up. You wouldn't have this wonky, weird downtrend. So today's a little weird on how to chart. It was great to start the day, to be honest. And now, since that quad witching has affected the market and how it's moving, these plays are a little wonkier and where to put lines in. But generally speaking, when you're putting trend lines in, you want to be right there, right into the candles, right? So you can see I got that nice and tight into the bodies of the candles. Who cares if wicks are going through it or not? That's why you use candlestick confirmation. And that's what you're looking for, is making sure you have those lines in as tight as you can into the candles, or into the bodies of the candles, I should say. Let's go over and we'll chart a big play right here. SMCI was actually kind of pretty earlier before we started getting a little wonky. So we did have a little micro shelf crack right here up top. Beautiful shelf crack, which ran technically sound because your crack came up and failed at it twice. Did have a little bit of a shelf built in, and this one was fine. Cracked it the first time, you went down. There was no ifs, ands, or buts. Cracked that shelf in the VWAP, and then you entered the Thanos crossover. Would have put a line in support right here, knowing that if we would have cracked that area as well, you're dumping. So bounce, crack of it. See how that goes down? So pretty. Now, the true trend, you could start it back here. I wouldn't start it from the top this time, or where you'd think you'd want to start it. I would start it right there. Just because you touch those candles, you're touching along the way, you're failing at it over and over. And then when you do try, finally break it, you're moving up. I'd put another line right here as well. Old support becoming new resistance, so a pop back over that 930 mark, you'll get a good move. I'd also put a trend line in right down here as well, knowing that we're getting tighter into that wedge. Now, would I put more lines in? You could go in and maybe put a line right there at 971, 971 and a half, something along those lines. If you want to have to mark out your high of day area, you can if you want to mark out your high of day area. But that's really about it. I wouldn't have too many more lines in here. Nothing that's just yelling at me and saying, hey, here's where you should have your lines, But that's it for SMCI. I usually don't keep lines in. I usually just eyeball them in. I'll put it in every once in a while. Of course, I always do when I go live for you guys or in chat. But typically, I'm just eyeballing them in. Let's go to small cap plays and chart these real quickly. Have a downtrend break right here, obviously on ALUR. We had the initial downtrend break. It was nice and tight, nice and tight, nice and tight. Had a small break, rode it, reclaimed the downtrend, then rebroke the downtrend for the better move. That's going to happen from time to time. You can readjust it if you want to as well. And there's your downtrend break. But that's just a second ago, like you saw, where you have these weird anomalies where it's like, okay, we should break out. We don't come down and finally break out. And that's where a lot of those traders are like, well, now you want to go. That's going to happen in stock trading where you think the initial play should be it. It isn't it. You don't get the play, you have a loss. Then the play you want actually does come to fruition later. That's stock trading. It's all about, having the patience and discipline to know that, hey, it just didn't happen to me this time around, but I know I had the right chart set up. It just didn't work out. It's all right. There'll be more to come. You can't get down on yourself, have negative thoughts, worsen really overall your discipline and your confidence, and you don't want that to go down. You go, hey, I was right. It just didn't happen on my actual area that I wanted to get in. And that's going to happen from time to time. Come in right here, and I'd put a line in for right there. That also you could extend it out to the left. Old resistance is becoming new support. We do have a little bit of another area that we could put a line in right here. Old support, resistance, now resisting again right at that 280 mark. Would I put any more lines in? There's nothing that says, hey, I have a lot of touches in an area that I feel like we should. This is really generally your channel now. You had a downtrend break with now resistance at 280, supports at 230. Crack that support of 230 below the 9 in the VWAP. This play will just dump on down. You could put a line here at $2. Old resistance becomes support. You could put another line in right here at 170. Resistance becomes support. That's what I'm looking for in these lines when trading small caps, large caps. Doesn't matter. I'm charting them the same exact way. There's no difference between the two of them. We'll go over to GOVX. This was a play that ran yesterday. So we'll just, that's actually really gross. It's really not a lot to chart there. Honestly, it's really a choppier play. Let's go to, I know we had some more movers today. Oh, NNE. There's NNE. That's not the prettiest of plays, but we do have some play to look at right here. Beautiful trend line crack. So touch, almost touch, definitely touch. And could get that in there a little tighter if you wanted to, with a bit into the bodies of the candles. But we had the trend line crack. That's why I'm saying, that's going to happen from time to time. And a lot of that, what you don't want to go in for those is because why? We didn't get the close and open. We got the open outside of the trend line. We didn't get the close with it. We need the close and the open outside the trend line. We just got the open there. So this would have been your first full close and open outside the trend line for the for the trend line crack. Where would I have horizontal lines in? I'd have some downtrend lines in as well. Could have had one in earlier this morning there. Here's your other downtrend line to have in right there. Nice and steep into the bodies of the candles, about like that. There's your downtrend break for the move on up. So those would be your trends to keep in and possibly play. And then overall for your horizontal lines and price levels, I'd have one there at $15.50. I'd have another one here right around that $16 mark. You could put one at $16.50 to know that every 50 cents is running as support and resistance. And to prove that, you got one right here at $14.50 you could put in. Then you've got another one right here at $14 you can put in, right? So this is definitely running in 50-cent increments overall. And that's what you're looking for. Old resistance becoming new support and using those sandwich areas, as, so to speak, as I call them, over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. GRDI also moving up and still today, like I talked about, careful going short on this play. Pretty easy right here. Put your price level in. As you can see, old resistance becomes what? Now support. We do have a trend line that's been running all day long, right about right there. Now we did have the initial trend crack, you can see, and it didn't crack back. Held that VWAP, which is key. Would have gotten out of that short if you did take the short. Readjusting that trend line to right there. There's your new said trend line. So that's what I'd be looking for. Where your top area of resistance now, I would just go ahead and put a line in possibly right here at the 160-ish or so mark, maybe even again at 170. But then that's when you use the 1 year, 1 day, like I taught to you guys on the small caps, and go back and find more resistance. Where would I put more lines on the bottom side? Your main one's going to be right here at about just under 120 or so, right about right there. Resistance, support, right about 116 or so. Not really that much else. There's a little bit maybe right here at 130. You could put a line in at 130 if you wanted to as well. But that's what I'm looking for. A lot of touches, a lot of back and forth of where you see support and resistance, those sandwich areas, so to speak. Making sure you have your trend line in and readjusting it. Finding the true downtrends when you have beautiful downtrends. Getting in with the bodies of candles with those trends, whether it's a downtrend or a trend line. That's how I'm charting every single day. Everything is always the exact same every single day. Getting in with the bodies of candles for trend lines and downtrends, finding the support and resistance areas, the horizontal levels essentially, and just trading those. The ones, like today's a little wonkier, right? As you can see, we're not leveling out on the same level over and over and over after the quad witching sell-off. But before that, we kind of were running technically sound. Old support, what becomes new resistance? Okay, old support, right? Beautiful. When you crack it, you get even more short opportunity, right? So that's what you're looking for. Technical sound movement. You're touching a lot in the same areas over and over and over, whether it's support or resistance, and you're going for the break and crack of those, or you can go for bounce plays or reversals as well in those channels. But that's what you're looking for. You're finding the touches, the sandwich areas, getting those lines in with the bodies of candles. Hopefully that helps out in how to chart. Not only at the opening bell and what to look for those spikes, but then also what to be looking for in the day and how to chart. How to put support lines in, how to put resistance lines in. See you next time. There's your 3-part lesson on charting.
On today's episode of What's Going On with Shipping, the ILWU is filing for bankruptcy. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So if you are an avid follower of What's Going On with Shipping, which I assure you are, but if not, hey, subscribe and like, you will know that we have followed the ongoing labor negotiations between the International Longshore Warehouse Union and their 22,000 West Coast employees and those of the Pacific Maritime Association, the big shipping firms and terminal operators on the West Coast. Well, that negotiation, which had been going on for years, their previous contract expired back in 2015. They now have a new contract that's been ratified by the unions and the locals. Behind the surface, underlying everything that was going on, I kept hearing from union members, and I heard from lots of union members, some negative, a lot of pro, thank you so much, and from members of the PMA, that this issue that we're going to talk about today was the issue that was always going to be the one that was going to fall like a sword of Damocles on the ILWU, and that is the reason for the bankruptcy that we're going to talk about. If you're new to the channel, hey, do take a moment, subscribe, and like. So let's take a look at what the union has said. This is the letter that went out from the union on October 1st. We write to share you important information. Due to the sensitive nature, we were unable to share this with you until now. About an hour ago, the ILWU filed for bankruptcy protection under Chapter 11. This action was taken after careful consideration in order to protect this union and its members now and in the future. So the genesis for this issue has to do with a ruling by the National Labor Relations Board between actions taken by the ILWU and their local chapter, Local 8, up in Portland, Oregon, versus a terminal operator known as ICTSI. So there was a case that was filed in 2012 in U.S. District Court. There was a trial held 7 years later in 2019, 2-week trial, and in it, the ICTSI, the terminal operator, was awarded $93.6 million in damages, allocated between the ILWU, 55%, and Local 8 in Portland, 45%. On March 5th of 2020, a judge ruled that the damages there was supported to be a total of $19,061,248. Unfortunately, the ICTSI did not accept that ruling. They rejected it. They have now filed a new appeal, and they're going to get a new hearing to hear about not whether or not the ILW is guilty. That's been already done. To hear damages, and they're requesting between 48 million and 142 million. And since the ILWU is saying they don't have the cash reserves for that, they are filing Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. They go on here in their letter to say that they're going to continue to operate as usual, that this is not a liquidation, that they will continue to function normally and support their locals. They'll continuing education and training and organizing programs. But this, they say, is the only way they have to get out from under such a huge fine that's being leveled on them. Now, you should be asking yourself at this point, well, Sal, what did they do so wrong that the National Labor Relations Board found them guilty of this, the federal district court found them guilty of this, and this company decided to levy this huge fine against them and get it in court? Well, for that, we come over to this story by Greg Miller over at Freightway. So, according to the ILW president, Willie Adams, while we have attempted numerous times to resolve this decade-long litigation with ICTSI Oregon, at this point the union can no longer afford to defend against ICTSI's scorched earth litigation tactics. We intend to use Chapter 11 process to implement a plan that will bring this matter to resolution. The officers are confident that we're taking the right step. Now, this comes just a month after they got this new labor agreement. So what's the story here? Well, go to another Greg Miller story. This is how a fight over 2 jobs bankrupted the union of 40,000 dock workers. ILW proposes handing over most of its remaining cash to ICTSI. But I want to go back even further than Greg's story here to the original story. And this is the LA Times from 2019. How a feud over 2 jobs tipped the West Coast Longshore Union toward bankruptcy. That's right. This entire bankruptcy stems from 2 jobs. And I mean 2 jobs. That's it. There were 2 people working in Portland, Oregon that caused this. And Leal Sundet, who is an official for the ILW, is one of the big players. It may seem far-fetched that a dispute over 2 jobs could financially ruin a union, so powerful that all West Coast ports shut down for days when its contract talks break off, but that's the case. The Portland jobs tending refrigeration containers, these are called reefers. These are boxes with refrigeration units on board, so when you transport items that have to be kept at a constant temperature. You have containers that have refrigeration units. They are plugged in the trucks or rail, then they're plugged in on ships. But when they get to the terminals and they're put on the ground, they have to be plugged in and monitored. That was a job for 2 people in the port of Portland. And since 1974, it was done by members of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. It deals with Robert Big Bob Elrath, who retired last year as union president. This is back in 2019. He saw precedent in the 2 contested Portland reefer jobs. If I let those jobs go and demanded that they be set aside or whatever, it would bleed up and down the entire West Coast. In some ways, Sundet 63, whom McElrath assigned to pursue the jobs at Portland's Terminal 6, embodies the proudly militant approach of the union founded by the late Harry Bridges, a Marxist. He was a union leader who won respect, championed civil rights and equality, but Sundet's scorched earth tactics stymied judges, confounded 3 Oregon governors, increased cost of trade, and affected his reputation among fellow union members, who in 2015 voted him out of his $307,000 a year post. Sundet, who did not return phone messages seeking comments, started as a dock worker in the 80s. He favored skepticism, having come from the Pacific Maritime Association. He worked his way up in 2004 when he addressed a Democratic National Committee panel in Portland. So according to the facts presented in the case, and this is what's laid out here, Sundet told the Portland terminal manager in 2012 that he might as well tell shipping lines to depart because we're going to send them packing. Sundet guided the local chapter as members drove trucks and cranes slowly, took indirect routes around the container yard, packed vehicles to block in reefers, and faked mechanical problems. Teamsters fumed as hundreds of trucks backed up outside the port. Container ships spent extra days in port or skipped calls on Portland. Legal gridlock ensued, while the ILW pressed ICTS Oregon to give it the 2 jobs under the term of the union's West Coast labor contract. Company managers said the positions wasn't theirs to give. They said that according to their terminal lease, the jobs were controlled by the Port of Portland. The next year, shipping lines Hanjin, Hapag-Lloyd decided to leave their port for good, leaving only Westwood, a small carrier. As Hanjin's final vessel prepared to go, Michael Radek, a manager of the shipping line, begged employers to get the union to load the ship at a normal pace. We did what the union wanted and we left. Now they need to repay the favor. In 2017, ICTS Oregon paid $20 million to exit its 25-year lease to operate the terminal, an expense included in the $135 million in damages the company sought from the union. At the trial, the jury took 3.5 hours to return the verdict and award $94 million to the ICTSI. Now, let's be clear about something, too. ICTSI is not without problems here. You can go see their track record. It's not great in many ways. The Port of Portland had substantial problems beyond this. Not the least of which, you're on the Columbia River, which is a terrible port to come into. It's really tough. It's one of the toughest entrances to a U.S. port is the Columbia River bar, extremely tough. It's a long voyage down the Columbia River to the terminal, which means a lot of fuel is spent on that. Plus, you're in Portland. You're basically offloading for the local area. You're not offloading in Portland to shift stuff eastward because you got to go over the mountains or up around the top of the Rockies or below the Rockies. So it's not a great port to begin with in many ways, just because of its locale. It has services, but there are a lot of reasons that the Port of Portland suffered. But there's no doubt that the ILWU wanted these jobs back and targeted these two jobs to do it. And that's not just me talking. That's the jury. It's the jury. 12 jurors came back in 3.5 hours and ruled on this. But the problem now I have is that the union has got to figure out this deal. Filing bankruptcy is because they have less than $10 million in cash on hand, and they can't afford to pay this out. Now, remember, the guilty parties here is the ILWU and the local union. It's not the locals in the other ports. The ILWU itself is probably about 25 people, staff that runs everything. And then their legislative agendas and all the things that they do, training, coordination, you name it. But now they're filing Chapter 11 bankruptcy. And again, you have to raise that question. You just had this huge contract negotiation. Willie Adams, the president of the ILWU, was sitting down with President Biden. He was meeting with President Biden's Secretary of Labor designate at the time. So he was obviously talking about what was coming down here. And the question is, what happens on the West Coast? I think what happens is the ILWU is going to have to go bankrupt. I mean, it's going to have to pay it. It's pretty clear that tactics used by the ILWU was found guilty in this case. I wasn't there. I can't comment on whether or not they were work stoppages or not. But obviously, a jury proved it and or at least believed what was presented before them. And the question is, what goes forward? You're not going to see a disruption on the West Coast. The union's going to keep working. We're definitely going to see cargo keep moving. But it raises another issue on the West Coast. There's a lot of questions about bringing cargo into the West Coast. We're seeing cargo shift heading toward the Panama Canal to the East and Gulf Coast. Does this further undermine the position of the ILWU on the West Coast? Obviously, they wanted to push this out and wait until the contract negotiation was in place before having to file bankruptcy, because they couldn't really do that while negotiating at the time. It would be a problem. Whew. If you want to know why I love studying shipping and this industry, right here, this is the topic. These are the things that never go away. This is quite a story. It is a interesting story, and definitely one that I'm going to be following going forward. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell so you'll be alerted about new videos as they come out. Leave a comment, share it across social media, and if you can, support the page. How do you do that? Well, if you're the ILWU, you're probably not going to send me money because you're going to need it for the bankruptcy. But if you're not, hey, you can hit the super thanks button down below or head on over to Patreon and be a monthly, yearly subscriber to the page. Until our next video, this is Sal, signing off. On today's episode of What's Going On with Shipping, the ILWU is filing
2 of Charting Like a Pro, Charting Like Me, AK-47 over at Prime Trading Investments and TradeCaster.com, where I've been doing this for almost a decade now and going over charts day in, day out, from small cap to large caps, not only for myself in trading, but when I'm streaming live and how many people come over and ask me to break down charts in one-on-ones and breaking down other charts. I mean, I can't imagine. I wish there was a tracker of how many charts I've broken down over the years, but it's a lot. And so let's go ahead and see what I'm looking for when I'm giving out those morning alerts every day. Kind of overall put your mindset in my mind, right? What am I looking at, so that way you can kind of get a little grasp of it as well. I can't give away all the secrets, but I'll give away most of them. It's pretty easy stuff. So first off, you're always probably seeing it if you're watching those weekly previews, which I just put that out yesterday. I'm starting out with that 15-day, 15-minute time frame. I love it. Why? Because you're in the middle of some goober still wanting to chart out a 1-minute time. I mean, I can't even imagine trying to go back and past chart history here and, multiple days. I mean, I understand the day of, but trying to find big key levels 5 days back, 3 days back, 10 days back, you get my point. You're going to have people in the 3-minute time frame. You're going to have people in the 5-minute time frame, right? So I have intervals of 1, 3, 5 that go into 15. Then also, what are also there? It's a derivative of 30-minute time frame, an hourly time frame, a 4-hour time frame where all the big dogs are using. So I got the small dogs, I got the big dogs, and I'm right in the middle. So I see what everyone's seeing. And that's what you always got to think about. What are other traders using? What are other traders, essentially looking at, right? So I love the 15-day, 15-minute time frame. So that's the first thing you want to look at. And so I'm going to give part 1 of this, and there's part 2 of this. So I wanted to kind of wait a little bit, essentially after NVIDIA earnings came out, to see big movement and say, hey, if we've never in this area before, where do we go and what do we do? And so the first thing we're going to be looking at, kind of like this week and like even the weekly preview, okay, now we're in a channel. I see where we're at. What do we do? What am I looking for? And so what I'm looking at overall, the fact that we came down so far on on Thursday, moving into on yesterday on Tuesday, what am I looking at for the week? I don't think we'll get any lower than those highs right there, at least for the week. And so what I'm doing for the week, I'm going, there's no way we get lower than that triple top, right? And so I know I can probably overall just zoom in for Monday, the day of, like say right now if it's pre-market and I'm looking where to go and it's really tight in pre-market, I love those days more so than days that you move around. When you move a lot in pre-market, a lot of the time when you go up like this, when you go up, you'll come down. And a lot of the time when you shoot down, you'll shoot back up. And so watch for that in pre-market a lot of the time. When you shoot up, a lot of the time you'll go back down. And so watch for that a lot of the time in pre-market. All right? And so secondly, when I'm looking at this is pre-market. It's really tight like it is now. I'm like, man, guys, if we get over Friday's high of day, this 530, 530, 20 area, we're probably going to have a nice good move up. And so then I'm trying to zoom in here and find the next key reversal areas over that. And so the next one up, in my opinion, is right around right here, 530, 50. Makes sense. And what do you got to remember too in QQQ and the SPY and Apple and AMD and Google? Let's see here. What are some other ones? Tesla some days, but those are your main ones, especially QQQ, SPY, Apple, Google, AMD. Some days AMD moves a little bigger. Group, stop. So what you see a lot, they move in 25s. They'll respect the 25 and 50 cent increments the most. Yes, every once in a while you'll get these $1 plus moves, but generally it's 25 and 50 cents is where you're going to see these land on. So essentially, right, whole round numbers. So as you can see here, 534. The high of day right there, 531.50 area, right? Same thing right there, 531.50 area. The low of day right there came to around 24.75, So you're going to see what was a low of day right there. That was probably right around it was 30, but still close to the 25 mark, what was the exact low? The low says there was 27.32, right? So they're going to run really close to that 25 cent increment, 25, 50, 75, $1. They'll respect those areas a lot. And so the other thing I'm looking for too, real quickly before I start giving levels up, besides the fact of, hey, don't forget that it's 25 cent, 50 cent, 75 cents, we're going to expect those areas a whole round number with these large cap plays, especially Apple, AMD, SPY, SMCI, or not, I should say SPY, QQQ, is how much have you moved for me? When you go back through the last 15 days, do you see a lot of days over $2, $3? And that's the thing, you can go through and go, okay, low here, 29, high, right around 31.50, okay, $2.50, low, 29-ish or so, high, 31, okay, $2.50, low, 21.30, high, not even, okay, so $2, right? So a lot of $2.50 days, and then you'll get some, okay, 27.75 up to, okay, maybe about a $3, maybe you'll get so most days are $2-ish, $3 days. You'll have every once in a while bigger days where you might go, $5. Maybe you'll have that one day where you go more than that. But generally speaking, you're going to have 85% of the days on the SPY, as you can see here, and I can go back even further, and we'll go to the 1 year, 1 day to make it more apparent. Look at the range. So the range right here, it's the R word, R, or the R letter, R, 330. There's your $8 day, 370, 240, 240, 220, 3. There's your $5 day, 330, 290, 3, 350, 260, 2, 330, 4. Couple bigger ranging days. You're probably back with earnings, right? So obviously, but let's just go back to when there's not a lot of earnings. Look, when there's not a lot of earnings right through here. Some are, but to get my point, most days, range, 350, 350, 5, there's your 585, back to 330, 40, 350, 290. There's 4, right? But then there's a big 6, 240, 220, 380, a 290, 260, right? So a lot of, you got to imagine most days, yeah, you're 1 in maybe 5 days, maybe every once in a while, but most days you can see there. So you know right out of the gate, okay, if I'm moving most days $2 to $3, maybe a little bit more than 3, that needs to be your norm. Like when I give my alerts, that's going to be my normal high or normal low of day. I'm going to move about $2 to $3, maybe a little bit more than 3 at times. For my ultimate high, that's why you'll see me give maybe more than $4, maybe $5, maybe $6 some days, because here and there we could do that. But only when that chart setup says that. So whether you're going through AMD, right, and you go through an Apple or whatever they might be, go through and go, okay, how much do you move each day? Is it a $1.52 mover? Is it a 10, 15, 20, 30, for whatever $50 mover? Is it a $2, $3, $4 move, whatever mover? Notice how much you move each day. That's where I'm giving those levels. So if I'm noticing, like here with Meta, you're moving, like I already know, you move most days $5 to $7. It's $5 to $7 on a normal day. Your bigger days are close to 10. Well, then I know when I give my normal high or normal low of day, or like you guys, you need to go through. Essentially what I'm saying is, if you're going through the SPY and you know it's a $2 to $3 mover, you need to go up $2 to $3 and mark out levels. You need to go down $2 to $3 and mark out levels. If you want to go a little bit more than that, just for the safe side, you can. It's going to be a minute to those plays move more than that majority of the time. Maybe you'll have that one day where Meta, it's a normal, like which I think we had on Friday. Meta typically is a, $5 to $7 mover, but out of the opening gate, we go straight up more than that. And so your normal high of day is maybe, say, we'll just call it 474. Well, when this starts flying on up, maybe you go, okay, man, we may be at 474 before the end of the day now. That could be a done deal. That's when then you'll have the time to go through, and then you can go mark out other levels. But if you want to do it, go on through. But what I'm trying to say is, if you're a $5 to $7 mover, what you're going to do in pre-market right here on, moving forward, is you're going to go up $5 to $7. And like I'd say on Monday, or I should say on Monday, I keep saying that. On Tuesday, yesterday, go back to my morning alerts. That's why 82.50 was my normal high of day. We would not get higher than that. You do the math, okay, it's about a $5 to $7 mover. That's about right. That's $5 on the dot, right? That's why I put it there. I didn't think we'd get any higher than that. That's why I'm kind of, that of course low of day, right? You get my point. I'm going, okay, let me go down about $5 to $7 on what makes sense. Okay, then above that, then I'll go back in charting. And now here's the key. Let's quickly lead into part B real quickly before I start breaking down levels. Part B, when you get above 82.50 and you're past the last 2 weeks trend, because again, 15-day, 15-minute time frame, that 15-day trend, the last 15 days, 2 weeks, that's enough of a study to find out what what's this average. Is it a $3 mover? Like I said, is it a $2 mover? Is it a $5 mover? Is it a $7 mover? And by the way, the metas, real quickly before I get to part 2, metas, SMCI, NVDA, NFLXs of the world, those run in $1.50 to $2.50 increment. So let's just say over 82.50, this probably runs most likely to 83.50, then to 85, then to 86.50, 87.50, 88.75, then to 90. When they really get moving, it really becomes $2. So you'll see 490, 492.50, 495. And just case in point, let's go back to QQQ. Look what its high was right there. How I said these respect 25, 50 cent increments. 61.50, 534, right? This isn't just magic out of it's a little over, so Joe, but essentially 173, right? That's what you're looking for in these moves. Oh, so close to 193. We'll essentially call that 192.75 though. But again, that's what these plays are going to move. 25, 50 cents. These bigger movers are going to move 150 usually minimum, at least $1, if not 150 to 250 at a time. And so again, 490, 492.50, 495, 497.50, 498.75, 500. And then 502.50, 503.50 maybe possibly, then 505, 507.50, 508.75, 510, right? And so over this 482.50 mark, what I love to do, getting into part 2 of this lesson, is you're going into the 4-hour time frame. What do you do if you go up? Okay, man, we're at, or we get finally above 531.50 and we're at all-time highs. What do we do? Well, over 531.50, you're going to go, okay, cool. Probably going to go to 532.50. 535, and if we really explode, probably just going straight to 532.50, 535, 537.50, 538.75, then to 540, 542.50, maybe even 531. But it's either 150 or the 250. It's going to be the 150 or the 250. It might hit a whole round number and stop out of nowhere. 457 it hits or something like that. But when these move, it's more than 25 or 50 cents. They're moving a minimum of $1, if not $1.50, if not $2.50 when they move and through their areas. And so over 482.50, what I'd be looking for here, over 482.50, you're trying to find the last area, and you can see, wow, right through that area is going to be strong. Look how many lower shadows and so much support we have through there. So over that mark, the next true area up where I see a lower shadow matches with some more lower shadows is what? 84.50 area up to about 85 where you see some more there. So that's your next area up. Over that, you're probably moving to 88.75. I can see some resistance, right? And then you can come back through there and then that bounce right there. So essentially 87.50 to 88.75, yo ass better be taking some profit. Over that to 90. Over 90. 91.50, 92.50 area, right? There's nothing that's super pronounced ever all the time. You might find an area like this right here at 503, and that's a round number, and it's not one of the 50 cent marks. It's just a round number. But I can see a lot of but it's not perfect. There's some areas that go through 503s, and so that's why you'll be damned if you're lucky to find something like this at this 531.50 mark, where it's like over and over and over, you're hitting like almost right on the dot. And those are the ones you're looking at and loving the most when you find an area that you continue to touch over and over and over. Let's just go back to the SPY, and I love this right here to go back through. Now let's just go through charting. Now you know what kind of levels I'm looking for, what time frames I'm looking for, how to understand how much you move for me lately type stuff for your $3 mover, $5 mover, what increments they move in. Find areas like this in the SPY. See, you can barely see it now, but look at this. See this lower shadow where we went to what? We went a bounce, lower shadow went to all-time highs. Bounced, same almost exact price, lower shadow. Look what we do here. Group, stop. Back up to all-time highs. Let's keep fast forward. And I got to zoom out just a little bit here. Bounce again. Same almost exact area, that 27.50, 70, 80 mark, just below 420 or 528 is my point. And then went to new all-time highs. Then look when we crack it the following day, so the movement we get from it is the other key thing. Yes, find a lot of key touches in the same area, so 3 here, but look what we did from it. All-time high, all-time high, all-time high. Crack that area and dump a rooski, baby. You kidding? That's what you're looking for. Not only the touches over and over and over, but what do you do when you move back through those touches? So you know what at this point it's support, but what do you do when you crack back through it? And if it's that good of a crack, then look at the next day. Let's just fast forward. Watch this. Failing at it, up into it, failing to cannot get over it. Finally, look at the move through it. Look at the move through it on Friday. Look, and then look, you've got to be kidding me. You're going to come back, and now we didn't quite bounce quite on it. We got close, but you knew that's where traders had. So many traders, I guarantee you, had orders from 27, probably 35-ish, up to around 28 that didn't get filled. Now that's what? Major support again. If we come back down and bounce on this again, right? Of course, I'm doing this right now on, as you can see here, I'm doing this on Memorial Day, by the way. Doing this on Memorial Day, as you can see here. But if we bounce on this on Tuesday, which I don't know that we have yet. Of course, I released this. This is Wednesday. But if we bounce right there, that's major support. Anywhere through this area, and we bounce there again on Tuesday. We bounce there on Tuesday. Or if we crack through it, then imagine how we crack through that area. So I'm always paying attention to that. Kind of like back to this area, and we'll go through it back here. When we finally went through this all-time high area, we're getting close to all-time highs because go back to the 4 hour. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting really close to it, and I'll show you what I was talking about right here. And so let's go back to this area where we're failing, kind of like I was just showing you a second ago on Meta from a couple of months, whenever that was, we're filling at 530. Look at this beautiful fill. Now we're not quite, but see, this isn't a perfect, that's almost like a head and shoulders. There's a shoulder, that's kind of the head, that could be a shoulder formed a downtrend. This is more of a flat top, beautiful resistance. So let's just go back to it. And my point would be, okay, like say again, part 2 of this, we're right here in charting. So yeah, you would break this down in a 15-day, 15-minute time frame to start off with, using your levels right through here, And then what you would use, if you need to get above it, because you have levels already. You don't need to go back here and try to find levels. You would just stick in this in a 15-day, 15-minute time frame. You don't need to go back and try to use this as well. This is what traders are going to be using. They use the last few days. That's all traders use. That's why I talk about the 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Because that's all traders are using. People are human. Hello, humans are lazy. Time for whatever their attention span. They keep doing this study and it keeps getting shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. We're well below 10 seconds now as human race. It's nuts. That's terrible. A 10-second attention span. No wonder people can't do this for a living. You have to have an attention span of 10 plus minutes easy of just being able to hone in and sit and chill like a stock sniper. The point being, traders are going to be lazy. They don't want to go back and try to find all that and identify it. So that's why I say stay on that 15-day, 15-minute time frame. And so you could have just gone back here. And when you were in this channel, all you need is this. That's all you need. So that morning in pre-market, I'm just using this and that and this level, then coming down to this level. And that's how I'm going to end this lesson back on part 1. Then down to here, right? Finding your key reversal areas. Anyway, where to find above it? Like, dang, AK, okay, well, back here. Dang, AK, well, where do we go if we get above 5? That's then where do you go to the 4 hour? Again, that's where you go to the 4 hour. Then you break down just this right here and go, okay, cool. If I get above 22, 50, 60, 70, I bet I fly to 23.75. I bet I fly to 23.75, and over that, I bet I go over 525 to 525.70. And let's just go and see exactly how we did that. Right here, watch this. Right on up to my 23.75. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Woo! Baby, I love it. Make my eyes twitch. Right to 23.75. Build another beautiful ascending triangle right there. Squeeze from it. And where do we go the next day? Well, through my 25 mark and we're off to all-time highs, my friends and family. So you see how that worked out? Gorgeous. Where to find that kind of triple top? Beautiful ascending triangle. Where to go next? Just went back to the 4 hour time frame here. Zoomed out. Found where my resistance area was going to be. And I can see here's resistance was right here. And if I look at my crosshairs and just go over from that, and I go, okay, well, the next area up is going to be right here. Right here, 23.75. Watch it. And then right to it on the dot, which is just absolutely gorgeous. I love that. As you can see here, right there before the end of the day. That's how I'm finding it. Let's just go back and just go ahead and chart it. Now, overall, where would I find key levels? What am I looking for? Let's just go, I'm already doing my weekly preview, but let's just go back in time, and we'll just go back here and what I'm looking for, and I'll break down a few different tickers. 15-day, 15-minute time frame. It's in pre-market, and I'm going, okay, over 21.50, watch for move up to this 21.75 mark, then over that to 22. And that means you need to be taking profit into these areas, if I'm saying that, right? Because we could fail at any one of these. We never know when the top's going to be. Over 22, watch for move up to around 22.35 and over 22.35 to 22.75. And then over that, 23.75. Now back under, I would say 20.90-ish area. Watch for a move down to 20.50, 20.45 area, right? Underneath that to 20.30. Now under 20.30, it looks like we will easily hit 20. And under 20, watch for a move back down to what was Monday and Friday's low of day area of right around 19.70. Under 1970, which I do see a little bit of a sandwich there on that Thursday, watch for then a move down to 19, maybe possibly down to the 1875 rule. Below that, we're definitely going to be hitting 1840-50 area. You can see a little bit of a sandwich here as well. Under 1850-40 area, watch for a move down, possibly most likely through 1820, but I'll give that a little bit of clarity. And then for a move down through 18, in my opinion, we'll probably hit this 1775 mark. Under 1775 mark, watch for a move down to around 1750. We'll include that all in one area. It's going to get a little bumpy through there. Underneath that, though, we should hit 17. Under 17, watch for a move down to 1650, 60 area. Underneath that, watch for a move down to around 16-ish, right? And so I'm just moving through these areas and continuing to go back. Under that 16 mark, watch for a move down to that little juncture right around 1570, 65 area. Then for a move down to around 1525. Underneath that down to 15, right? So I'm just continuing to do that, right? Over and over and over and over and over. And then so even again, I know you can go watch my weekly preview about this week, but I want to go give ones from, like I say, that you, of course, you can kind of go get a gesture of what I'm looking at. Let's just say it was right here in pre-market, and we'll go down instead of up. So down right now, I'd say back under 86, watch for a move down to 85.80 and then down to 85.50. Under 85.50 down to 85. Under 85, watch for a move down to this 84.75 mark. Under 84.75, watch for a move down to this 84.25 mark. Under 84.25 through 85, or 84 in my opinion, down to 83.75. Under 83.75, watch for a move down to 83.25. Now we're kind of doing that over and over there, huh? Underneath that down to 83. Under 83, watch for a move down to, this starts to get a little bumpy here. Watch for a move down possibly to 82.75 and then maybe 82.50. Below that there to 82.25. Below 82.25 to 82, and then down to this mark right here of 81.80. 75 area, and then of course right here as we can see 81.50. I don't know what we did that day as far as pullback. Of course we never did. We just kept going up. So I'm trying to find one where we went down. Let's just do this area right here. So let's just do this area. So just say I would go under 90.30. I'd love this too, by the way, if and when we cracked it. Reason being, we haven't really fully been below that all week except for on Monday. And Monday we just shot straight through that area. And so really underneath that 90, I'd say, underneath that 90, we'll call it 90.25 mark, only thing I'd worry about really be 90, being a whole round number, but I bet we'd find the bottoms from a lot of the support from the Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday below. So I'd bet, or Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So I'd bet 89.75 to 89.50 gets hit first. Then we're down to 89, we'll call it 89, 15, 20 area. Under that down to then 89. Under 89, we could really fall then down to this 88.50 mark, get a good 50-cent pullback, possibly a little bit below even 88.50. Below that, then you're down another 50 cents to 88, even possibly down to 87.85. Let's see how far we go that day. I can't remember. Woo! We go even lower. So this finally gets respected right there at that 87.50 mark. And there's a good short like I talked about underneath 90.30. I know we dumped, but again, underneath that mark, we just continued to free for all. Down through this support area, which would have been the first area I'd have been looking to possibly take profit anywhere close to 89. And really, we didn't start kind of rounding out and down until around the 88.50 mark. And you can see how I say these areas love to respect the fit every 25 cents or, 25, 50, 70, whatever. Because then look where we fell at, right at almost the 75-cent mark. And then again, when you crack that right there, beautiful, beautiful crack. So where's your next area down? You're at least going to fall to where? 88, if not below it, to 87.85, which would be another profit-taking zone. Then below that, if you look, you really will fall down to 87.50 and possibly even 87. Did we go to that mark? And we do. And we finally reverse a little below 87, right around 86.50-ish or so. Right here, off of this area. Which would be the next area below 87, would be right there of 86.50. Below that, possibly 86.25.30 area, and then below that down to around 86. So hopefully that's all making sense and kind of what to be looking for, these reversal areas. Doing the same thing day in, day out. No matter, first I'm coming in and noticing whether it's an Apple, AMD, QQQ, SPY. They're moving $2, $3, $4, $5 a day. So I'm gonna let 2 to 3 on the minimum, 4 or 5 usually on the bigger side. No, Apple usually not. AMD sometimes. Tesla's kind of right there in that same boat. Tesla and AMD are on the higher side. AMD's and SPY as well in QQQ. Apple's definitely in Google, and Google's the other one. Apple and Google can be one that doesn't move more so than maybe $2, $3, maybe one in a day. And so they're little smaller movers, but they respect and love that. As you can go through most of these days, you may have one bigger day, then there's a bigger day, then not big days for a while, and then finally a bigger day here. So, and we're talking maybe $4 or $5 at most on the bigger day. So, most days are going to be $1 to $2. Well, if that's the case, go up $1 to $2 in levels, go up $1 to $2, maybe 3 at most. Same thing on the downside. So now you have your support and resistance on, on the top and the bottom, 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Like right now with Google, if that came in tomorrow, or obviously it's like before I did the morning alerts on Tuesday, I don't need any lower than Thursday. There's no way we're getting lower than Thursday's low. I know that. There's just no way we'll get lower than that move on Tuesday. And so I'd say under 76.25, watch for move to 76. Underneath that, watch for move to about right here of around 76 or 75.20 or 75.75. And underneath that, you should get a move down to 75.25. Under 75.25, actually that'll be my normal low of day. Under 75.25, watch for move down to 75-ish. And under 75 to last Thursday's low of day of 74.60 area for your normal low of day. Your ultimate low of day would crack back below that and have one of your bigger days, and would crack back below the support right under 75 of around 74.75 to 74.60-ish area, and then move down to 74. I don't think we'd get much lower than 74, maybe in the high 73s, maybe down to the 70 mark, right through there. I don't think we'd quite get down, and I'll zoom in to show you what I'm seeing, quite get down to this little area right there of 71.50, but that would be, then that would be the next area up. And so on the way up, I would just kind of really focus on the last few days here and go, okay, cool. If we get over the 76.50 mark, watch for move to 76.80ish or so, last Wednesday's high, a low of day. Over that, watch for move to Friday's high of day, which was 77.25 area. That's also lining up with last Tuesday's low of day, right around that area, 77.25, and also Monday's low of day as well. Over that, watch for move back to the Friday before last, the 17th high of day of 77.50. And over that, watch for move up to almost 78. We'll probably have maybe a little resistance right here. Maybe that Monday's reversal area of 77, 75, 80 area. Then we're to 78. It's over 78 that we get our first decent sized pop up to 78.35. Over 78.35, or we'll again get a decent sized pop. Then watch for, to me, another decent sized pop over 78.35 to around here, around 78. 90, 78, 75, 78, 85, somewhere in that area. Then another good, decent 30, 40, 50 cent pop over that for a move to 179.35. Over that, then watch for a move up to, you got it, right around last Thursday, and then Monday's high of day, right around really close to 170 or 180, I should say. And so that's really what I'm looking for. Finding a lot of touches, finding where we resist and fail a lot. Does that match up with anything in the past? Is it in a 15, 25 cent area? If so, know that, understand that if you're in that play and say you're going long up to 177, take profit from 177 up to 177.25, knowing that area could be a reversal, right? It's not always going to be on the dot, where you see, like, say, a fill right here at 179.90 and then another one almost right on the dot, and then okay, cool, that's the area, 180, take profit. Sometimes it's going to be a 15, 20 cent area, not more of a refined 5, 10 cent area. So take that with a grain of salt too when you're trading plays like NVDA, plays that move 250, 150, $5, maybe even a spike. That is, say you have a target, we'll just say of 1100 like I do. If I see 1190 or 1097, 1098, I'm taking profit. I don't need 1100 on the dot. That is close enough in range for me. So hopefully that settles everything, what to be looking for in large caps. Now I'll go over some small cap plays, and it's the same thing day in, day out. And again, you have a play pop up in pre-market, and it's gapping up out of nowhere. The one thing you are going to do is the 1 year, 1 day. Don't worry about the 4 hour. There's no big boys usually trading these plays. And just go back to past chart history here and see if there's anything after a play spikes up or pops up and gaps up. Is there any charting above it? Like go back to Lucy here, and I know this one will. Lucy here, like say if we on Monday or on Tuesday here when I give this from the morning alerts, I'm going to say, hey, I've got to go look back in time here and go, cool, wow, over this $1 area, we have some chart to fill. And so I'll go back to see if there's anything even further in time and see if there's really a true gap to fill or there's not. And there is if you go back far enough. There isn't, I should say, if you go back far enough, but a lot of traders may not, and they'll see if they just go back a couple of years here into 2023 and then into 2020, essentially they go back just 2 years, they may not see that, or maybe a year, right? But if you go back far enough, you'll realize there's not a true gap to fill. But I would say it's got a real high likelihood to get up to that 135 area. You can see how pronounced that is. Bounce, right on my crosshairs. Look at that, right? And then over 135, my next area up, I would say, is just a nice whole round number of 150, even though we don't see it. I'd call it that. And over it, I'd say a move to 160-ish area. So 150 to 160, I'd probably group together. Over that, watch for move up to 170. Over 170, watch for move up to around the 180-ish mark. We're just moving in 10-cent increments here, so nothing too crazy. And then over that to 190. Over 190 to 2. Over 2 to 210. I mean, I'm literally just seeing areas over and over and over every 10 cents. And another one at 220-ish area, 225. Over 225, my first big pop. I don't think we'll stop there at 235. I think we'd get up to about 250. Over 250, then another decent size went up to, now we're finally running in 25-cent increments like we should, up to 275. Over 275 area, watch for a pop to 3, if not a hair over it, to this 310 area. Over 310 for a pop to 325. Over that, we'll get another good pop to 350. Over 350, I don't know if these little lower shells, but that congestion runs in at 375, 380, and then you definitely see some at 4. Over 4, there's really nothing there. There's a little bit right there at 425, I would see, and then again to 450. You know, and then it's kind of hard to justify. And then from here is great. 5 to 550. You see an upper shadow at 5, then another one at 550. And so that's what you're looking for if you're going back in patch chart history. You're finding those key areas of, again, trying to find a lot of touches. Like right there's a good one at 180. You know, this 170 to 180 area. So you can see bounce, 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 bounce. Resistance right through this area. Bounce right there. Resistance right there. Support right there. Bounce and resistance, then right? So you can just put your crosshairs right around from 180-ish area down to around 170-ish and know that 170 to 180-ish is going to be some strong resistance. I love seeing those. That's a strong area of saying, man, you know, that's definitely could be the high of day. Now, would I short it there? No, but it's one of those things you can go ahead and look for ahead of time. Then again, how to chart that overall. You know, sometimes we will get like a Lucy type play. You know, 5 minutes fine. You know, like say if we're running for multiple days here. I think there was one last week that was running for multiple days. I guess AKAN. Not really so much, but what you'd want to really do is essentially you're going to be using, you know, maybe a 5 minute time frame. I don't think we've had one that's really run here recently. FFIE was a no one, but you would just use essentially a 5 day, 5 minute time frame. You can use 15 minute again if you want to here as well. But usually don't need more than 5 days, and you can just kind of find your charts like right here. It'd say under 110. Watch for move down to around 105-ish area. Under that down to $1, and then of course, after that, I like to use again just kind of going back in time. Go to the 15-day, 15-minute time frame. So go back after this $1 area. If you do have to go back further under $1, then look for 90 cents, and under 90 cents I see that's how I break it down. Now I'm going to give what to do in market and what I'm looking for. In market. So that's going to be part 3 of this. Part 2 is just charting, how to find levels, how to find past chart history levels, what I'm looking for in market, kind of how I'm finding levels. Next one's going to be in market. This is part 2 is kind of leading you up, finding, what I'm looking for overall, in market day in, day out, before I head into market. And so I'm kind of leading you in, from slowly but surely into market conditions. Okay, now it's pre-market. What do we do? And that's when I'll do part 3 is in pre-market and talk about what I'm looking for right now, what you guys should be looking for into the opening bell, at the opening bell. And then I'll, kind of rewind the clock and go back the day before and then break down a day and say, okay, now maybe you just came in an opening bell. Okay, maybe you just came in and it's an hour after the opening bell. And so part 3 will have kind of like 3 parts to it, like, hey, it's pre-market. What do I do? Hey, it's opening bell. I just jumped in. What do I do? And then, hey, I'm kind of showing up a little bit late today. What do I do? And we'll give you your give you that kind of thought process and what I'm doing, breaking down charting as far as in market conditions. This today is just giving you, hopefully, as you really are kind of seeing, for those large cap plays, the first thing you need to be doing, 15-day, 15-minute time frame, finding the channel and identifying the channel. Secondly, how much have you moved for me recently? What kind of mover are you? $2, $3, $5 mover. Then after that, start putting in those levels. If you're a $3 or $4 mover, go up $3, $4. Go down $3, $4. You're like whatever your mover is, go up and down and put levels in that amount for you to trade that day. And don't forget, if you need to go up and away, what intervals to use. Those smaller movers like 25 and 50 cent. 25 and 50 cents up to the whole round number. The bigger movers, love every $1 to $1.50, if not $2.50 in every $5. So pay attention to what you're trading, what intervals it moves, how much of a mover it is. Mark those levels in a 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Use the 4-hour if you have to go back in, further back in time. Find a lot of those support resistance areas that touch up. A lot more touches the better in a certain area, especially if they're really refined. And the more touches, whether it's support, consolidation, I don't care how they show up. And then secondly, on top of that, what do they do when they're touching? You know, once you crack them or you break back through them, like this area that we see here, now we know that that area is super key. So anytime we go through it, whether it's up or down or bouncing on it or reversing at it, it's going to have a pretty good move. All right, there's your part 2 of the charting lesson. Part 3 coming out soon. Talk to you next time. Into part 3 of charting here with AK47. Got the 3-part series, finishing it up right now. AK47 over at Prime Trading Investments and Tradecaster.com. Let's get into it. Now, this kind of got 2 parts to this one as well. Like part 2 had 2 parts. Part 3 will have 2 parts. What to be looking for in pre-market into the opening bell, and how to chart that, what to be looking for, but also how to chart the day itself. So let's go into a play that was amazing today for a lot of traders, which was ARM. And so what I see in ARM overall, and typically what you're looking for in ARM, or any, should say in ARM, but any play that may make a really good move at the opening bell is generally is going in an area that it hasn't been in for a while. And so in ARM, what I saw in pre-market, of course, you know me, if you watched the last lesson, part 2, you know I'm in a 15-day, 15-minute time frame. What I'm looking for is some profitability zone. You know, every play's going to have a different area profitability zone and what's good. You know, a play like SMCI, you want $5, $10, $15. You know, a play like SPY, you want at least 50 cents, if not $1 plus. ARM, give me about $2 or so of profitability zone. So if I crack an area, so to speak, I'll have at least $2 to run until I have my first area of profit taking, so to speak. And that's awesome. And so I saw here under 172, essentially, under 172, we had room down to 170, if not down to 169. And I knew under 169, we might even have room down to 167-ish area, maybe even 166. And so those were in my morning alerts this morning for the move down. Why? Because we're in an area we've never been in before, and there's a big profitability zone underneath this mark. Sorry, make sure I'm recording. Underneath this mark, under 172 to at least 170, if not 169. And look here, just in a 1-minute time frame, look what we did here right at the opening bell today. I mean, look at this move. Right through 172, my area that I want to crack, essentially, all the way on down. I mean, there was nothing but red. You didn't have to worry about a thing here. So that's what I'm generally looking for at the opening bell. 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Find an area we haven't been through in a while. You know, a good move this morning as well was AMD. AMD had this downtrend break. Boom, boom. A lot of touches, right? Getting back above that toward the opening bell, and then you're just working your way up through old resistance areas. You know, pop up over yesterday's open and high of 158, you'll see the 159. Monday's high. Over Monday's high, you'll see a move up into Friday's high, which is also a reversal area on Thursday. Over that, then you'll see a move up to 162. You know, over 162, you have a lot. Look at this room to run. What's going to hold it down? In my opinion, nothing until 164. And you can go back in the past year and see 164 bounce on that Wednesday and Thursday, and then on that Wednesday and Thursday. And then if you actually go into today, look how it actually failed at 164 to start off with, just underneath it. Could have gotten your first decent short. Where I get the, hey, AK, where's this going to reverse that? Well, it's all come to charting, and that's where you can find those areas. And then again, on the way up, look where we have the next area. Over that, probably going to go to that high of day. And then I said in chat, probably going to 166. And sure enough, that ended up being pretty much the high of day. You know, at that point, we've run $10. But that's what you're looking for. An area we haven't been in for a while, and it can generally run really well. Right here underneath it, if we would have went under 153.30, look at this. We haven't been underneath that in forever. So that today, if we would have come down, that was also a good short op. If you would have cracked it, because you go back to the 4-hour 180 day. We haven't been underneath that for a while. If we crack it, look, you're probably going to the bottom part of that channel of like 150-ish or so, 151. And then if you crack 150, look, you're dumping all the way down to that lower shot. You know, you're really dumping at that point. Meta was one here recently that I traded here and loved it a couple different times over the past month. Why? Because it's been in an area that it hasn't been in for a while. Here's one of the main days right here, over this 482.50 mark. I'll never forget this. Beautiful breakout that day and went flying. Why? Let's go down on the 15-day, 15-minute time frame. And you can see back over here, or do I have to go back further? Do I have to go back further? No, it was right here. It was this day. It was a 482, yeah. So I'll go back further in the days, though, so you can kind of see the setup I was looking for. And you can see when we scroll back that day that we squeezed, we haven't been over that 482, really 480 mark. And so when we get over the for a while, I mean, for weeks, we couldn't get over that 482.50 mark. And so I knew that morning of, look at this, that morning of, when we get over it, and you could see finally over that 480 mark and then over 482.50 as we were that morning, look how we even that morning form a bull flag in pre-market. Look at that right there. So we get above 482.50, that kind of area that I was looking to get over, and we're holding it essentially. Kind of going underneath it a little bit. But you get my point. You're over it, and then you're bull flagging. Was yelling at everyone watch for a squeeze. Within the first few minutes, right at the opening bell, 485 up to 490, right? Boom! $5 just like that. That's what you're looking for. Find an area that you haven't been over or under in quite a while, and you'll get a good move out of it. The day this cracked 500 was another one. This is one of those, another recent one with Meta that I traded. Right here. Was that this? Yeah, that was this Monday, this week on Meta. We haven't been under 500 for really last week plus. And the only time we have, where do we crack to? 598.75 to 598.50. So, okay, we'll at least get there. But we could go a little bit lower. So if we crack that, then I know I'm guaranteed a little bit further movement down. And sure enough, another decent move at the opening bell. Not amazing. We're just now getting back to opening bell movements. But that's what you're looking for. If you're looking to trade at the opening bell, and SMCI has actually had a good move here recently as well, you want to be in an area that we haven't been in quite a while, right? And so that helps you out. When you're in an area that you haven't been in a while, like this day that we exploded, when we finally got back over 825, so to speak, because we haven't been over it in a little week plus this nice channel. So then I'm looking for a squeeze out of that channel or a downtrend break like we see right there, or AMD. The longer those consolidation areas get built up, the better the move usually at the opening bell. So pay attention for those. Areas we haven't been in for a while, whether it's up or down, you usually can get more movement and better profitability zone. Now to part 2 of this lesson. Part 1 was right there. Essentially, what to be looking for at the opening bell. And I know a lot of you will go quickly back to the SPY. The SPY had a great move. Look at this right here recently, just so you can see here. Just recently, we're finally above an all-time highs in this channel of 536, 34, whatever resistance, 36, 35, right through there. We get above it, and look at that squeeze. That lets you know, hello, it's a great day to trade it. We can go back a little bit further when we finally broke out of this 25 area. This day, oh no, we got to go further back. My bad. We got to go further back when we finally broke out of this area again, right here. So I've got to go, let's just go to the 4 hour. Let's just go to the 4 hour. Let's go to this right here. And so when the SPY finally broke out of this right here, what I talked about in my last lesson, part 2, when we finally got above this for the first time. So this was all-time highs, right? And then when we finally got above it, look at that day right there. Gorgeous squeeze of a day. That's what you're looking for. Those days are the guarantee. Now, you're going to get them every single day? No, but every day. That's why I start with SPY, then go to Apple, and then AMD, and then ARM, and all the way through those morning voice alerts until I see, and maybe it takes all the way to Tesla, and usually it's before that, though, I'll find my favorite play. Like, oh, this is it. Like today with ARM. When I found this, and we're in an area, A, we've never been in before at all-time highs, up, and away. Do you see how we can get good movement? Do you see how big ARM is moved for the day compared to even plays that are, yeah, they're running with the SPY and they're dumping. But look at that. We're talking 174 to 156. Even NVDA that just finally had its price split is only 140 down to 130. It's a big move. Why? Because we're at all-time highs. But you get my point. I guarantee you Apple and ARM haven't moved that much because we're not at all-time highs. See? We're close to it, I guess, with Apple. We're close to it. I'll give it that. Right? Now, AMD, I know, moved a little bit bigger today, for sure, because it had that big squeeze. But I wasn't anticipating AMD to go from 156 to 166, 167. You know, I wasn't anticipating that, to be sure. I will say that. But now back to these plays like ARM, when you're up, and away. I just letting you know you can anticipate bigger moves. When you're up at all-time highs, your areas you haven't been in. Now for charting intraday, what to be looking for. Go to a 3-minute time frame. Start putting your levels in. And what you'd be doing right out of the gate, like say right now, if you came in or any time of the day, doesn't matter if it's Earlier in the morning, wherever you come in at, start putting lines in. Find your trend lines. So immediately I see a downtrend line from the start of the day. There's your downtrend and downtrend break. I do see a micro trend line right here and a decent trend line crack, although it's not very long. I do see a support sandwichy shelf area right here that did work out again in the end for another short. Remember, that was my short I just talked about under 172. Look how that ended up being another good short. I do see somewhat of a channel being built up right here in a consolidation area, right? So, but you could also turn that into not only a consolidation area, but in the end, I actually would have just marked that as a trend line, right? So I'd say, okay, you know what? I do see a channel of support, fell, and then resistance. But I also saw the initial area to get in there, which was the trend line to VWAP up to 90 MA crack. And so I'm going through there, putting lines in and putting lines in. There's even another one where you can see where my crosshairs are at, right? And this is what you need to do. This is where you need to come in every single day, whether it's at the end of the day, and it's at the end of the day, and you haven't charted this play yet to get more reps in. Find your downtrend. Find your downtrends. Find your, your overall general areas. Like right now, we're in this downtrend, and we could be possibly breaking it here in power or into power hour as we move forward into power hour. And then you can even see how the old downtrend almost became support, almost on the dot. That's crazy to see. And so that's all I'm doing is going and putting lines in. Don't do too many lines because you're going to overdo it. I'd probably maybe even put another line right there-ish in, old resistance support area. But this would be it. Mostly has just became resistance today, but extend that to the left. You can see what I'm looking at. But those are your lines, and that's what I'd be trading. And I'll go through here, and I'll do this to multiple plays here so you can see what I'm looking at. Go back over to AMD, another good mover for the day. We'll break it down. AMD, multiple moves for the day. First had this initial trend crack right here. Of course, it's overextended. That's not going to hold forever. So there's your trend crack. There's your trend crack. Here comes another trend line crack right here, right? So there we go. There's another trend line crack right there. This was just that's been in edit properties. When's that been in since? Yeah, that's been in since January, so I won't adjust it. But say for the day, you could probably put a line at 160, 665 for your resistance area. That would have been your resistance. Let's see here. I would have put a support channel right here. Channel of support, little shelf. Now, it did originally break it, and that's what's going to happen from time to time. You've got this great consolidation, cracks out of it, and even in the 3-minute time frame, and then regains it. Well, the one thing you can point, like, what did I do wrong there, AK? Well, one of the main things was the shelf really wasn't that long. It was decent. It was getting there. And the main thing is, you're still just super bullish. You don't know when exactly, honestly, that overall pullback is going to happen. Now, unless it just generally comes within market and everything pulls back together, that's one thing. But you get what I'm saying, where this could happen and it pops up. But it's kind of an anomaly, because you could say the same thing, and I love this, it equals itself out. You could have said the same thing to the top side. So say if you would have come in and put a resistance area, at least to begin with, to the top part of that channel, ignore my red line that I've had in, and then it comes above it, does the candlestick confirmation above it, and then immediately fakes you out and comes right back on down. A lot like that faked you out. Generally speaking, it won't do it more than once. So it'll fake you out once, but the second time around, it's done. So same thing for the top side. If it would have went back up and confirmed above again, it most likely just would have went up that time for sure. And so, again, in the end, where am I putting more and more lines in? We got to come over here. Now, it's not always at high of day. Sometimes it is. This one makes a little bit of sense. And we had a micro downtrend break. Didn't last for long. Came right back above it. Rode that downtrend for a little bit. Now you had a good downtrend line in. Then it was just about readjusting the downtrend, honestly, on this play to right here. Now, that's the thing. When you see this readjustment, that's kind of an indication that you probably aren't going to get the best long out of this play. Now, I know we're getting it right now, but that just comes with the market. You can see here, it's kind of a weird day to do this. You saw this huge sell-off. Tomorrow's quad witching day in the stock market. You'll get this weird, wonky, crazy sell-off, and then now we're regaining this sell-off. So on a normal day, we probably just would have been range-bound, and there wouldn't be this crazy, weird movement, like even back to AMD. You probably just would have stayed above or around the VWAP and then moved back up. You wouldn't have this wonky, weird downtrend. So today's a little weird on how to chart. It was great to start the day, to be honest. And now, since that quad witching has affected the market and how it's moving, these plays are a little wonkier and where to put lines in. But generally speaking, when you're putting trend lines in, you want to be right there, right into the candles, right? So you can see I got that nice and tight into the bodies of the candles. Who cares if wicks are going through it or not? That's why you use candlestick confirmation. And that's what you're looking for, is making sure you have those lines in as tight as you can into the candles or into the bodies of the candles, I should say. Let's go over and we'll chart a big play right here. SMCI was actually kind of pretty earlier before we started getting a little wonky. So we did have a little micro shelf crack right here up top. Beautiful shelf crack, which ran technically sound because your crack came up and failed at it twice. Did have a little bit of a shelf built in, and this one was fine. Cracked it the first time, you went down. There was no ifs, ands, or buts. Cracked that shelf in the VWAP, and then you entered the Thanos crossover. Would have put a line in support right here, knowing that if we would have cracked that area as well, you're dumping. So bounce, bounce, crack of it. See how that goes down? So pretty. Now the true trend, you could start it back here. I wouldn't start it from the top this time or where you'd think you'd want to start it. I would start it right there. Just because you touch those candles, you're touching along the way, you're failing at it over and over. And then when you do try, finally break it, you're moving up. I'd put another line right here as well. Old support becoming new resistance, so a pop back over that 930 mark, you'll get a good move. I'd also put a trend line in right down here as well, knowing that we're getting tighter into that wedge. Now, would I put more lines in? You could go in and maybe put a line right there at 971, 971 and a half, something along those lines. If you want to have to mark out your high of day area, you can if you want to mark out your high of day area. But that's really about it. I wouldn't have too many more lines in here. Nothing that's just yelling at me and saying, hey, here's where you should have your lines, But that's it for SMCI. I usually don't keep lines in. I usually just eyeball them in. I'll put it in every once in a while. Of course, I always do when I go live for you guys or in chat. But typically, I'm just eyeballing them in. Let's go to small cap plays and chart these real quickly. Have a downtrend break right here, obviously on ALUR. We had the initial downtrend break. It was nice and tight, nice and tight, nice and tight. Had a small break, rode it, reclaimed the downtrend, then re-broke the downtrend for the better move. That's going to happen from time to time. You can readjust it if you want to as well. There's your downtrend break. But that's just a second ago, like you saw, where you have these weird anomalies where it's like, okay, we should break out. We don't come down and finally break out. And that's where a lot of those traders are like, well, now you want to go. That's going to happen in stock trading where you think the initial play should be it. It isn't it. You don't get the play, you have a loss. Then the play you want actually does come to fruition later. That's stock trading. It's all about, having the patience and discipline to know that, hey, it just didn't happen to me this time around, but I know I had the right chart set up. It just didn't work out. It's all right. There'll be more to come. You can't get down on yourself, have negative thoughts, worsen really overall your discipline and your confidence, and you don't want that to go down. You go, hey, I was right. It just didn't happen on my actual area that I wanted to get in. And that's going to happen from time to time. Come in right here, and I'd put a line in for right there. That also you could extend it out to the left. Old resistance is becoming new support. We do have a little bit of another area that we could put a line in right here. Old support, resistance, now resisting again right at that 280 mark. Would I put any more lines in? There's nothing that says, hey, I have a lot of touches in an area that I feel like we should. This is really generally your channel now. You had a downtrend break with now resistance at 280, supports at 230. Crack that support of 230 below the 9 in the VWAP. This play will just dump on down. You could put a line here at $2. Old resistance becomes support. You could put another line in right here at 170. Resistance becomes support. That's what I'm looking for in these lines. When trading small caps, large caps. Doesn't matter. I'm charting them the same exact way. There's no difference between the two of them. We'll go over to GOVX. This was a play that ran yesterday. So we'll just, that's actually really gross. It's really not a lot to chart there, honestly. It's really a choppier play. Let's go to, I know we had some more movers today. Oh, NNE. There's NNE. That's not the prettiest of plays, but we do have some play to look at right here. Beautiful trend line crack. So touch, almost touch, definitely touch. And you could get that in there a little tighter if you wanted to, a bit into the bodies of the candles. But we had the trend line crack. That's why I'm saying, that's going to happen from time to time. And a lot of that, what you don't want to go in for those is because why? We didn't get the close and open. We got the open outside of the trend line. We didn't get the close with it. We need the close and the open outside the trend line. We just got the open there. So this would have been your first full close and open outside the trend line for the for the trend line crack. Where would I have horizontal lines in? I'd have some downtrend lines in as well. Could have had one in earlier this morning there. Here's your other downtrend line to have in right there. Nice and steep into the bodies of the candles, about like that. There's your downtrend break for the move on up. So those would be your trends to keep in and possibly play. And then overall for your horizontal